Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. He had no choice but to walk away, unwillingness etched on his face. Sakamo? You're back? So soon? Aizen was visibly surprised to see Sakamo's squad return so quickly. They'd only been gone for a few days. What had happened? Did they fail the mission? Was there an unexpected problem? The mission is complete, and we've even exceeded expectations, Sakamo said with a confident smile as he gestured for the group to come inside. Among them was Pakura, being carried by Kazuyama. No, Kazuyama, why are you still carrying her? There's a sofa over there, put her down. Sakamo gave him an exasperated look. They were already indoors, there was no reason for him to keep holding her. What is this? Is he that reluctant to let go? Kazuyama didn't seem fazed. Oh, right. Can I put her on the sofa? He asked casually. Without waiting for an answer, he walked over and gently set Pakura down. Aizen's eyes fell on the Kunoichi now lying on the sofa. Her forehead protector immediately caught his attention. A hidden sand village ninja. This wasn't just any mission. Capturing a Kunoichi, especially one from another village, meant she had to be someone significant. Well, here's how it happened. Sakamo started, carefully recounting the mission in full detail. He left nothing out, from his choice to act alone to Kazuyama's swift use of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to save the entire team. Aizen listened carefully, though much of it matched what he had already suspected. Still, when he learned that the Kunoichi on the sofa was the leader of the hidden Sand Village assault team, even he couldn't hide a flicker of surprise. His gaze shifted to Kazuyama, now filled with admiration. This kid. He doesn't act often, but when he does, it's impressive. First, his performance in the Land of Hot Water against Hidden Clouds Village, and now this mission involving Hidden Sand Village. He was undeniably a rising star. Humphrey. Damn Danzō. Trying to poach such talent for Root? Not a chance. Ken Aoyama is still in the hospital receiving treatment, Sakamo said, his tone serious. Without Kazuyama's help, we wouldn't have escaped so easily. Lord Hokage, that's the full report on the mission. Thanks to Kazuyama's contributions, not only had the mission been completed flawlessly, but there had also been no casualties. It was an undeniable success. Well done. Very well done, Aizen said, satisfaction clear in his voice as he settled back into his seat. Next, we'll hand her over to the interrogation force. Lord Hokage, can we avoid handing her over to the interrogation force? Kazuyama's sudden interjection caught everyone off guard. For intelligence, he continued, with Hayachi's help, we can still use psycho-mind transmission to extract the information we need. The room fell silent as everyone processed his words, startled by the unexpected suggestion. Chapter 42, The Awakened Pakura, filled with fury. Kazuyama, do you know what you're saying? This is a ninja from Hidden Sand Village, an enemy ninja. How can we not hand her over to the interrogation force? Hiruzen was not upset by Kusayama's sudden outburst. On the contrary, he was intrigued, curious about what Kusayama was thinking. Well, she is a ninja, but she is also a woman, and those people in the interrogation force are perverts, Kusayama said with a mix of awkwardness and hesitation. As a gentleman, this kind of thing, ugh. He scratched the back of his head, clearly uncomfortable. So, Lord Hokage, can we find another way to get the information? It was obvious, Kusayama had gone soft because the enemy in question was a beautiful woman. What a coward. Sakamo Hatake covered his face in disbelief, while the others exchanged amused looks, some even snickering at Kusayama's misplaced sense of chivalry. Even Hiruzen couldn't suppress a chuckle. Kid, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the interrogation force? Although we need information, if the other party cooperates, there will be no torture. Once the information is successfully obtained, and if she cooperates, she can temporarily stay in the village. But someone needs to keep an eye on her, and a seal will need to be placed on her. Kusayama's confidence faltered, and he smiled awkwardly, realizing his assumptions might have been exaggerated. Most of his impressions of the interrogation force came from Ibiki Morino, the future head of the force. Ibiki was infamous for his ruthless methods, often inflicting damage on both himself and his targets. Fortunately, at this point in time, the interrogation force didn't have someone like that, not yet, at least. In that case, do you think I'm suitable to guard her? Kusayama asked with renewed enthusiasm. I also know Fu in jutsu. Would the 5 elements seal work? I guarantee that she won't cause trouble in the village. Without waiting for further input, Kusayama eagerly approached Pakura. He extended his right hand, chakra flaring to life. Flames of chakra ignited across his fingertips, forming a vivid pattern. 5 elements seal. The technique activated, and a sealing mark appeared on Pakura's exposed abdomen, glowing faintly before fading. With the seal complete, her chakra flow was immediately disrupted. If she attempted to use her chakra, the seal would hinder her, significantly weakening her combat ability. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, his curiosity deepening. Kusayama, why are you so interested in a hidden sand village ninja? If it's beautiful women you're after, our village has no shortage of them. Kusayama froze, caught off guard by the question. What could he say? That Pakura would one day be betrayed by her own village, dying as a hero but at the hands of those she served loyally? That he couldn't help but feel pity for her fate? He sighed inwardly. In truth, he didn't particularly like her as a person. But the thought of such a loyal, remarkable Kunoichi being cast aside and killed by her own people, well, that was just too tragic to ignore. And, admittedly, her back was really nice. Well, when I was infiltrating Hidden Sand Village, I found her bathing alone, Kusayama said quietly. That sense of loneliness. It was always there, surrounding her. She was obviously in her prime, but because of her strength, she had to serve her village every single day. Dragging her tired body, she had no one to turn to. She soothed herself alone, and her situation made me think of war. He paused for a moment, his gaze distant as he continued. It's because of war that there are so many people like her. Outwardly glorious and beautiful, but inwardly, they're just trying to heal wounds no one sees. As he spoke, the room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Kusayama. I don't like fighting. Even though I have strong techniques, I hate it. I prefer freedom, a carefree life. But I still contribute to the village, because it's my home. She's no different. If I could, I'd want her to stay in Hidden Leaf Village. Deep down, she's a lonely person. She wouldn't have chosen the path of combat if the village hadn't demanded it. We in Hidden Leaf Village never attack others on our own initiative, don't we? Kusayama's thoughts were heartfelt. As a transmigrator, he knew the cruel truths of this world. That was why he avoided combat, avoided danger whenever possible. To him, Hidden Leaf Village, despite its flaws, the backstabbing, and even Danzō's shadowy dealings, was still better than the alternative. At least here, the village didn't start wars unnecessarily. His ideal was simple: stay low, paddle along, and live peacefully. The room remained stunned. Even Sakamo, always composed, was left thoughtful. Kusayama's words struck a chord. Sakamo himself possessed great strength and dedicated his life to the village, yet wasn't he the one who went home alone after missions, drinking quietly by himself? Who truly wanted war? If it were avoidable, wouldn't everyone choose peace? Alright, if you're awake, stop pretending to sleep, Hiruzen said suddenly, cutting through the tension and catching everyone off guard. Everyone turned to look at Pakura, lying on the sofa. She was awake? Even Kusayama was startled. He had used plenty of scale powder. Normally, she wouldn't wake up for another half day. How was she already conscious? Pakura slowly sat up, no longer bothering to fake it. Her piercing gaze immediately landed on Kazuyama. This brat. He had spied on her bathing. And what's worse, she was still wearing her clothes, which meant this bastard had even dressed her. Great. Just great. Humphrey, is this what Hidden Leaf Village ninjas are like? Bakura said coldly, her fiery eyes locking onto Kazuyama. Spying on a woman while she's bathing? Good. Very good. Her glare, filled with fury, made Kazuyama tremble. Oh no. I'm in trouble. She knows I was spying on her. His thoughts were a chaotic mess. Damn it, this is so. This is all Old Man Third's fault. Unable to meet Bakura's piercing gaze, Kazuyama shifted his eyes toward the third Hokage, directing his frustration at him. Why? Why didn't you tell me she was awake earlier? The weight of realization hit him hard. I spied on someone. I touched them. I even dressed them. He felt a chill run down his spine. This is practically a curse. Bakura's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. You also put the seal on me, didn't you? She smirked coldly. Kid, you're good. I'll remember you. If looks could kill, Kazuyama would already be 6 feet under. No, eaten alive. From the way she was glaring at him, she looked ready to swallow him whole. Sweat dripped from Kazuyama's brow as he struggled to form a coherent thought. Big sister, I'm only 15, and you're not that much older than me. Why are you calling me a kid? But his mental protests were futile. Bakura wasn't wrong. She was only 18 years old herself. Sakamo's calm but firm voice broke the tense silence. Since you're awake, you should know your situation. His gaze didn't waver. Are you going to cooperate on your own, or do we need to force you? Sakamo was no pushover, and unlike Kazuyama, he didn't flinch. And boot training left no room for weakness. Softening up, even for a woman, was simply not an option. Bakura slowly rose to her feet, her aura commanding the room despite her relatively small stature of around 1.6 meters. The sheer intensity of her presence made several of them frown. Do you think I'll cooperate? She asked, her tone defiant. If you want information, then take it yourself, she continued, her voice steady and sharp. And if I'm not mistaken, you've already taken some from my mind, haven't you? Her gaze swept across the room, unwavering. After regaining her senses, she had felt it, the unmistakable intrusion of psycho-mind transmission. The faint after-effects in her mind made it clear that her memories had been sifted through. Chapter 43, Sakamo Hatake, preparing to resign. Little brat, did you just say you want to be my guard? Well. Yes. Kazuyama nodded firmly. He had said it, and he wouldn't take it back. Very well. I am now a prisoner of Hidden Leaf Village. If you want information, just come and get it. Bakura tore off her forehead protector and tossed it onto the Hokage's desk before dropping onto the sofa. Though her actions suggested surrender, the fiery determination in her eyes said otherwise. Only Bakura truly understood her intentions. As a prisoner, she was now facing the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village and the infamous Hidden Leaf Village White Fang, who stood nearby. Escape was impossible. She had no choice but to appear cooperative, for now. What had driven her to this decision were Kazuyama's words. A lonely person at heart wouldn't have chosen the path of a warrior if not for the demands of the village. Bakura herself was an orphan, discovered for her natural talent and trained relentlessly to serve as a weapon for her home. Ever since she gained strength, she had fought for the village, her life dictated by duty. A lonely person. Damn brat. Sakamo, take her to the interrogation force, and have Hiki Yamanaka accompany you, Hiruzen instructed, his sharp gaze shifting to Kazuyama. He smiled slightly at the younger man's hopeful expression. You go with them too. I'll leave the subsequent guarding mission to you. But remember, ensure she doesn't take any action within the village. His tone grew firmer. You understand the consequences, Kazuyama. If Bakura made a single wrong move, her life would end. Kazuyama understood this clearly and nodded solemnly. The interrogation force wasn't as dark or foreboding as one might expect, just an ordinary house. Bakura stood facing the same people as before, though now a few more individuals had joined the room. Hiki Yamanaka placed his hand on her head, activating the psycho-mind transmission technique to probe her memories. Bakura's thoughts wandered, replaying the image of that damned brat's face as he spoke. A lonely person. Yes, she had always been lonely. Whether on missions or returning home, she had no one. Always alone. Damn it. She hated it. Hated the solitude, hated how much it clung to her life. She didn't like being alone, not at all. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Huh? Can mind reading make someone cry? Kazuyama asked, his voice full of skepticism as he glanced at Hiki. Hiki, are you sure your technique isn't broken? This isn't working for you, is it? Is your mind reading technique out of date or something? Kazuyama's words stung, his tone riddled with doubt. His confidence in the Yamanaka clan's abilities seemed to plummet instantly. Hiki finished his mind reading and, noticing Kazuyama's disgusted expression, immediately felt offended. Damn it. Are you kidding me? I'm from the Yamanaka clan. There's no way I'd mess up something as basic as mind reading. He crossed his arms in frustration. Besides, I only accessed her memories. The worst that could happen is a little mental confusion. Her crying has nothing to do with me. Bakura, snapping out of her emotional haze, wiped her tears away and returned to her cold, indifferent demeanor. Can I go now? She asked flatly, her tone devoid of warmth. Kid, get me out of here, she added, directing her words toward Kazuyama. Hearing this, Kazuyama waved off Hiki and nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he escorted Bakura out of the room. Once outside the interrogation force, Kazuyama removed the handcuffs from her wrists. You can have the handcuffs off, he said, but the 5 elements seal on your body stays in place. Your status is complicated, and you might end up living at my house from now on. He hesitated before continuing. Don't worry, there are other people at my house besides me. Bakura shot him a sharp look, then snorted in disdain. What? Am I scary? She smirked. You didn't seem so nervous when you were spying on me in the shower. I'm curious, even in the shower, I never let my guard down. You're very good at hiding. Should he tell her he could become invisible? That spying becomes twice as effective when you're invisible? Hey, never mind. Let's go, kid. No, can you stop calling me kid? You're not much older than me. Kazuyama was very unhappy with the way Bakura addressed him. How could I be a kid? Let me tell you, I've lived 2 lives. I'm at least 40 years old by now. I don't know your name either. And you are younger than me, aren't you? Kazuyama. Damn it. It's no use arguing with her. My name is Kazuyama Gecko, of the Hidden Leaf Village Gecko clan. Let's go. I'll take you to my house. Back at his house, Ebaisami was still sitting in front of her room, watching Hayate Gecko. She was quite happy to see Kazuyama return, but her happiness barely lasted 3 seconds. Damn, Kazuyama, you're something else. Where do you find this girl? TSK, gotta hand it to you, your taste is top-notch. She's got curves in all the right places, built for making strong kids, no doubt. Bakura? Kazuyama, OMG. Not bad, not bad. If your parents knew you had a girlfriend at such a young age, they would be overjoyed. Now the bloodline of the Gecko clan can be passed on. Young lady, don't worry. The Kazuyama kid might not seem all that reliable. But then again, what we do doesn't exactly scream reliable either. Still, we're good people at heart. Bakura, having never been treated so warmly before, was momentarily dazed. But seeing the other woman so enthusiastic, she didn't want to seem rude. Hello, my name is Bakura. Bakura, right? That's good, very good. That name sounds like a beautiful woman. My name is Ebaisami. You can just call me Auntie Ebaisami. I watched this boy grow up. Come, are you hungry? I'll go make you some food. Ebaisami completely ignored Kazuyama and dragged Bakura toward the courtyard. Kazuyama stood there in shock, and only after a while did he let out a light laugh. He had been worried Ebaisami wouldn't accept him suddenly bringing a woman home, but it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Auntie Ebaisami, you just said Kazuyama hasn't done anything good. What exactly has he done? Ebaisami burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Oh, he's done so many bad things. Like what? Peeping on people in the shower. Kazuyama was completely speechless. Hey, Auntie Ebaisami, stop telling her stuff like that. Bakura, ha ha ha, little brat, so you're a repeat offender. Unlike the joy in the Gecko household, inside the Hokage building, the atmosphere was much more tense. Tsukumo, what do you mean by this? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked at the resignation letter Tsukumo Hatake had placed on the table with a hint of shock. Now that I'm past middle age, I'm not as decisive as I used to be. If it weren't for Kazuyama's flying thunder god jutsu during this mission, I might have made a huge mistake. Maybe the whole mission would have failed too. Tsukumo gave a small smile. During the mission, he had suddenly realized he was not as sharp as he used to be, both in willpower and in thought. Besides, I've only resigned from the position of Enbu commander, not from being a ninja. Chapter 44, Ebaisami, the matchmaker stirring chaos. Hiruzen looked at the smiling Tsukumo and, for a moment, couldn't discern the man's true attitude. Tsukumo had always been a loyal supporter. He was highly skilled and served as the Enbu commander, earning the fearsome reputation of the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village during the Second Shinobi World War. His achievements were countless. Yet why would someone so successful choose to retire after just one intelligence mission? Lord Hokage, do you know? Sakamo began, his voice calm, as if discussing something trivial. When faced with a difficult situation, I haven't been as composed as my subordinates. I don't know when it started, but I began attributing every solution to death. On the battlefield, when facing the enemy, killing them is the only option. But when it's my turn, I lose the ability to think. At that moment, my only thought is to die with the enemy. Though his voice remained steady, Hiruzen saw through it. The man before him, Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, had clearly been shaken, broken, perhaps, by what should have been a routine mission. We managed to escape the Land of Wind thanks to Kazuyama and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If not for Kazuyama's calmness, the mission would have been far more difficult. He paused, a faint bitterness creeping into his expression. At the time, Ken Aoyama was already injured. I didn't know whether to abandon the mission to save him or abandon my teammates for the mission. Either choice would have left me burdened with guilt. It was clear that this was how he really felt. So, I've decided to resign as Anbu captain. A blade is most effective when it has no emotions, no thoughts, it simply cuts where it's told to. Isn't that right? Hiruzen silently lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly as he considered Sakamo's words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Sakamo, what made you change your mind? You've always been my right-hand man. I value you deeply, and the Anbu needs you. In truth, Hiruzen held Sakamo in the highest regard. The man was indispensable, practically a second Hokage. Despite his occasional overbearing nature, his strength and intelligence made him invaluable. Kazuyama, Sakamo said after a moment. That brat is unorthodox, no doubt. His methods can even seem absurd at times. A small, almost amused smile crossed his face as he recalled the infamous 1,000 years of death technique the young shinobi had used on him during training. Despite his endurance, it had hurt enough to nearly draw a cry from him. But when it comes to the mission, his thinking and mentality are rare. He's better than me. The only thing he lacks is fighting spirit. He has immense strength but actively resists combat. Even so, none of that can overshadow his brilliance. When Kazuyama forced him to choose, that serious expression was probably his true self. Such a genius knows how to conceal himself well. Compared to him, I really am not enough. Even Sakamo knew his position in the village and had heard the rumors about him. But with his immense strength, he simply didn't care. In his mind, as long as his fists were strong enough, any rumors would crumble on their own. However, after this mission, he realized he was wrong. The situation had been so critical, yet he'd allowed himself to be distracted. If he ever made a real mistake during a mission, what would happen to him upon his return to the village? Lord Hokage, please accept my retirement, Sakamo said. In the future, I might even go to the ninja academy and become a sensei, ha ha ha. My kenjutsu is still something students could learn a lot from. Hiruzen let out a small sigh at his words. In truth, this was for the best. Sakamo, who had chosen to step back, remained a sharp blade for Hidden Leaf Village. But by retiring, he could stay out of the spotlight, a good thing for both the village and himself. Fine, Hiruzen replied. But until the position of Anbu commander is filled, you'll need to continue serving. Sakamo nodded. This was his responsibility, and he wouldn't shy away from it. Has the intelligence gathering on that Kunoichi from Hidden Sand Village been completed? It's done. There were almost no obstacles. Aki Yamanaka has documented everything, Sakamo said. As for the Kunoichi, she's already under Kazuyama's care and has moved into the Gecko residence. Hiruzen took a sharp drag on his cigarette. Do you think that fool won't be tempted? He actually brought a ninja from the rival nation into his home. Sakamo laughed out loud. It was exactly what he'd been thinking. But since Kazuyama hadn't said anything, he didn't want to shatter his illusion. Who cares? That kid's picked up a lot of Fuinjutsu from Orochimaru, and the 5 Elements seal is probably one of them. Besides, his strength isn't weak, and that Kunoichi won't cause much trouble. I have to admit, he's got good taste. Scorch style as a KK Genkai? Not bad at all. If we can persuade her to join us from Hidden Leaf Village in the future, she'll be a valuable asset. And hey, if they end up getting married, who knows? Maybe they'll combine the transparent escape jutsu with Scorch style and create an entirely new KK Genkai. An old man and a middle-aged man exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Little did they know, the young man they were discussing, praised for both his strength and talent, was currently facing a 3-way trial. Gecko residence. Kazuyama, I never thought you'd actually sneak into the women's bathhouse and bring someone out unconscious. I always knew you were bold, but I didn't think you were that bold, to the point of abducting a woman. Ebaisami glared at Kazuyama, who was kneeling in the courtyard, her face filled with grief. Bakura, standing beside her, was laughing quietly. Just moments ago, she had explained her origins, how she was from Hidden Sand Village and had been captured by Kazuyama. To her surprise, Ebiasami hadn't reacted to her being from another village at all. Instead, she was furious about Kazuyama's actions. Bakura felt a surprising warmth in her heart. Were the people of Hidden Leaf Village really like this? Even though she was technically their captive, they treated her like a person, not just an elite ninja with a KK Genkai. Did they trust her so easily? Auntie Ebiasami, I didn't. Kazuyama stammered. I was just doing my job. The situation was critical. If I hadn't stepped in, it would have been too late. Kazuyama's face was covered in bruises, clearly the result of a beating. Humphrey. Kazuyama, let me tell you this, Ebiasami snapped. You've already seen her naked, so how is Bakura supposed to find a husband now? I don't care, when you come of age, you must marry her. Bakura, huh? I didn't say I wanted to marry him. Kazuyama, what the hell? She's really pretty, sure, but I'm not giving up a whole field of flowers for just one. Chapter 45, Obito and Guy's invitation. Bakura takes the stage the next day. At Ebiasami's strong request, Kazuyama took Bakura on a tour of Hidden Leaf Village. Though he had obligations at the Ninja Academy, where his lessons were supposed to resume after his mission, he decided to fulfill the request first. When Bakura found out Kazuyama was a teacher, she looked genuinely surprised. You became a teacher at such a young age? What's that supposed to mean? Haven't you heard the saying, the skilled become teachers? TCH, fine. So, what do you teach? Ninja stealth training. Bakura fell silent. The thought of this guy sneaking up on her unnoticed, even in the women's bath, only confirmed that he was skilled in stealth. Yet somehow, the idea of a course like that felt a bit unreliable. It was her first time visiting another village, and she found herself fascinated. Accustomed to Hidden Sand Village's yellow sands, she couldn't help but envy Hidden Leaf Village's lush, green mountains and sparkling waters. The streets were bustling with small shops, and the entire village felt vibrant and alive. Well? Don't you think Hidden Leaf Village is beautiful? Kazuyama asked with a smirk. Ha ha ha, if you like it so much, why don't you just stay here and never go back? Bakura quickly averted her gaze, her expression hardening. Though the scenery was beautiful, she scoffed. Humphrey, don't get any ideas. I'm just your prisoner for now. I'll have to go back eventually. Kazuyama smiled faintly at her stubbornness. He understood, it wasn't easy for someone like Bakura, tied to Hidden Sand Village, to even consider abandoning her home. Regardless, for now, she had no choice but to remain. Kazuyama-sensei, you're back. A voice interrupted their moment, and Kazuyama turned to see Obito Uchiha, Rin, and Might Guy heading toward the Ninja Academy. Who's that? Rin asked curiously. I'm Kakura. Ah, well. She's my friend, Kazuyama replied nonchalantly. Sensei's friend? She must be really strong. Obito's eyes lit up with excitement. Currently focused on improving his skills, he was determined to graduate next year. Guy, on the other hand, seemed even more motivated. Let's spar. I've been training even harder since the last graduation exam. Alright, Guy. It looked like Obito had found a new sparring partner now that Kakashi was gone. Yes. Youth is about burning with passion. Kazuyama-sensei. And this? Female sensei. Please teach me. Female sensei? Bakura was momentarily taken aback by the way the young man addressed her. Sensei. She's just a prisoner. Ha ha ha, Guy, you're absolutely right. Let's go to the academy training grounds. I'll let Bakura-sensei accompany you in training. Without giving Bakura a chance to refuse, Kazuyama decided on their next activity with a loud laugh. Hearing this, Obito and Guy ran straight toward the Ninja Academy. Rin, after greeting Kazuyama, followed them. Hey, who said I was training these kids? Bakura said, clearly annoyed. She hadn't agreed to this. Haha, let's go. We're just going to hang out anyway. Even though you have my seal on you, you can still show you some basic techniques. Just be careful, I don't want the guards catching you. Shrugging as though it was no big deal, Kazuyama grabbed Bakura's hand and began walking toward the academy. Hey, you brat, let go of me. Bakura snapped. I can walk by myself. But no matter what she said, Kazuyama held on firmly. Not wanting to draw attention, Bakura quickly fell silent, though a faint blush appeared on her face. So, this is your ninja academy? Doesn't look all that impressive, Bakura said, a hint of disdain in her eyes as she glanced at the plain, three-story building. Hey, ever heard of the phrase simple and unadorned beauty? It's meant to teach and educate, not to look fancy. Simple and unadorned beauty. To teach and educate, it doesn't need to be fancy. Bakura listened to Kazuyama's words and couldn't help but nod slightly. He's right. As long as it nurtures future generations, who cares if it's run down? What? This brat? Why do his words sound so convincing? The two of them headed straight for the playground. Sure enough, Obito and Guy were already waiting. It was unclear whether they'd spread the word themselves or simply been spotted on their way there. By now, the playground was surrounded by a crowd. "Why are there so many people?" Bakura asked, her tone sharp. "Kazuyama, I'm telling you, I'm not going." She was already a prisoner, and now there was an audience? What did they take her for? An object of entertainment? Even Kazuyama looked a little surprised. It was just supposed to be a friendly sparring session. Why had it turned into such a spectacle? "Hey, Kazuyama-sensei, it's not my fault." It was Guy, that big mouth, who told everyone. As soon as they heard that a beautiful sensei was coming to the academy, they all showed up. "Beautiful sensei? That's quite the compliment. Bakura, look. The students are all very friendly. If you can't handle it, just spar with these two little brats and get it over with." Before she could protest further, Kazuyama abruptly shoved Bakura onto the playground, ignoring her growing anger. "Bakura-sensei, my name is Obito Uchiha. Might Guy please teach us?" both teenagers said excitedly. Bakura felt the stares of the crowd on her and glanced at the two eager boys in front of her. Internally, she muttered, "Bastard Kazuyama. I'll make you pay for this." Her gaze shifted to Obito, and she paused for a moment. A kid from the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha had always been regarded as the most prestigious clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Bakura hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. "My name is Bakura," she said coolly. "My strength? Barely Jonin, I guess." With her chakra sealed, she couldn't use Scorch style or advanced ninjutsu, but she was still an elite Jonin from Hidden Sand Village. Her combat instincts and awareness hadn't dulled. "Wow! A Jonin. Our academy has another powerful sensei." The students erupted in excitement. Their regular teachers were all Chunin, and Jonin instructors were a rarity. In fact, the only Jonin at the academy had retired due to injury. Meanwhile, the other teachers exchanged curious glances, frowning slightly. A Jonin this young, here to teach? And there had been no official announcement of a new teacher joining the academy. Chapter 46, Bakura's experiences in Hidden Leaf Village. "In that case, I will be the judge. This competition will focus on sparring. Be careful," Kazuyama said to Bakura. Her status was unique, and she needed to maintain propriety. "Humphrey, I know that without you having to tell me," she retorted sharply, clearly dissatisfied with Kazuyama's caution. "They're just a couple of kids," she added, snorting in disapproval. Obito and Guy stretched briefly before shouting in unison, "Let's go." The two charged at Bakura, one leading while the other followed closely behind. Empty-handed? Are they planning to fight with taijutsu? Bakura observed their movements instantly. Simple taijutsu wasn't enough to impress her, she was more interested in seeing the talent of the Uchiha clan. However, as they rushed toward her, she realized she had underestimated them. Hidden Leaf Village Leaf Whirlwind. Might Guy took the lead, leaping up and delivering a powerful leg sweep aimed at Bakura's face. Simultaneously, Obito swung his fist toward her center. Their coordination was seamless, one attacking high, the other low. Bakura felt the gust of wind from their attacks and was momentarily taken aback. "So, they're strong in taijutsu," she muttered. As an elite Jonin, even with her strength diminished, she wasn't someone two Genin could easily overpower. She blocked Might Guy's right leg with her hand, slamming it down with force. The movement destabilized him, and his leg remained trapped in her grip. "Obito, get out of the way!" Might Guy shouted, refusing to surrender. He lashed out with his other leg in an attempt to free himself. Bakura noticed his persistence and allowed a faint smile to form. "Not bad, kid." However, she maintained her grip, slamming Might Guy onto the ground with a heavy thud. Boom. The impact echoed loudly as Might Guy hit the ground. "How can this be?" he exclaimed, ignoring the pain surging through his body. "Take another hit from me." Leaf rock destroying rise. Undeterred, he launched himself at her once more with an upward kick, transitioning into an elbow strike. At the same time, Obito, who had just evaded, rejoined the fray and once again aimed a punch at Bakura. This time, Bakura didn't bother to block. Instead, she leapt backward, evading both attacks with ease. Landing gracefully, she gave a small, knowing smile. "Not bad taijutsu, but unfortunately, it's not enough to win." Bakura's teasing didn't faze Guy, who charged forward with another fierce attack. "Guy. Watch out and dodge. Fire style, great fireball jutsu." Ignoring the warning, Obito immediately formed hand seals following his initial taijutsu attempt. A massive fireball, about a meter in diameter, erupted from his mouth, roaring toward Bakura. "Oh? Fire style, not bad. Unfortunately, it's still not enough," Bakura remarked with a smirk. As Guy leapt into the air to avoid the fireball, Bakura was left directly in its path. Yet, she remained calm, swiftly forming her own hand seals. Fire style, blazing fire jutsu. With that, 4 glowing points of light materialized around Bakura, transforming into flames. Under her precise control, the flames moved to intercept the incoming fireball one by one. From a distance, Kazuyama observed the scene with a slightly raised eyebrow. Isn't this just a simplified version of Scorch style? He knew Bakura's Kekkei Genkai was Scorch style, a combination of fire and wind chakra natures. Her signature technique, Scorch style, extremely steaming murder, could summon fireball-like constructs. Once they made contact, they would evaporate the water within the opponent's body, reducing them to a dried husk. The technique she had just used closely resembled that ability. As the flames clashed with Obito's fireball, 2 of them successfully dissipated the great fireball jutsu. The same fire style? Seriously? Obito muttered, wiping the sweat off his face. The sheer pressure of her technique had left him momentarily stunned. The power is incredible. The remaining 2 flames flew toward Guy, forcing him to retreat. The intense heat pushed him back, causing him to stumble slightly. For a moment, the 2 teenagers stood side by side again, both shaken. Gone was their earlier confidence, replaced instead with expressions of shock. Is this a Jonin? Why do I feel like she's even stronger than Kazuyama-sensei? Kazuyama was slightly embarrassed but chose not to argue. In terms of sheer killing power, Bakura was indeed far superior to him. Are you 2 kids coming or not? Bakura asked. After stretching and warming up during the sparring match, she felt entirely at ease. Even her tone had become more relaxed. Okay, stop fighting, Kazuyama interjected, stepping forward to end the match. Bakura hasn't even used a fraction of her strength. If she had, the 2 of you would already be lying flat on the ground. Turning toward Obito and Guy, he added, you've both improved, but it's still not enough. Keep working hard. Bakura was far too seasoned and skilled in combat. Even with her chakra restrained, the gap in experience made it impossible for 2 genin to stand a chance against her. Humphrey, you're really annoying, Kazuyama, I was just starting to get into it. Before Obito could respond, he noticed her expression. Bakura looked genuinely displeased, though her beauty didn't diminish her irritation. Kazuyama chuckled lightly. Haha, just be careful. Don't forget about your current identity, he reminded her. Bakura's expression softened slightly as the reminder hit home. She shrugged helplessly. After all, she was still technically a prisoner here. Okay, everyone disperse. Kazuyama called out, addressing the crowd of onlookers. Don't just stand around. Don't you all have classes to get to? The students scattered reluctantly, and Kazuyama led Bakura out of the Ninja Academy grounds. So, what do you think? Is our Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Academy better than your Hidden Sand Village Academy? Kazuyama asked, glancing at her. Bakura scoffed. Not even close. Just a bunch of kids. Kazuyama didn't respond, only offering her a faint smile. The 2 wandered through the village, moving from the bustling commercial streets to the quieter residential areas. As they walked, Kazuyama frequently greeted familiar faces, exchanging waves and brief conversations. Bakura observed this with mild surprise. Does this guy really have that much popularity? As if reading her thoughts, Kazuyama smirked. What? Surprised by my popularity? Without waiting for a response, he continued, people should make friends while they're alive. Especially young people like us, we should try to connect with as many people as possible. Having more friends means having more opportunities. Bakura listened quietly, her thoughts drifting. She had always been alone. Even when working alongside her teammates on missions, there was always a sense of isolation. Friends. That sounds nice. Her thoughts were interrupted when she spoke up. Where are the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Can you show me? Chapter 47, Chomai's emotion sensing, huh? Why do you want to see the Uchihas and Hyugas? Kazuyama was slightly puzzled and started to think outside the box. In an instant, he started speculating about Bakura's intentions. As a ninja from Hidden Sand Village, it wasn't exactly ideal for her to take an interest in Hidden Leaf Village's 2 major Kekkei Genkai clans. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were notoriously cautious. If not, why had no one ever managed to pry into their secrets? He didn't want Bakura attempting anything unusual while under his supervision. It's just curiosity. If you don't want to go, just don't go. Just curiosity? Or is there something more to it? Kazuyama wasn't convinced. At that moment, Chomai stepped in to ease his doubts. Kazuyama, don't worry. Go ahead. Her emotions are stable, no fluctuations. I guess she just wants to check out the Kekkei Genkai. After all, she's a ninja with her own Kekkei Genkai. My chakra might not sense malicious intent like Kurama's, but I specialize in reading emotions. With me keeping watch, you can relax and maybe even flirt a little. Damn, Chomai, you're a good friend. If you had this ability, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry for nothing. From now on, you've got to help me sense everyone, it'll be great for handling people. In truth, Kazuyama wasn't particularly worried about Pakura escaping. He had a contingency in place. She bore his flying thunder god mark. If she tried to run, she wouldn't get far. Let's go. I'll take you to the Hyuga first. I don't know many Uchiha personally. Pakura was surprised by how quickly Kazuyama agreed to her request. Aren't you worried I'm here to gather intelligence? Gather intelligence? Those are two massive clans. Who cares? Kazuyama shrugged, thinking, you're just curious, and Chomai has already confirmed it. Besides, I've got multiple layers of defense. If I can't handle you, I've got no business being a ninja. Let's go. The Hyuga compound isn't in the village center, it's such a big clan, after all. With that, Kazuyama led Pakura away. They navigated through the bustling streets, leaving behind the noise and activity, and entered a serene forest. In the distance, the Hyuga clan's emblem came into view. We're here. The Hyuga territory starts beyond this point. The Hyuga are as arrogant as the Uchiha. Just watch and try not to say much. Despite knowing several Hyuga ninja personally, Kazuyama acknowledged their haughty demeanor. As they stepped into the Hyuga compound, clan members appeared one by one. They wore long robes and exuded a sense of calm. Many offered faint smiles when they saw Kazuyama. Hey, isn't that Kazuyama? What brings you to the Hyuga territory? The herbal medicine you sent last time didn't taste very good, but it worked wonders, an elderly man greeted Kazuyama warmly. Haha, if it isn't Elder Yamazaki. Good medicine is supposed to taste bitter. Kazuyama smiled. By the way, where are Hayashi and Hizashi? I'm looking for them. Pakura felt a growing sense of disbelief. Why does this brat know everyone wherever he goes? Not only that, but he seemed to have even assisted the Hyuga at some point. The young clan head and Hizashi are at the training grounds. Stop by the house for tea when you have some time, Yamazaki said with a friendly wave. Okay, I'll stop by later, Elder Yamazaki, Kazuyama replied. Having learned where to go, Kazuyama exchanged a few pleasantries and led Pakura toward the training ground. Are you curious? Actually, it's nothing. I like wandering around. Last time, I happened to be in the Hyuga territory, Kazuyama explained casually. Elder Yamazaki was seriously ill back then. Since I know a bit about herbal medicine, I prescribed him a treatment. Kazuyama laughed to himself. Know about medicine? Yeah, right. The truth was, in a past life, he had taken plenty of herbal remedies and remembered a lot about them. Names like Scutularia bicalensis, Lanus rajaponica, Aster tataricus, Morus alba, Taraxicum mongolicum, Bupleurum falcatum, and Forsythia suspensa came to mind. As a result, I got familiar with the Hyuga, he added with a shrug. Come on, let's meet someone I know. At the training ground, two young men in their early 20s were engaged in an intense sparring session. Yo, Hizashi. Sparring? Kazuyama called out. The sudden voice broke their rhythm. Without even turning around or activating their Byakugan, they recognized him immediately. Kazuyama, what are you doing here in Hyuga territory? Yeah, I heard from Kojin that you just got back from a mission. Shouldn't you be resting? The two stopped sparring, turning to face him in unison. The elder, Hizashi, had a commanding presence, while Hizashi stood slightly more relaxed beside him. Hey, there's a pretty girl who's curious about the Hyuga, so I brought her here to take a look, Kazuyama said with a grin. The two brothers exchanged looks, momentarily startled, before letting out faint sighs of resignation. Kazuyama, is this the hidden sand village ninja you brought back from your mission? Hizashi asked, his tone firm and slightly disapproving. Although you're supervising her, isn't it improper to let her roam hidden leave village so freely? Hizashi was a strict and principled man. To him, a captured ninja from another village should conduct themselves more like a prisoner, not stroll around like a casual visitor, even under watch. Hey, I'm here to keep an eye on her. Besides, your Hyuga clan is so big, you don't need to worry about anyone spying on you. Hizashi immediately exuded an air of confidence, his tone laced with arrogance. Of course, we're not afraid. The Hyuga clan doesn't care if others covet us. No matter who it is, we will repay them with the most powerful gentle fist. Hizashi, standing nearby, chuckled and patted his brother on the shoulder. Kazuyama is just joking, Hizashi. Don't take it so seriously. He turned toward Pakura, his tone far more amiable. If I'm not mistaken, you're Pakura, right? Scorch style, correct? Pakura nodded. Yes, Scorch style, But I can't use it right now. It's sealed. She studied the two brothers with interest. Judging by their presence, both were Jonin-level ninja. Their auras were strong, and without her scourge style, she wouldn't stand a chance against them. Suddenly, Hayashi activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging as his gaze locked onto her. "Oh? The 5 elements seal," he remarked. "Your chakra flow is restricted. Kazuyama, you're ruthless." Bakura stared at Hayashi in shock, taking in the eerie blue veins of his Byakugan. "This is the Byakugan," she murmured. "It can see through chakra flow." Hayashi, far less patient with Bakura than he was with Kazuyama, didn't bother explaining further. "Ha ha ha, you're as strict as ever, Hayashi," Kazuyama said with a laugh. "Relax. I'm just showing her around. We'll be heading back soon." Then, with a teasing grin, he added, "Let's take a bath together sometime." Hearing the word bath, Hayashi nearly stumbled backward. His expression turned incredulous as he shot Kazuyama a look full of silent exasperation. Chapter 48, Sakamo Hatake. You actually ambushed a junior like me. After leaving the Hyuga clan grounds, Kazuyama walked toward the Uchiha clan grounds with Bakura, who remained silent the entire way. Bakura, herself a KK Genkai user, was well aware of the power of those eyes. Suddenly, she remembered that Kazuyama also possessed a KK Genkai, though she still had no idea what it was. "Kazuyama, what about you? What is your KK Genkai?" Kazuyama stopped at her words, turning to her with a teasing smile. "My KK Genkai? Guess." "I'm not going to guess. Just tell me," Bakura replied impatiently. The next second, her eyes widened as Kazuyama vanished before her eyes, without leaving so much as a trace. "Kazuyama. Where did you go?" "Me? I'm right next to you," his voice came from beside her ear. Startled, Bakura ducked to the side. "Ha ha ha, was that a surprise?" Kazuyama reappeared in front of her as he lifted the transparent escape jutsu. "This is my KK Genkai," he said, smiling. "It's how I abducted you from Hidden Sand Village." Bakura stared at him, dumbfounded, her thoughts swirling. A concealment KK Genkai. It hides not only his figure but even his presence. No wonder he could touch me without being noticed. Transparent escape, Kazuyama continued. My KK Genkai can perfectly hide me from anyone. Even the dojutsu of the Hyuga and Uchiha can't see through it. He raised his head confidently, his posture oozing pride. But just as he began to bask in his own arrogance, an unwelcome voice interrupted him. "Oh? Who's so full of himself?" The harsh voice carried a sharp edge. "My Uchiha's Sharingan can see through any technique. Who do you think you are?" Kazuyama and Bakura turned to see 2 Uchiha clan members, their clan's fan emblem displayed prominently on their clothing, glaring at them with resentment. "Well, this is bad," Kazuyama muttered under his breath. If asked who was the most difficult person to deal with in all of Hidden Leaf Village, Kazuyama would say Danzō without hesitation. But if asked who the most unreasonable people were, the answer would undoubtedly be the Uchiha. After all, in their eyes, the heavens were number 1, they were number 2, and everyone else was insignificant. Well, look who it is, if it isn't Kazuyama. How dare the son of a fallen clan challenge the authority of the Uchiha? At this time, the Third Shinobi World War had not yet begun, and the Uchiha status in Hidden Leaf Village was still secure. They were the number 1 clan, arrogant and proud. The newcomer radiated an air of arrogance, clearly ready to look down on everyone around him. He was part of the younger generation of the Uchiha, around the same age as Kazuyama. "Uchiha and Muran Uchiha, your hearing is impressive," Kazuyama said with a smirk. "To catch all that from this distance? Makes me wonder if you've awakened your Sharingan or something else entirely." Kazuyama wasn't the type to just let things slide. He treated people how they treated him, respectful if they were polite, but ruthless if they tried to mess with him. "Asshole. Do you want to spar?" I'll snapped. "I'll show you that the authority of the Uchiha can't be challenged by a third-rate ninja like you." It had to be said, Ao's words were sharp enough to make Kazuyama's brain overheat for a moment. Nearby, Bakura couldn't help but burst into laughter. To call Kazuyama, a Jonin personally promoted by the Hokage, a third-rate ninja was absurd, even for the Uchiha. "Fine," Kazuyama said, a teasing grin spreading across his face. "I'm a third-rate ninja, right? Come on, I'll make you call me father." Kazuyama knew reasoning with the Uchiha was a waste of time. Fists would get the message across much faster. "Humphrey. Don't say we're bullying you. I can handle you alone," Ao declared confidently. "You? Forget it," Kazuyama sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. In an instant, he activated the transparent escape jutsu and disappeared from sight. "Humphrey, such a petty trick." "Sharingan." Ao barked, immediately activating his 3 Tomoe Sharingan to locate Kazuyama. At 17 years old, Ao was undoubtedly talented, already wielding the fully matured Sharingan. But his opponent was someone who had mastered the art of concealment and security. With his transparent escape jutsu active, Kusayama began to move toward Ao, step by step. He wasn't worried in the slightest about Ao's Sharingan. On the other hand, Ao was quickly becoming flustered. Though his Sharingan was active, he couldn't see Kusayama at all. Where is he? Why can't I see him? Ao's thoughts spiraled in frustration. This shouldn't be possible. Even if I can't see him physically, I should still see his chakra. Humphrey, you dare provoke me like this? Even if Fugaku came, I wouldn't be afraid, Kusayama sneered. Let alone his little lackeys. To him, the younger generation of the Uchiha revolved around Fugaku. The rest didn't even register on his radar. Kusayama's voice echoed around them, but neither Ao nor Murin could see him. Even Murin, who had activated his Sharingan, was stunned. He couldn't find any trace of Kusayama. Now, call me father, and I'll spare you both. Otherwise. He. Kusayama's threatening voice whispered close to their ears. Don't even think about it. I'll snapped. Murin. One on each side, guard against him. The two Uchihas quickly moved back to back, trying to defend against the unseen threat. Fine, you asked for it. Kusayama, having activated the transparent escape jutsu, slowly approached. Just as the two were about to react. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, both Ao and Murin vanished. Kusayama had used the Flying Thunder God jutsu to teleport them elsewhere. As for where they'd gone, he chuckled darkly to himself. Kusayama, where did you send them? Bakura asked, still shocked by the sudden disappearance. Why are they gone? They? Oh, I sent them somewhere more fitting for their personalities, Kusayama said with a grin. Then, with a dramatic shrug, he added, let's go. The Uchiha aren't worth the trouble. If we stick around, we might end up trapped in their nonsense. He turned toward Bakura, his tone light-hearted. I'll take you to Hidden Leaf Village's best ramen. Guaranteed to be the most delicious thing you've ever had. Bakura, already getting a clearer sense of what kind of people the Uchiha were, didn't argue and followed him to Ramen Akairaku. Moments later, Kusayama received a pair of notifications. Ding. Host detected sending Uchiha and Murin Uchiha into the women's bathhouse, causing female villagers to become enraged. Special reward, +1 strength. Ding. Uchiha and Murin Uchiha were discovered by passers-by while escaping, instantly becoming famous. Special reward, +1 strength. Kusayama smirked to himself. Humphrey, brats, trying to fight me. If you two aren't famous in the village after this, I'm not Kusayama. He sighed regretfully. It's just a shame I couldn't see it myself. I haven't gathered material in a while. I should collect some soon. Kusayama tightened his fists, feeling his body grow stronger with the new rewards. He couldn't help but feel satisfied. A few days later, Kusayama was invited to visit the Hatake clan. When he entered their home, he noticed that despite Sakamo Hatake's reputation for intelligence, his family was not particularly wealthy. The modesty of the Hatake residents reminded him of his own home in the Gecko clan. Both clans were impoverished, with only a few members remaining, so there was little sense in maintaining a large estate. Of course, now Bakura was living with him as well. Is this the home of the Hidden Leaf Village White Fang? It looks so. Ordinary, she commented. Pish, what do you know? The truly strong don't care about material wealth. He shot back without hesitation. Bakura immediately fell silent. Over the past few days, she came to realize there was no winning against Kusayama's sharp wit. No matter what she said, he always had a clever retort ready. At that moment, Kakashi appeared to greet them. Kusayama-sensei, you're here, he said, his tone polite. Then his gaze shifted. This must be Bakura-sensei. Obito and Guy have mentioned you. Blazing fire jutsu, huh? That's an impressive fire-style ninjutsu. If I get the chance, I'd like to spar with you. Kusayama chuckled, taking in Kakashi's taller frame. Yo, Kakashi. Long time no see. How's it going? Still not a chunin yet? Kakashi, sensing the casual teasing, smirked back. But before he could respond, Kusayama clasped his hands together in prayer, forming a tiger seal in an instant. The mood shifted. Kakashi's instincts kicked in, and he quickly retreated, but it wasn't enough. In a flash, Kusayama used the body flicker jutsu to appear right behind him. Take this, Kakashi. Hidden Leaf Village style. Taijutsu secret jutsu. 1,000 years of death. Kakashi froze, his wide-eyed disbelief quickly turning into pain. Oh! With a perfectly executed thrust, Kakashi went flying butt first into the air. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, you're still too young. Kusayama said with a triumphant grin. Even your dad couldn't react when I hit him with this technique. You've got a long way to go. Bakura stood there, utterly stunned. What was even happening right now? Suddenly, a system notification rang in Kazuyama's mind. Ding. Detected that the host used the 1000 years of death on Kakashi Hatake, increasing his obsession with the technique. Special reward, plus 3 hand seals. Kazuyama grinned. I've won. As expected, bullying someone famous comes with great rewards. But his smug satisfaction didn't last. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Before he could react, a voice called out behind him. Hidden Leaf Village style. Taijutsu secret jutsu. 1000 years of death. It was the same chant, the same movements, only this time, the attacker was Tsukumo, and the target was Kazuyama. Tsukumo's speed was terrifying. Kazuyama barely had time to register what was happening before. Oh! Tsukumo Hatake, you actually attacked a junior from behind. Ouch! Chapter 49, Join the Anbu, Kazuyama Gecko. In the lobby, Tsukumo smiled as he watched Kazuyama twist left and right, clearly in pain. His good mood was unmistakable. Kakashi, did you see that? Learn from your father more often. This 1000 years of death technique is enough to let you roam the ninja world with ease. Kazuyama winced as a sharp tremor ran through him, the pain unbearable. Yet, his face remained defiant as he stared at Tsukumo. He thought, this old man really has a fiery temper. His 1000 years of death truly lives up to the White Fang's reputation. How can the same technique hit so differently? Nearby, Kakashi clutched his backside, completely speechless. His thoughts were a chaotic mess. What the heck is going on right now? Kazuyama just wrecked me, and now my dad's taking him down too. Poor kid. It's just not his time to shine yet. Turning his attention elsewhere, Tsukumo poured a cup of tea and handed it to Bakura. Bakura, how have you been feeling these past few days? Has Hidden Leaf Village been better than you expected? Bakura accepted the tea, noting Tsukumo's approachable demeanor despite her status. Well, it's very prosperous and peaceful. The scenery is beautiful, very different from the Land of Wind, she replied, taking a sip. Huh? This tea is quite tasty. Tsukumo chuckled. Haha, that's good. Although you were brought here against your will, I hope you will consider joining Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, the decision is yours. But if your wish is to return to Hidden Sand Village, that's not likely to happen. Bakura nodded quietly. She understood that returning to Hidden Sand Village wasn't an option. As a ninja, she had learned to endure. Besides, her time in Hidden Leaf Village had been unexpectedly pleasant. At the Gecko residence, Ebaisami kept her entertained with amusing stories, and Kazuyama had even taken her out to see the sights around the village. It had been years since she'd felt this at ease. Suddenly, Tsukumo addressed Kazuyama. Kazuyama, I called you here because I want your opinion on something. Still nursing the lingering pain, Kazuyama blinked in surprise. Huh? My opinion? You're not joking, are you? You're the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village. Even Bakura raised an eyebrow at his bluntness. Watching him, she noticed something new. Kazuyama held grudges and was very narrow-minded. Ha ha ha, you're quite the hothead, aren't you? What, did you think you were still in the Land of Wind? Well, to be honest, I've already submitted my resignation as Anbu Commander to Lord Hokage. I might just go teach at the Ninja Academy, like you. At these words, the room fell silent, and all 3 listeners were visibly stunned. Kakashi stared at his father, wide-eyed. To him, Tsukumo had always been the unshakable pillar of Hidden Leaf Village, his idol. He couldn't comprehend why his father would make such a drastic decision. Bakura's pupils contracted. As a Kunoichi from an enemy nation, she knew better than most how renowned the name Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang was. If the Kage symbolized the supreme power of a village, then the White Fang was Hidden Leaf Village's second Kage. His strength was terrifying. Kazuyama, on the other hand, had an entirely different reaction. His first thought was, has this guy lost his mind? His second thought was, this guy is practically untouchable. To him, as long as Tsukumo lived, Hidden Leaf Village would retain 2 Kage-level powers on its surface, solidifying its foundation in the looming Third Shinobi World War. In Kazuyama's previous life, he'd always believed that if Tsukumo had been present during the war, the Battle of Kikyo Pass, a brutal conflict near Hidden Leaf Village, would never have occurred. But what could have prompted such a powerful man to consider retirement? Tsukumo spoke again, this time directly to Kazuyama. To be honest, when you forced me to retreat, I was completely at a loss. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't understand why someone like me, who wouldn't hesitate to face thousands of enemies, hesitated when it came to choosing between my teammates and my mission. He paused, then continued, after I returned, I spent a lot of time thinking. I realized I'm not as young as I once was, and I've lost the decisiveness I used to have. That's why I've chosen semi-retirement. And for that, Kusayama, I owe you my thanks. It was because of you that I didn't make a decision I would regret. Sakamo handed a cup of tea to Kusayama, an unexpected gesture that left him momentarily at a loss. The issue Sakamo mentioned weighed heavily on Kusayama. In the original story, this very problem, his inner turmoil, had led to his downfall. Despite being as powerful as a Kage, the White Fang's heart was fragile. Sakamo continued, as for my retirement, Lord Hokage has already approved it. Once the new Anbu commander is in place, I will officially step down. From then on, I'll just be an ordinary ninja. Teaching feels like the right path for me. His gaze shifted to Kakashi, and for a moment, his expression softened. Time seemed to slip through his fingers. Unconsciously, he realized his son would soon be 6 years old. How time flies. Huh? If someone like you steps down, can the Anbu even stay the same? Kusayama blurted out. I'm not saying this lightly, sure, the Anbu might sound impressive now, but without a sharp blade like you, they're not really capable of much. Sakamo nodded at his words, but the faint, cryptic smile that appeared on his face the next moment sent a chill down Kusayama's spine. So, Sakamo said, I recommended you to Lord Hokage. Kusayama froze. You will join the Anbu and start from scratch. I knew it. Kusayama thought, his mind spiraling. Ever since I walked in, my right eyelid has been twitching. I thought it was because of the 1,000 years of death, but now I see I was wrong. Bakura stared at him, raising a skeptical eyebrow. This kid? Anbu material? She scoffed inwardly. Ridiculous. Kakashi, meanwhile, perked up at the mention of Anbu, his eyes gleaming. Anbu? Can I join the Anbu too? No. Lord Sakamo, wait a second. Kusayama protested, his voice nearly cracking. Didn't you just say I helped you? Saved you even? How can you repay me like this? He stumbled through his excuses. I'm just an ordinary ninja, fine, maybe a promoted jonin, but my combat skills are basically zero. I'm only good at running away. Isn't it absurd to send someone like me to the Anbu? Kusayama was on the verge of losing his mind. What's going on lately? Why does everything feel so wrong? Don't be so hard on yourself, kid, Sakamo replied calmly. You're already strong enough to overwhelm a standard jonin. While you're not quite an elite jonin yet, you're getting close, and don't forget, you're still young. He chuckled, trying to ease Kusayama's panic. Don't worry, the work in Anbu isn't as intense as you think. Before Kusayama could protest further, Sakamo added, besides, there's another advantage to joining the Anbu. Sakamo turned his gaze to Bakura, who blinked in confusion before pointing at herself hesitantly. Me? Yes, Sakamo confirmed. After all, you're an ninja from Hidden Sand Village, and in Hidden Leaf Village, your status is that of a prisoner. Ordinary ninja can't interact with you freely. If Kusayama is to remain your observer, Anbu is the best choice. Otherwise, if your identity is discovered by someone, he may not be able to protect you. Kusayama slumped in defeat, his thoughts racing. What's next? Danzō Shimura's going to walk in here and hand me my ninja number? Chapter 50, has Orochimaru changed? No. He hasn't. Kusayama was silent. He was clearly on the Hokage's side, which would inevitably bring misfortune to the opposition. Although Hidden Leaf Village seemed peaceful and harmonious on the surface, there were always schemers working behind the scenes. Alright, Danzō, just go ahead and report my ninja registration number already. When do you want me to report? Whenever you're ready. The sooner, the better. If the other side really makes a move, things won't look good for her. Bakura lowered his head, and the still childlike Kakashi looked at the older woman beside him in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be a ninja from Hidden Sand Village. Kusayama is pretty impressive. Did he really just capture a ninja like that? What? Surprised? Your brother Kusayama is very capable. Kakashi's father said, Kakashi, you still have a long way to go. I heard you signed up for this year's Chunin exams? Kakashi nodded. He'd wanted to surprise his father, but it seemed there was no hiding anything from him. Very good. It's good to be motivated, but don't take it lightly. You must understand that there are people better than you in every field. Listening to his father's advice, Kakashi felt a bit helpless. Since when did his old man get so talkative? Hey, Kakashi is only 6 years old. A 6-year-old Chunin. What more do you want? Young man, if you're not a little arrogant, how can you truly be young? Kusayama suddenly came to Kakashi's defense. After all, Kakashi had real strength. If he became an elite jonin in the future, he might remember who had been kind to him. Haha, you're defending him now. Actually, if you don't want to join the Anbu, there's another path. You could become a jonin team leader. But honestly, I think the Anbu would suit you better. Jonin team leader? Kazuyama couldn't help but picture a few faces, Guy, Genma, and others. Forget it. They were all problem children. Anbu it is, as long as it's not the root division. Okay, I'll report to Lord Hokage tomorrow. By the way, Lord Sakamo, is there any trick to using your 1,000 years of death? Why does it work so much better when you use it? Kakashi's eyes lit up at the question, clearly intrigued by the topic. Bakura, however, rubbed her forehead helplessly. Every single Hidden Leaf Village ninja is like this. Ugh. How did a village like this become the #1 ninja village? In the evening, they returned to the Gecko residence. Kazuyama smiled as he watched his younger brother crawling around on the floor. You'd better hurry up and grow up. Your big brother's counting on you to make it big so he can live a good life. Ebaisami and Bakura, standing nearby, rolled their eyes simultaneously. Kazuyama, are you really going to join the Anbu? Bakura asked. Although their villages were different, Hidden Sand Village also had an Anbu. She knew exactly what the Anbu did, and she couldn't help but feel that Kazuyama wasn't cut out for it. What else can I do? Give you up? Forget it. It's just the Anbu. Even though I don't enjoy fighting, it won't be easy for anyone to take my life, Kazuyama said casually, still focused on teasing his younger brother. Just then, Chomairi appeared. Kazuyama, that girl just had an emotional outburst. There's a hint of worry there. Kazuyama paused, momentarily taken aback. Worried? Worried about him? Before he could figure it out, Ebaisami broke the silence. Hey, Bakura, what's with that expression? Are you worried about him again? Ha 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 ha. Ebaisami, always straightforward and carefree, blurted out Bakura's thoughts without hesitation. Kazuyama glanced over, following the sound, and sure enough, there was a hint of worry on Bakura's face, clear and undeniable. Don't worry. Even without you, I'd still have to face this sooner or later. After all, the Hokage is very sinister. There's no way he'll let me go. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi sneezed violently as he worked late into the night. He muttered to himself, it must be Kazuyama or Jiraiya cursing me again. Bakura spat in frustration. Who's worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. Kazuyama and Ebaisami exchanged glances and burst out laughing. The entire Gecko household rang with laughter. The next day, after waking up, Kazuyama went straight to the Hokage building. Sakamo was right, Bakura was, after all, an enemy ninja. Even though she had been captured and had provided intelligence, her identity was undeniable, an elite Jonin, a KK Genkai user, and a leader of an assault team. If Hidden Leaf Village found out about her, they would undoubtedly invite her to join the Root Division. Kazuyama had gone to great lengths to capture her and wasn't about to let Hidden Leaf Village have all the benefits. Lord Hokage, I request to join the Anbu, he said. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the young man before him with a calm smile, taking a long drag from his pipe. Are you sure? Yes, I am. Good. Tomorrow at this time, I'll take you to report to the Anbu. Kazuyama nodded. Since he had chosen this path, there would be no hesitation. After all, his motto was clear, if you can't fight, run. And he would definitely be the first to run. Leaving the Hokage building, he didn't head home or to the academy. Instead, he went straight to Orochimaru's house. Sensei, I'm here. Oh? So Kazuyama still remembers I am his teacher. It's been days since you returned from your mission, and only now do you think of me? Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed from within the house as he slowly stepped out, his golden eyes fixed on his student. Hey, Sensei, you know I've had to keep an eye on that Hidden Sand Village ninja. I've only just found time to see you, Kazuyama said lightly. Orochimaru let out a dismissive laugh. As if I'd believe you, you little rascal. You think I don't know the ninja's background? You're joining the Anbu, so behave yourself. Huh? How did Orochimaru know? Do you really think it was Sakamo's idea for you to join the Anbu? Orochimaru asked, his tone sharp. Humphrey. If you don't join the Anbu, you won't be able to protect that woman. You, on a mission, actually managed to capture a woman. If not for the fact that she has a KK Genkai, I'd have to teach you a lesson. Kazuyama was stunned. He hadn't expected it was Orochimaru who had recommended him for the Anbu. For a moment, his opinion of his teacher softened slightly. But the next second, he retracted those thoughts. Remember to bring me 3 portions of her blood. Scorch style, right? Not a bad research subject. With such a KK Genkai, it's safer to keep it in your own hands. Well, Kazuyama thought. Orochimaru is still Orochimaru, single-mindedly obsessed with his research. Chapter 51, The Constantly Embarrassed Darkness of the Shinobi. I heard that you used the 5-element seal on that Kunoichi? It seems you've also finished learning the Fuinjutsu scrolls I gave you. Orochimaru looked pleased with Kazuyama's rapid progress. No matter what technique he taught him, Kusayama mastered it quickly. The only area where he fell short was scientific research, completely lacking talent in that regard. By the way, Sensei, can you tell me about Danzō? If anyone in Hidden Leaf Village knew the most about Danzō Shimura, it was undoubtedly Hiruzen. However, asking the Lord Hokage directly was out of the question, so Kusayama turned to his own teacher for answers. Humphrey. Tsukumo Hatake told you about this, didn't he? Orochimaru sneered. Since he's already mentioned it, I'll give you a general idea. If Tsukumo were here, he'd probably say, so I'm just taking the blame for this, huh? Hidden Leaf Village isn't composed solely of its visible ninja forces and the Anbu. There's another faction called Root, led by Danzō Shimura. I won't tell you much more, but remember, avoid dealing with him as much as possible. It's not in your best interest. As Orochimaru spoke, his expression turned cold, and Kusayama could sense the tension. It was clear his teacher had personal experience with Danzō. I'll need to be more cautious moving forward, Kusayama thought. For now, I have someone protecting me, but if Sensei were ever to defect, things could turn disastrous. That's enough. If there's nothing else, go home. The techniques I've taught you should suffice for now, Orochimaru said dismissively. And, as soon as possible, bring me some blood. I have experiments to finish. Kusayama hesitated, then spoke eagerly, Sensei, I feel like I've been thinking more clearly and sharply lately. I'm sure I can help with your research. Why don't we give it another try? His face lit up with excitement, exuding confidence. Orochimaru paused, glancing at him sideways, intrigued despite himself. Really? Absolutely. Well, if that's the case, it's a good thing. In that case, come over here and dissect a frog first. If you pass, I'll give you another chance. Okay. I'm sure I can pass Sensei's test. Kusayama, dissection again? Dissection is fine, but why is it always frogs? Can't you change it? No wonder Orochimaru and Jiraiya don't get along. Jiraiya works with toads, and here you are, dissecting them non-stop. Still, if getting back into Orochimaru's laboratory meant enduring this, Kusayama was willing to take the risk. It's just dissection. Let's do it. In truth, it wasn't that he knew nothing about research, it was just that his intentions for entering the lab weren't exactly pure. Was he there for the experiments? No. His real goal was Orochimaru's research results. The last time he had tried to swipe some medicine, Orochimaru caught him in the act and promptly threw him out. Forced to pretend ignorance, Kusayama had no choice but to bide his time. This time, he was determined to keep his composure and avoid acting rashly, at least until he could steal something better. The Kusanagi sword was amazing, but I don't know Kenjutsu. I guess I'll have to visit Tsukumo and see if I can get my hands on some Hatake-style Kenjutsu. Lost in thought, Kusayama began dissecting the frog. Before long, it was completely dismembered. Sensei, I'm done, he announced. Orochimaru glanced back at the results, nodding slightly. While the outcome didn't entirely meet his expectations, it was significantly better than Kusayama's earlier attempts. This boy seems to care about scientific research after all. Not bad, it's good to see that kind of dedication. With his Kekkei Genkai and natural abilities, Orochimaru began to see Kusayama as a promising disciple. And so, Kusayama re-entered Orochimaru's laboratory. This time, however, the room was filled with far more petri dishes than before. To Kusayama, these were treasures. If his guess was correct, the petri dishes were part of Orochimaru's experiments involving cells from the first Hokage. Hold on. I must hold on. Hokage building what? Anbu? Hiruzen. I said that kid should be handed over to me. Danzō was on the verge of exploding with anger. He had just come to the Hokage's office to request the transfer of Pikuro to the Root Division. After all, a captive like her, if handled properly, could benefit both Hidden Sand Village and himself greatly in the future. His Root Division specialized in this type of manipulation, and with his expertise, he was confident he could bring Pikuro under his control. As for her allegiance, once she joins the Root, she becomes a part of Hidden Leaf Village. Simple. But what did he hear? Kusayama had joined the Hokage's direct Anbu unit and had been assigned to oversee Pikuro. This news shattered Danzō's plans, leaving him seething. Danzō, watch your words, Hiruzen replied, his tone firm. Kusayama is a jonin of the village and is now part of Anbu. He captured Pikuro from Hidden Sand Village, so it's only right that he is responsible for her. As for Pikuro's treatment, that will depend on her condition. A ninja with a Kekkei Genkai, if she joins Hidden Leaf Village, it will only benefit us. Hiruzen watched Danzō stew in his frustration, secretly pleased. Old bastard, you're always trying to undermine me, but not this time. What about the intelligence? Danzō snapped. Don't forget, she's a ninja from Hidden Sand Village. The information in her head is the most valuable thing. My root division can extract it and ensure it benefits Hidden Leaf Village. Danzō wasn't ready to give up, but Hiruzen wasn't about to let him succeed. In his view, Bakura was already as good as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. It was only a matter of time. After all, with Kazuyama assigned to her, Hiruzen was confident he would handle the situation, bringing this strong ninja with a KK Genkai into Hidden Leaf Village's fold. More importantly, if Kazuyama managed to gain Bakura's loyalty, she would stand firmly with him, leaving Danzō no room to interfere. There's no need, Hiruzen said calmly. We already obtained all the necessary intelligence on Hidden Sand Village the day Bakura was captured. Here it is. He pulled out a report, holding it up casually. This was another victory for Hiruzen, while Danzō was left fuming. With a cold snort that reverberated through the room, Danzō turned and stormed out. As Hiruzen watched him leave, he laughed heartily. Danzō, I won this time. Ha ha ha. Once his laughter subsided, Hiruzen's expression turned serious. War is coming. The movements of Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village have been confirmed. Now, it's time to prepare. As for Hidden Stones Village, Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Anoki. Shall we play again? Chapter 52, The Imminent Change of the Nine Tails. These days, Kazuyama has been enjoying himself immensely. Spending hours in the laboratory, he can't help but marvel at Orochimaru's genius, whether in the development of jutsu or groundbreaking research. Sensei, I don't quite understand. Can one create a KK Genkai? Kazuyama asks, though his thoughts drift elsewhere. Of course one can create a KK Genkai. Yamato's existence alone proves that. Orochimaru lets out a quiet chuckle. Haha, that's precisely what I'm researching now, whether KK Genkai can be artificially created. If it can, then wouldn't it be possible to replicate an even more powerful KK Genkai? Even advancements in life sciences. Immortality sciences. Over the past few days, Orochimaru has fully welcomed Kazuyama's participation in his experiments. Though still a novice, Kazuyama's relentless dedication has earned Orochimaru's approval. This time, he's much more composed compared to his earlier recklessness. While his progress is still slow, he's starting to prove himself useful. The once lonely, somber days of research feel a little less burdensome with a disciple by his side. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Hokage requests your and Kazuyama's presence, a voice suddenly called from outside the lab door. Orochimaru, deeply absorbed in his work, frowned slightly, while Kazuyama stepped toward the door without hesitation. Spotting the masked Danzō operative waiting outside, Kazuyama immediately understood the situation. If Orochimaru was being summoned, it could only mean something urgent. We'll go now, Kazuyama responds. Did the Hokage mention what this is about? The Anbu paused briefly before replying. It concerns Hidden Stones Village. Kazuyama nodded, his thoughts drifting. This autumn had been nothing but chaos. First Hidden Clouds Village, then Hidden Sand Village, and now Hidden Stones Village. Being surrounded on three sides. It was far from ideal. Let's go, Kazuyama, Orochimaru called from inside, having overheard. He set his work aside and stepped out of the lab, his movements measured and deliberate. The pair followed the Anbu to the Hokage's office, where the atmosphere felt heavy and oppressive. Orochimaru, you're here, Hiruzen greeted, skipping formalities. Orochimaru replied tersely. His silence, however, didn't faze Hiruzen, who knew his disciple's reserved nature well. The Hokage got straight to the point. According to frontline intelligence, Hidden Stones Village has deployed a large force of shinobi into the Land of Grass, led by Han, their five-tails Jinchūriki. He placed a blood-stained scroll on the desk, a grim reminder of the spies who had risked everything to deliver this crucial information. Jinchūriki? If I remember correctly, there was no Jinchūriki for the Five Tails before. Orochimaru reflected on the events of the Second Shinobi World War. At that time, Hidden Stones Village had only deployed the Four Tails Jinchūriki, not the Five Tails. Well, that's why I asked you to come here. The current situation is that Hidden Stones Village now has a new Jinchūriki for the Five Tails, and he can already wield the Tail Beast's power to a preliminary extent. As for their motive for entering the Land of Grass, I don't need to explain further. Hiruzen's face grew stern. The Jinchūriki were critical in determining the outcomes of wars. Standing nearby, Kazuyama thought to himself, if my calculations are correct, there's more to this meeting. And if my guess is right, it should involve the Nine Tails. Orochimaru, I need your help. Lady Mido's health is failing, and we must ensure the Nine Tails' continued existence as a deterrent to other nations. Just as Kazuyama had suspected, the succession of the Nine Tails Jinchūriki was imminent. Regarding the candidate, wasn't it decided a long time ago? Also from the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. Orochimaru wasn't surprised. If Kazuyama could deduce this, it was obvious to him as well. That's true, but you must understand how important this matter is. In the village, aside from Lady Mido, only you, Jiraiya, and I have a deep understanding of Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya isn't in the village right now, so ensuring the safety of this operation falls to us. As he spoke, Hiruzen turned to Kazuyama. Kazuyama, I called you here for this reason. As Orochimaru's disciple, I've seen the 5 elements seal you used on Kakura. You've established a solid foundation in Fuinjutsu. You will participate in this mission to relocate the tailed beast. Minato no Mikaze, who has studied Fuinjutsu under Jiraiya, will also assist. So, Minato's involved? Of course he is. After all, the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails is his lover. As long as it's arranged by Lord Hokage, I'm just worried that I won't be of much help. With Hiruzen and Orochimaru involved, Kazuyama didn't believe anything could go wrong. Don't forget, the Uzumaki clan possesses the adamantine sealing chains, a Fuinjutsu technique that even the Nine Tails cannot resist. Still, one thing left Kazuyama puzzled. Logically, this matter was carried out in secret in the original story. So how did we get involved? Don't be so modest. You've grown quickly, and I estimate it won't be long before you become an elite jonin of the village, Hiruzen said. Tsukumo has high hopes for you. Alright, I'll have the Anbu notify you when it's time to proceed. In the meantime, prepare yourself. This is a matter of great importance, and there can be no mistakes. Orochimaru and Kazuyama nodded before leaving the Hokage's office. After they had gone, Hiruzen went alone to the residence of Lady Mido. Lady Mido, as you requested, they've been notified. Haha, thank you, Saru. But, Lady Mido, I don't quite understand. The Nine Tails transfer can clearly be done in private. Why involve them? This was a decision I made after discussing it with Kushina. That child chose Minato no Mikaze to protect her. At the mention of Kushina, Mido smiled warmly. And I chose Kazuyama to confirm something. As for Orochimaru, since Kazuyama is now his disciple, bringing him along is a form of insurance. Saru, I've heard the surrounding villages have been restless lately. Hiruzen nodded, his face serious. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to Hidden Leaf Village. That's good, Saru. I'll leave the future in your hands. I'm tired, leave me alone for a while. Hiruzen looked at Mido, the first Hokage's wife, who had dedicated her life to Hidden Leaf Village and endured the burden of being a Jinchūriki. He couldn't help but feel a deep respect for her. Chapter 53, A Family of Natural-Born Cheats, Unmatched. Back in the laboratory, Kazuyama had a million thoughts racing through his mind. The Nine Tails, with its 9 tails and overwhelming power, was undeniably a formidable being, but it had been repeatedly manipulated by the Uchiha. How pathetic. Humphrey, what's so great about that dead fox? Can he fly? Can he spit scale powder? Listen, kid, even if Kurama showed up, I wouldn't even give him a glance. Kurama's got nothing on me. I can fly forever, and there's nothing he could do about it. Chomai's sharp voice rang in his mind, dripping with disdain for the Nine Tails. Ha ha ha, calm down, Chomai. Let him be strong if he's strong. As long as we're happy, that's what matters. So, how are the insects treating you lately? Kazuyama wasn't jealous of the Nine Tails. What's so great about it anyway? Just a stinky fox with a terrible temper. Honestly, no one but Naruto would even get along with it. It's better to have his own Chomai. Hey, I'm just complaining. Recently, all the insects have been big and fat, which is very good. I have to say, Kazuyama, you're a real all-rounder. You're even good at raising insects. Raising insects was nothing to Kazuyama. Apart from fighting, he excelled at nearly everything. Just as he and Chomai were chatting, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Kazuyama, what do you think of tailed beasts? For a moment, both Kazuyama and Chomai turned their attention to him. Tailed beasts? What's there to think? Look at them standing. Sitting? I don't really have an opinion, Kazuyama said. Although tailed beasts are very powerful, they're difficult to control. People who can't master their power as Jinchūriki don't last long, let alone remain effective in combat. Orochimaru nodded at the thoughtful response. In my opinion, tailed beasts are ultimately external forces and therefore unreliable, he said. The only power that is absolute is the power truly in one's own hands. Like your Kekkei Genkai, or the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It may not seem as impressive as a tailed beast at first, but its potential is limitless. That much was true. Look at Minato no Mikaze, who relied on his Flying Thunder God Jutsu to surpass Orochimaru and become Hokage. Minato could even teleport a tailed beast ball and the tailed beast itself, an ability so exaggerated it was almost unimaginable. Even now, Kazuyama couldn't fully comprehend how Minato managed to transfer something as massive as the tailed beast ball. The sheer chakra it must have required was beyond his imagination. And Minato wasn't even a Jinchūriki. How terrifying was his chakra capacity? No comparison. His strength was pure natural talent and mastery. Then there was Naruto. The Uzumaki clan's special constitution gave him a chakra pool so vast it was absurd. After all, who else could start a fight with 1,000 clones? Even Obirama Senju wouldn't have understood how a kid could manage such a feat. Okay, Kazuyama said, brushing the thoughts aside. I guess we're just going through the motions with the Nine Tails. After all, the Uzumaki clan's Fuin Jutsu is unrivaled in the ninja world. No one comes close when it comes to sealing techniques. Orochimaru smirked. Let's continue with the experiment, Kazuyama. He nodded in agreement. To him, the Nine Tails' presence was irrelevant. With 2 Uzumaki present, they already had everything they needed. Still, it was strange, why were they all traveling together? Land of Grass, Hidden Stones Village Garrison Han, are you okay? On Hidden Stones Village Jonin addressed the burly man in front of him, who was clad in intricate armor and a yui. I'm fine. The Five Tails is still relatively calm. Han's deep voice carried reassurance. This armor was personally crafted by Lord Tsuchikage and can effectively suppress the power of the tailed beast. Slowly, Han stood, his imposing 2-meter frame exuding an overwhelming presence. The crimson armor adorning his body was a masterpiece, both elegant and functional. As the Jinchūriki of the Five Tails, Han's immense willpower, combined with his specialized armor, allowed him to perfectly suppress the beast within. This remarkable control was the reason Tsuchikage Onoki trusted him to leave the village and take on critical missions. That's good. Han's strength is as reliable as always. The Jonin regarded him with admiration. Han had always been a formidable ninja, known for his incredible strength and unshakable determination. Becoming a Jinchūriki only amplified his prowess. By sheer force of will, Han subdued the Five Tails' influence, earning him recognition as the second strongest Jinchūriki in Hidden Stones Village. The goal of this mission is to establish our own defensive line in the Land of Grass, in preparation for the attack on Hidden Leaf Village. Once the logistical supplies are in place, we'll begin the operation. Hidden Stones Village's intentions were clear. Their ambitions stretched beyond the Land of Grass, as they prepared to wage war against Hidden Leaf Village. Regarding the Nine Tails incident, 7 days passed before the Anbu knocked on Orochimaru's door again. Finally, on the 8th day, the Anbu returned. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Hokage requests your presence, along with Kazuyama. Orochimaru and Kazuyama exchanged glances, thinking the same thing. Here it comes, the Nine Tails transfer. A house outside Hidden Leaf Village. This was the room Hiruzen had prepared specifically for the Nine Tails transfer. Inside, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hueco Sarutobi, Mito Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze stood ready. Grandma Mito. Kushina, it's alright, be strong, Mito said softly. Remember what I told you, find love to fill your heart. That way, even as the Nine Tails Jinchūriki, you can still find happiness. As Mito spoke, her gaze drifted to the blonde teenager beside Kushina. Minato Namikaze flushed under her knowing look. Hiruzen, standing nearby, smiled at Minato and gave his shoulder an encouraging pat. Lady Mito, I'll take good care of Kushina. Please don't worry. Minato promised earnestly. Kushina's eyes, already red, brimmed with tears at Minato's words. Overcome with emotion, she began to cry. Before she could respond, 2 figures landed outside the house. Orochimaru and Kazuyama have arrived, an Anbu announced. Everything is prepared, Lady Mito. We can begin at any time, said Hiruzen, opening the door to greet them. Orochimaru and Kazuyama entered, their expressions unreadable. No rush, Saru, Mito said calmly. Take everyone outside for a moment. Then, her gaze fell on Kazuyama. Kazuyama Gecko, stay behind. I'd like to have a word with you. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Kazuyama. The pressure was overwhelming. What the hell? Kazuyama thought, panicking. Why me? I'm just a regular ninja. No, a ninja who slacks off every day. What could she want from me? Hiruzen nodded. Since Lady Mito has asked, Kazuyama, stay here. The rest of us will step out. Mito's status as the first Hokage's wife and the Nine Tails' longtime Jinchūriki was unshakable. For her final moments, Hiruzen was determined to honor her every request. Soon, everyone retreated, leaving Kazuyama alone with Mito. Hey. I thought my senses were playing tricks on me, Mito said with a soft chuckle. But to think Hidden Leaf Village still has a perfect Jinchūriki like you. Kazuyama. Chomai. Chapter 54, Mito Uzumaki, The first 9 tails Jinchūriki because of a single sentence from Mundo. Kusayama's mind was in turmoil, waves of emotion surging within him. Still, having lived 2 lives, his mentality was stable. He quickly suppressed his thoughts and responded calmly, Lady Mundo, what are you talking about? A Jinchūriki? Me? How is that possible? Mundo smiled at the young man in front of her. Though he was only in his teens, he was remarkably skilled at hiding his true emotions. A rare talent indeed. Child, I've lived a long time, and deceiving an old woman like me does you no good, she said gently. This room is under a barrier, no sound can escape, so there's no need to worry. After all, I am the first Jinchūriki of the 9 tails. Though I've never used its power, the 9 tails has always influenced me. It has given me the ability to sense malice. And the ability to sense others of the same kind. Her gaze sharpened. The chakra of a tailed beast is vast and distinct. There's no mistaking it, you have a tailed beast inside you. Kusayama's heart sank. Damn it. So this is why I was called here. She's known all along. His thoughts raced. What should I do? If she tells everyone I'm a Jinchūriki, I'm done for. No. Not entirely. At worst, they'll imprison me. But imprison me? With the flying thunder god jutsu? Like how that'll happen? As he spiraled into a storm of possibilities, Mundo let out a soft laugh, interrupting his thoughts. It's okay, child. Don't worry. I have no intention of revealing your secret, she said kindly. I don't believe someone with no malice in their heart would harm the village that raised them. As for how you became a Jinchūriki and which tailed beast you carry, that doesn't interest me. She paused, her expression softening. What interests me is you, Kusayama. Her voice grew wistful as she sighed. Her next words made Kusayama's heart tremble, and even Chomai within him seemed to shudder. All my life, I have believed that tailed beasts are not inherently evil. Even though the 9 tails is filled with malice, I've always wanted to use love to reach it. For half my life, I've fought against the 9 tails' hatred. At times, I thought I had chosen the wrong path. But now, I see I wasn't wrong. You've shown me something extraordinary. Not everyone passively endures their bond with a tailed beast. There are people who embrace them, who open their hearts and accept them. Kusayama, thank you for showing me the possibility of true harmony between humans and tailed beasts. With those words, Mundo, who was leaning against the bed, bowed her head slightly toward him. Kusayama was taken aback. Lady Mundo, what are you doing? He hurriedly stepped aside, panicked. Despite his carefree nature, he understood the weight of the moment. The elderly woman before him had devoted her life to Hidden Lee Village and its peace, despite all the hardships she had endured. He couldn't bring himself to accept such a gesture from someone like her. If you don't mind, could you tell me which tailed beast resides within you? Of course, you're under no obligation to answer. It's your secret, after all. But regardless, I ask you, please look after Kushina in the future. She may seem strong, but at the end of the day, she's still just a young woman. Minato may be exceptionally talented and deeply cares for Kushina, but he's not a Jinchūriki. He can't truly understand the struggles that come with it. Your presence is very important to her. Kusayama listened to the old woman's request, a mixture of emotions stirring within him. She was about to die but still worried about the next generation. How could he refuse? With no choice, he nodded. Mundo smiled in relief at his agreement. Don't worry, once the 9 tails changes hosts, I'll leave this world, and your secret will go with me. That's enough. You can go now. Thank you, my boy. After saying this, Mundo withdrew her gaze and quietly waited for the final moment to arrive. Kusayama turned toward the door and reached for the handle, but just as he was about to open it, his hand paused. The partner inside me. The 7 tails. His name is Chomai. With those words, Kusayama pushed the door open and stepped out. Mundo trembled slightly, a faint smile forming on her lips as she murmured softly, so, the tailed beasts have names. Unfortunately. Kusayama, you're out. Did Lady Mundo say anything to you? Kushina was the first to run up, her concern evident as she looked at him. Kusayama smiled slightly at the girl in front of him. Lady Mundo told me to keep you company. She said she knew how difficult the road would be for a Jinchūriki. I'm friends with Minato, and she asked me to look out for you, to make sure the 9 tails doesn't influence your love. Minato, standing nearby, chuckled softly. Lady Mundo told me the same thing. Kushina, I told you so. Lady Mundo definitely told Kusayama to keep an eye on you. Kusayama was taken aback, then turned to look at the wooden hut behind them. Lady Mundo, you even thought of that? Did she call Minato over to cover for me, just in case they got suspicious? Huh. It's true that people who survived the Warring States period are all very clever. Minato, you too? Yes. He played along with the act. Since Mundo had already covered for him, there was no reason not to go along with the flow. Kushina, don't worry, we will always be friends. Kushina's eyes reddened again at this. Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a sigh, but for the sake of the greater good, he stepped forward. Kushina, let's begin. Remember what Lady Mundo expects of you. Kushina wiped away the tears brimming in her eyes and nodded firmly. Then, with a determined look on her face, she walked towards the hut. The Night-Tales succession ceremony officially began. The ceremony went very smoothly, with few twists and turns. With the death of Lady Mundo, Kushina successfully became the Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. The sealing technique used was the four-symbol seal. Thus, Kushina became the second Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. In the evening, when she returned home, Kazuyama sat on the roof and looked at the night sky. Suddenly, Chomai's voice rang out, "Kazuyama boy, thank you." "Chomai, are you scared of the Nine-Tails? Why are you talking nonsense?" "Damn you, Kazuyama. I was just moved by what a human woman said, about love. I don't know if that Kurama bastard will ever get the so-called love. Although the tailed beasts are always fighting, they all share the same origin and still hold feelings for one another deep down. Ha ha ha. That fox will definitely find love," Kazuyama said with a grin. "Just like I have you, Chomai. I love you too. Chomai. Forget it. I don't need your love. I'm not into you. You're so ugly." Kazuyama, Chapter 55, A Living, Breathing Blood Bank. 2 months had passed since Kushina became a Jinchūriki. Her missions had been completely cancelled, leaving her without the need to participate in any assignments. In their place, she received a fixed allowance every month. She understood the reason behind this arrangement but had no choice in the matter. After all, her status had changed, and this was one of the burdens she had to bear as a Jinchūriki. Fortunately, she had Minato and Kazuyama to rely on, otherwise, she might have felt even more isolated. At Kazuyama's residence. "Pakura, is Hidden Sand Village fun? I haven't seen any yellow sand yet. What kind of experience is that? If it's all sand, how do you people in Hidden Sand Village survive? Don't you lack water?" Kushina and Pakura were seated together, sipping tea and enjoying some dessert. "What's so interesting about sand? Compared to Hidden Leaf Village, it's not even close. But there is an underground river beneath Hidden Sand Village," Pakura explained. "So there's no shortage of water." It took just one day for Kushina and Pakura to go from strangers to being on familiar terms. After all, their situations had some similarities. One couldn't leave her village, and the other couldn't return to hers. While their circumstances weren't exactly the same, they were close enough. Pakura had been deeply surprised to learn that the young girl before her was a Jinchūriki. Similarly, Kushina had been equally shocked to discover that Pakura was a ninja from Hidden Sand Village, captured by Kazuyama. Through a day of mutual exploration, the two had grown close and formed a bond. "So, that bastard Kazuyama went to his sensei's place again? He said he was conducting some research, acting all mysterious," Pakura said, irritation evident in her tone. She muttered to herself, annoyed. "He promised to show me around Hidden Leaf Village, but it only turned out to be a 3-day fling. And then he vanished. Humphrey, you really can't trust a man's word." "Minato also said he'd keep me company, but then he went off on a mission," Kushina chimed in. "Humphrey. Pakura, why don't we go shopping?" Kushina was restless by nature. Staying idle for long periods was unbearable for her. "Huh? Just the two of us? Wouldn't that be bad?" Pakura hesitated. "After all, my status." Pakura genuinely wanted to go out and explore, but her special status made her wary. She didn't want to cause trouble for Kazuyama either. After all, she was only safe here because of Kazuyama's role within Buu. "Oh, it's fine. Although we can't leave, there's no harm in just wandering around the village." After Kushina's persistent pestering, Pakura finally relented and agreed. The two strolled into the village, beginning to explore its streets and alleys. "Wonderful, Kazuyama, you are absolutely correct. Ninjas with multiple nature affinities are fairly common, so why don't they possess KK Genkai? That's because their bloodline lacks guidance. If you could guide it, force the elements to mix, you could generate new attributes. Unfortunately, while your KK Genkai and Pakura's KK Genkai are both remarkable, they aren't enough to sustain this research. Though there is power in the blood, it's far too limited, and its activity has greatly diminished. What a pity." For the past 2 months, Orochimaru had been working alongside Kazuyama to analyze KK Genkai, aiming to artificially create it. Despite some progress, the experiments faced limitations due to a lack of sufficient materials, halting further advancements. At that moment, Kazuyama's face appeared pale. Over the last 2 months, Orochimaru had been drawing his blood almost every other day. He had essentially become a walking blood bank, But even with his contributions, his blood alone wasn't enough to advance Orochimaru's research further. This prompted Orochimaru's dissatisfied sigh. Sensei. You've already achieved so much. I don't think there's anyone else in the entire ninja world who could have come this far. But, Sensei. Could we stop drawing blood for a while? I think I'm becoming anemic. Orochimaru glanced at his pale-faced disciple and gave a slight smile. Kusayama, don't exaggerate. Although I take a few tubes of your blood every so often, I've ensured you're supplied with blood-replenishing potions. With your constitution, you couldn't possibly become anemic. If it's a reward you're after, just say so. Given your cooperation over the past months, I might consider it. Orochimaru was in an excellent mood as the experiments were yielding results. At the mention of a reward, Kusayama's face instantly turned red, an application of chakra control through the 8 inner gates. By opening the first gate, he forcibly restricted the blood circulation on his face using chakra. It had to be said, Kusayama was highly skilled at developing ninjutsu, though his direction was often unconventional. Sensei, I noticed you're quite talented in researching machinery. Could you make me a suit of armor? Nothing too fancy, just something that can spit fire and discharge electricity. Orochimaru. What nonsense is this? Armor? That spits fire? And discharges electricity? Why not ask for it to fly, too? If Kusayama heard that, he'd probably say, I can already fly on my own. Hehe, Kusayama, you're making things unnecessarily difficult. Why don't we focus on your training instead? 2 months have passed. I'm afraid you've become rusty. Seeing the increasingly dangerous glint in Orochimaru's eyes, Kusayama shuddered. Damn it, Sensei. Why does everything end in violence? Well, Sensei, I just remembered, I need to take a bath. Wouldn't want to keep you from your research. Goodbye. With that, Kusayama activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, vanishing from Orochimaru's sight. As he disappeared, Orochimaru let out a sinister smile. Next time, I'll have to prepare a spatial isolation seal. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Escaping from the laboratory, Kusayama sat on the Hokage rock, gazing down at the village below. A sigh escaped his lips. Humphrey. What a cheapskate. It's not that difficult to make a battle armor. Forget it. I guess he hasn't yet come into contact with high-level mechanical research. Hey, these past 2 months, my attributes haven't improved at all. It's so annoying. It's time to get back to some of my old work. Suddenly, Kusayama activated his hive mind technique and focused on the shopping street below. When he caught sight of something unusual, he exclaimed, why did they run out here? This Kushina. It's one thing for her to sneak out, but why did she drag Pakura along too? But in the next moment, a smile crept across his face. Hey. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Let me think. How can I pull this off without anyone noticing? Chapter 56, Buying Medicine. Feed it all to Minato. It didn't take Kusayama long to come up with a mischievous idea. Moments later, he vanished from above Hokage Rock. After roughly gauging the pace of the 2 women's walk, Kusayama used his transparent escape jutsu to dart into a nearby shop. Chomai, lend me some scale powder. Huh? What do you need it for? Don't ask, just tell me if you want to see something entertaining. Then yes, take it. Chomai, now thoroughly influenced by Kusayama, was more eager than anyone else at the thought of a show. Feeling Chomai's chakra surge into his body, a sly grin spread across Kusayama's face. The shop was a herbal medicine store, stocked with various medicinal herbs. The owner, busy at the counter, suddenly found himself hit with a puff of scale powder. The next second, he collapsed into a deep sleep. Chomai, how long will this last? Well, probably a day or so. That works. As the owner slept, Kusayama used his transparent escape jutsu to skillfully drag him into the back room. He then performed the transformation jutsu, assuming the man's appearance. However, his version of the shopkeeper looked slightly sinister. With everything ready, Kusayama prepared to greet the approaching Kushina and Pakura. Kusayama, how can you be so sure they'll come to this shop? Chomai asked skeptically. Intuition. My intuition says they won't. That's because you don't have intuition. Chomai fell silent, deciding to wait and see how Kusayama's plan would unfold. Still, he muttered internally, if they don't show up, I'm going to nag you to death. Meanwhile, the 2 women shopping had already noticed the herbal medicine store further down the street. Pakura, do you know how to make military ration pills? Kushina asked. Huh? Why would I want to make something like that? To eat. Even if we can't leave the village, we can still try making things. I'll make some for Minato, and you can make some for Kusayama. Hehe, what do you think? Pakura sighed and poked Kushina's forehead with her finger. You really can't sit still, can you? And why would I make something for Kazuyama? Don't forget, I was abducted by him. If not for him, I'd still be an elite jonin of Hidden Sand Village. Kushina snickered. Bakura, just admit it already. If you really wanted to return to Hidden Sand Village, you would have found a way to escape by now. But you haven't even tried. Clearly, there's nothing in Hidden Sand Village that makes you want to stay. In that case, you might as well stay in Hidden Leaf Village. Bakura's expression faltered as Kushina's words hit a nerve. It was true, at first, she had wanted to escape. But over the past few months, life in Hidden Leaf Village had been vastly different from her days in Hidden Sand Village. Ebiasami, Kushina, and even Kazuyama had gradually chipped away at the loneliness in her heart. Somewhere along the way, Bakura had stopped clinging to her old identity. Instead, she found herself drawn to the quieter, simpler life she was building here. Come on, Bakura, let's go. The pharmacy is just ahead. Let's buy some herbs to make military rations pills. Kushina said enthusiastically, dragging Bakura toward the shop. Bakura sighed and stopped in her tracks. Even if we're making military rations pills, we don't need to go to a pharmacy. Kushina, I already know the recipe. Military rations pills were well known as an essential supply for ninja missions. They efficiently restored chakra and provided a sense of fullness, much like compressed crackers. The recipe included 1 tablespoon of cocoa powder, 1 tablespoon of vegetable juice, preferably green, 6 small snacks of broad beans, about 10 grams, 8 small biscuits, about 20 grams, 10 mixed nuts, about 15 grams, 2 teaspoons of sesame seeds, a pinch of shichimi chili powder, and 25 raisins. This recipe, often referenced in the Book of War, was tried and tested. Oh, Sister Bakura, I know how to make military rations pills too, Kushina replied with a grin. But think about it, if we're making them ourselves, why settle for something so ordinary? To boost their nutritional value, we have to add some medicinal herbs. Without waiting for a reply, Kushina grabbed Bakura's arm and dragged her into the pharmacy. The moment the two women walked through the door, Chomai froze in shock. Damn it, Kazuyama, you're unbelievable! He exclaimed. Kazuyama chuckled smugly to himself, his confidence skyrocketing. Just a standard move, nothing special. Ha ha ha. Oh, 2 customers, what can I help you with today? Kazuyama asked, perfectly mimicking the tone of the shopkeeper. Our shop has a wide range of medicinal herbs, whatever you need, we've got it. Kazuyama's performance as the shop owner, down to the smallest gestures, was convincing enough to pass at a glance. But something about him made Bakura uneasy. She couldn't quite put her finger on what felt off. Kushina, however, was too focused to notice anything amiss. She eagerly started consulting about the best herbs for military rations pills. Boss, I want to make some military rations pills. Are there any medicinal herbs that can enhance the efficacy of the pills without causing any harm? Kushina asked with enthusiasm. Oh? Military rations pills, huh? Ha ha ha, Minato, you've fallen into my trap again. Kazuyama couldn't hold back his grin. It was obvious Kushina planned to make the pills for Minato. What a fantastic opportunity, teaming up with Kushina to enhance Minato's pills was proving to be worth every bit of effort. Oh, military rations pills, yes, let me think. Kazuyama said in the perfect tone of a helpful shopkeeper. When adding medicinal herbs to food, especially military rations pills, you have to be cautious. Never use more than 3 herbs. If you want to improve the effectiveness, I recommend hemp seed, apricot kernel, and arborvitae seed. These herbs are relatively mild and ideal for this purpose. Kazuyama's delivery was flawless. His confidence was so convincing that not even Kushina, Bakura, or even someone as sharp as Sakamo would question him. After listening, Kushina immediately decided. I'll take 5 pounds of each. Kazuyama had to stop himself from bursting out laughing. 5 pounds? Oh, Minato, you're about to experience something truly unforgettable. Buying that much? Will you even use it all? Bakura asked, skeptical. It seemed excessive, and she couldn't help but urge restraint. But Kazuyama was too close to his goal to let her derail it. Don't worry, he said, quickly reassuring her. These herbs are very mild, so even if you add a bit more, they won't cause harm. But be careful, don't use 5 pounds at once. Even Lord Hokage himself couldn't handle that. He leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. For one batch, 1 pound is more than enough. 5 pounds will last you a long time. Kushina beamed. You're such a good person, boss. Thanks for the advice. Hearing those words, Kazuyama almost lost his composure. He barely managed to keep a straight face, while the choma inside him was laughing so hard he could barely contain himself. The thought of Minato consuming military rations pills laced with 3 potent laxatives, and in large quantities, was too much. Kazuyama couldn't help but burst out laughing internally. Minato, you don't need to thank me. It's all for your own good. Chapter 57, Fugaku needs medicine too? Give him plenty. Just as Kazuyama was holding back a smile while handing Kushina the bag of medicinal herbs, someone suddenly walked into the shop. Kushina, you're here too. Long time no see. Mikoto. You haven't come to see me for such a long time. The lively exchange made Kazuyama pause, but when he caught the name Mikoto, a spark of recognition flickered in his eyes. Mikoto? Mikoto Uchiha. Isn't his Fugaku's future wife? Judging by the timeline, these two should be getting close. However, he couldn't help but wonder, did the incident with Minato and Fugaku affect things? Or was it all just coincidence? Oh, it's all of that guy Kazuyama's fault, and Minato's too. Kazuyama blinked, startled. Huh? Kushina huffed, folding her arms. Humphrey. It's all Kazuyama's fault. Because of those two, Fugaku ended up completely possessed the other day, sharpening his sword non-stop and muttering about how he was going to cut up Minato and Kazuyama to prove his innocence. Hearing this, Bakura's curiosity was piqued. She stepped forward with an eager look on her face. Who is this? Oh, Mikoto, let me introduce you. This is Bakura, my friend, Kushina said warmly. Mikoto quickly bowed to Bakura, who reached out to help her up. Please, continue. What's the story about Fugaku, Kazuyama, and Minato? Mikoto hesitated for a moment. Logically, the incident had caused quite a stir. How could she not have heard about it? Kushina smoothly intervened. Bakura has been on missions outside the village and only just returned. She wouldn't have heard about this. Mikoto nodded in understanding. Humphrey. It's all because Kazuyama made Minato confess his feelings to Fugaku. Confess? His feelings? Bakura asked, raising a brow. Yes. Apparently, Minato lost a bet with Kazuyama, and Kazuyama dared him to confess his love to Fugaku. That's outrageous. Who would even think to use something like that for a bet? Mikoto's frustration grew as she spoke, leaning closer to Bakura in exasperation. Meanwhile, Kazuyama, who was standing quietly behind them, suddenly shivered. It's getting colder. Winter must be coming, I should grab an extra layer. Bakura barely stifled a laugh as she processed the story. She had always found Kazuyama eccentric, but this was next-level mischief. Truly, he was as unpredictable as ever. Bakura, don't laugh. At that time, Minato and Fugaku were practically cuddling together. As a result, Fugaku went completely crazy, sharpening his sword every day and talking about beheading the two of them. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it, so I'm going to make him some military ration pills. I came here to buy medicinal herbs. Oh? Someone else making military ration pills, for Fugaku? Kazuyama Gekko's interest was piqued again. It didn't matter if she was making pills for one person or two, it was all a waste of effort in his eyes. Minato was taking them, Fugaku was taking them, no harm in that. After all, these two families shared such a deep bond. They'd suffered and eaten together, it was perfect. Hey, Mikoto, I'm here to buy medicinal herbs for military ration pills too. But I'm making them for Minato. And for what happened back then, the main responsibility lies with Kazuyama, not Minato. Kazuyama heard this clearly, his indignation surging. Damn it. It was obviously Minato who started the whole thing. He mocked me, saying I'd never have a sensei. When he lost, I couldn't even afford to play anymore. Sure, I set him up, but tell me, Kushina, does Minato bear no responsibility in your eyes at all? Huh? Really? So what herbs did you buy? Are they any good? This is my first time making military ration pills with herbs, so I have no experience. Kushina smiled brightly and, turning to Kazuyama, said confidently, I bought hemp seed, apricot kernel, and arborvitae seed. The owner said these 3 herbs are mild and perfect for making military ration pills. Right, boss? Kazuyama kept nodding, his mind already calculating. Looking at Mikoto's sparkling eyes, he imagined himself earning dozens of attributes. After all, in his experience, the more important the role, the better the rewards. Yes, don't worry. Take them back and try them. The effect will definitely exceed your expectations. Hearing this, Mikoto hurriedly paid for the herbs. Under Kushina's guidance, she bought 5 pounds in one go. Watching Mikoto carry the massive bundle of herbs, Kazuyama felt his facial muscles twitching. Hold on, Kazuyama. You must hold on. Ha 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 ha. Bakura noticed the boss's face twitching and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Thinking back to the odd atmosphere when she first arrived, she finally asked aloud, Boss, what's wrong? Why is your face twitching? Kazuyama was secretly startled, thinking to himself, how is this woman so sharp? Suppressing the laughter bubbling inside, he spoke sorrowfully, It's an old problem. When I talk too much, my face twitches. It's an incurable condition. I've been relying on medicinal herbs to manage it, that's why I became a pharmacy owner. I wanted to use the knowledge I've gained to help free more people from their suffering. Kusayama's ability to adapt was truly remarkable. The slight twitch in his expression made him look like he was teetering on the edge of despair. Combined with his downcast, jittery demeanor, the performance was flawless. Bakura immediately dismissed her earlier suspicions and even felt a pang of guilt. This boss is so selfless, and I actually doubted him. How could I think such a thing? It's all that bastard Kusayama's fault. If Kusayama had heard that, he would have thought indignantly, what the hell, how is this my fault? In the end, the three of them left the shop, chatting and laughing. Using the hive mind to observe as the women walked away, Kusayama finally cracked. With a flying thunder god jutsu, he teleported to the surface of Hokage Rock and let out a booming laugh. Meanwhile, Kushina and Bakura returned home without delay and immediately began making the military ration pills. Bakura, how much of the medicinal ingredients should we use? Well, according to the boss, let's use 1 pound at a time. If it's not enough, we can always buy more later. Great. Let's get started. Minato should be back in a few days, and I'm determined to make him eat some freshly made military ration pills. Alright, let's get to it. Hey, if that bastard Kusayama found out that Bakura made his military ration pills by hand, he'd probably cry his eyes out. Oh, he absolutely would cry his eyes out. Chapter 58, Principal Tsukumo Hatake breaks tradition. These past few days, Kusayama had noticed a peculiar routine. Kushina would rush home, grab Bakura, and vanish into her room for the rest of the day. He knew exactly what they were up to, not just the two of them, but also Mikoto Uchiha. Weren't they just making those special military ration pills for Minato and Fugaku? In theory, Minato should not have returned by now. When he did, there was bound to be some excitement. With a cheerful heart, Kusayama headed straight to the Ninja Academy. The graduation exams were approaching, and the Chunin exams seemed set to coincide with them. He was listed as an assistant proctor for the exams. When he arrived, he noticed all the students and teachers gathered on the playground, split into 2 groups, one large and one small. Curious, Kusayama walked over to join the teachers' group. Huh? Sensei's back at the academy after being away for a while. Wait, isn't that Naruto-sensei? But, what's going on with him? Kusayama approached a familiar teacher, a kind, middle-aged man respected for his wealth of knowledge despite being a chunin of modest strength. I heard the principal is being replaced. The new one is supposed to be really strong, and this ceremony is to welcome him. A new principal? Kusayama hadn't heard about this. His curiosity grew. Judging by the anticipation in the air, the incoming principal was likely a formidable figure. Admiration for strength was a given at the Ninja Academy, even in a relatively peaceful Hidden Leaf village. As he pondered the situation, the sound of enthusiastic cheers pulled him back to reality. Welcome, new principal. The loud applause from both students and teachers echoed across the playground. On a makeshift stage, where only the old principal had stood, another figure now appeared. The sight left everyone stunned, their disbelief written all over their faces. The new principal had a refined presence, even with the signs of age. His short silver hair stood out, and a calm smile rested on his lips, a sharp contrast to the sternness one might typically expect. The traditional half-sleeve was gone, replaced by an air of composure and approachability. Tsukumo? Kusayama blurted out. The next second, everyone glared at him angrily. Kusayama-sensei, this is Lord Tsukumo. How can you call him by his first name? Lord Tsukumo is the new principal of our school and your superior. Treat him with the respect he deserves. The old principal turned red with anger, but Tsukumo laughed heartily and raised a hand, stopping the headmaster from speaking. Kusayama, are you surprised? I did mention I'd come teach at the Ninja Academy. Kusayama felt his heart flutter the moment he saw Tsukumo. At last, he understood why the people of Hidden Hot Water Village had called him the White Fang. This man's 1,000 years of death technique wasn't just a physical blow, it struck the heart, leaving an impact that could never fade. Seeing Kusayama's dazed expression, Tsukumo chuckled lightly. Turning his gaze to the gathered students and teachers, he addressed them again. I'm sure most of you know who I am, so I'll keep this short. I'm Tsukumo Hatake, your new principal. I look forward to working with all of you. Just 3 simple sentences sent the stands into an uproar. Oh my god. I can't believe it, Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang is our new principal. This is incredible. Haha. With Principal Tsukumo leading us, we'll definitely become the best ninjas. Too bad for those who already graduated, what terrible luck. As the students cheered, Kusayama's face twisted into a strange expression, and he sighed inwardly. You're all so young. You have no idea that this man is a wolf who can be ruthless even to his own son. Back then, one of you graduated early because he arranged for a Jonin to personally test his own child. And you think you're lucky? Poor kids, your hard times are just beginning. Everyone, calm down. Principal Hatake still has something to say. The old principal stepped in to restore order as the crowd below grew restless. When the noise settled, Sakamo gave a small smile and spoke again. The graduation exam is approaching, he began. I have some thoughts on this. For a long time, the content of the graduation exam has been focused solely on ninjutsu assessments, which I believe is unfair. Ninjas shouldn't be judged on ninjutsu alone. Ganjutsu, taijutsu, and even stealth jutsus are all essential skills for a ninja to master. Therefore, the graduation assessment will be reformed in the near future. I personally believe more students should have the chance to showcase their unique strengths. If someone can excel in their chosen field, then they have what it takes to become a ninja. The crowd fell silent at his words. Kazuyama widened his eyes, staring at Sakamo. He had never expected him to take such a bold step. Reforming the Ninja Academy's graduation system was a massive undertaking. To put it bluntly, this was overturning the old decree of the second Hokage. Yet, it was the right thing to do. Human potential varied across disciplines, and to generalize was to stifle talent. Who says taijutsu can't make someone a Kage-level ninja? Wait 20 years and watch guy open 7 gates and kick someone's ass. If they can't wait that long, they can test themselves against Might Dewey right now. Who says stealth techniques can't dominate the battlefield? Say that, and someone will steal everything you own and disappear without a trace. Yes. Long live Principal Hatake. The first to cheer was Might Guy, his face flushed with excitement. I think Principal Hatake is absolutely right. Guy's enthusiasm was contagious. My taijutsu has long surpassed most people's, but because the exam is always about ninjutsu, I've never been able to graduate. I support him. Obito Uchiha, Guy's friend and rival, also spoke up. Soon, someone shouted, Principal Hatake is brilliant. The teachers exchanged glances, discussing the proposal. Gradually, they agreed it was a good idea. Voices in support of Sakamo grew louder. Great, really great. Sakamo Hatake truly lives up to his reputation as the number one under the Hokage. No one else has this kind of courage. Finally. I was wondering how Guy could pass this time. What a relief. Kazuyama looked up at Sakamo on the stage, filled with admiration and genuine respect for the man's vision. But the grudge still stands, he thought bitterly. The humiliation of 1,000 years of death must be avenged. If not, I'll be scarred for life. Chapter 59, The Coffin-Bearing Trio. A failed debut. The news that Sakamo had become the principal of the Ninja Academy spread like wildfire throughout the village. Most were surprised. Just the other day, the Hidden Leaf village White Fang had been one of the village's top fighters, and now he was entrusted with teaching and nurturing the next generation. The contrast was too great. Still, the village largely embraced Sakamo's appointment. After all, having such a powerful ninja educating future shinobi was undoubtedly a huge benefit. Some children who hadn't even enrolled yet were overjoyed at the news. Of course, where there is agreement, there is also dissent. A fierce debate was raging in the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen and Sakamo found themselves at odds with Danzō Shimura, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitakato. This is nonsense. The Ninja Academy was founded by Lord Obi-Rama Senju. Danzō shouted, slamming his hand on the table. Its purpose was to train strong ninjas to protect the village. Sakamo Hatake, how dare you undermine the edict left by the second Hokage? This is a betrayal. Danzō, practically a self-appointed coffin-bearer, invoked the memory of Tobi-Rama Senju to accuse Hiruzen and Sakamo of disrespecting the former Hokage's legacy. To his surprise, Koharu and Hamura supported him. Hiruzen, Danzō is right about this, Hamura said sharply. You've gone too far. His expression was grim, reflecting his disapproval. Koharu, though silent, wore an expression that left no doubt about her agreement. Undeterred, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and met their accusations head-on. I won't deny this is a policy left behind by Sensei, he said, his voice calm but firm. But the times have changed. What worked then doesn't necessarily suit the needs of today's village. He gestured toward Sakamo, then continued. The comprehensive strength of a ninja is key. It's not just about ninjutsu. Hidden Leaf Village has many talented taijutsu specialists. Look at Chen, the founder of the Leaf Dragon God style. His strength rivals that of a Jonin. Danzō snorted, his skepticism clear, but Hiruzen pressed on. And what about Kazuyama Gecko? He may lack combat jutsu, but his mastery of concealment techniques makes him just as valuable as any elite Jonin. Kazuyama, who happened to overhear the argument, muttered under his breath, weak. Very weak. I can barely fight and am just an average chunin. Humphrey. Blindly focusing on ninjutsu while ignoring other skills is a flaw that must be addressed. I'll admit, the power of ninjutsu is undeniable. But let's face it, the three of us are getting older, and our chakra reserves aren't what they used to be. In that state, does ninjutsu hold the same value? Without a strong body and physical endurance, no matter how much ninjutsu you master, it's meaningless. Hiruzen's presence burned with such intensity that it felt like a small flash of sunlight. His commanding aura shone so brightly that the three men standing nearby instinctively had to shield themselves, as if from a metaphorical glare. That doesn't change the law. The will of the Second Lord cannot be altered, Danzō said firmly. If you want to cultivate more talent, offer corresponding courses instead of changing the final assessment content. Danzō's insistence on upholding the law and will of the second Hokage made Hiruzen grit his teeth in frustration. Everyone here knows very well how powerful the third Raikage is, Sakamo Hatake interjected, crossing his arms with a confident smile. He doesn't rely solely on lightning style but on his indestructible body. Don't you want to cultivate warriors as strong as him? That is the truth, the Raikage's strength stems from his physical prowess. Without a strong body, how could he achieve such power? There are already talents at the Ninja Academy who excel through taijutsu. I have no intention of overthrowing the will of the second Hokage. My goal is to carry out that will and refine the unique strengths of each ninja. Take Kazuyama Gecko, for instance. He may lack absolute combat power, but he's unmatched in intelligence and stealth within the village. I want to cultivate more assets like him so Hidden Leaf Village can continue thriving like a star that never dims. As one of the village's strongest veterans, Sakamo's unleashed momentum was overwhelming, leaving most unable to withstand it. Even though the three opposing him were elite shinobi who had endured countless battlefields, their resolve faltered. With the exception of Danzō, the other two had not fought in years, and their aura had weakened. They were instantly suppressed by Sakamo Hatake's presence. Feeling the sharp edge of Hidden Leaf Village's white fang, their expressions stiffened. The most pressing issue was that Sakamo was stating the cold, hard truth. The war was growing increasingly dire, and the village's combat power had stagnated. If the trend continued, it was likely that even children yet to reach adulthood would be forced onto the battlefield in the next war. Even so, you shouldn't have announced it so openly in public. You've completely disregarded the prestige of the second Hokage. Koharu held back her frustration for a long moment before finally speaking, but Sakamo remained indifferent. Does prestige even matter? The village is surrounded on three sides. Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Clouds Village are all eager to strike. If we don't act soon, the consequences will be disastrous. Surely I don't need to explain that to you. Sakamo's tone hardened with resolve. Let me make this clear. Reforming the academy is absolutely necessary. I won't stand by and let students with unique talents be overlooked. He continued, by the way, Chen has accepted my invitation and will come to the academy to teach taijutsu at an unspecified date. I believe that with him here, the students' physical fitness and taijutsu will increase significantly. Upon hearing this, the three elders were taken aback. They knew Chen's temperament. He was as immovable as a rock. Though he was undeniably strong, no one had ever been able to persuade him to do anything. The fact that Sakamo had succeeded left them stunned. It was clear Sakamo had been planning this for a long time and was determined to see it through. Danzō's face darkened. Knowing he had lost, he spat his famous words, Hiruzen. You will definitely regret this. When problems arise at the Ninja Academy, I'll see how you face your sensei. Humphrey. As they watched Danzō leave, Koharu and Hamura understood there was no room for negotiation. Sakamo's actions were undeniably for the good of the village. What reason did they have to oppose him? Thus, the three elders suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. The reform of the Ninja Academy officially began. Chapter 60, Minato's Return. The show is about to begin. Chen, I really appreciate this. Humphrey, if it weren't for our history, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Standing next to Sakamo was a short, middle-aged man with dark skin. His mere presence radiated an aura of immense strength. He was renowned as Hidden Leaf Village's strongest taijutsu master. His name was Chen, and his ultimate technique, the Leaf Dragon God, was feared by enemy ninjas across many nations. Once, Chen had a disciple who, like him, devoted himself to the art of taijutsu. Tragically, that student was killed during the Second Shinobi World War. Since then, Chen had lost his drive, retreating into retirement, disheartened and unwilling to pass on his skills. It wasn't until Sakamo approached him with a plea to help Hidden Leaf Village train the next generation of talent that he decided to step out of the shadows once again. Hey, isn't that Chen-sensei? You've really become a teacher. Might Guy, sweating and full of energy as he trained on the academy's playground, spotted Chen immediately. As someone who pursued taijutsu with unmatched determination, Guy deeply admired Chen. Chen, that's the promising student I mentioned. He is incredibly hardworking and disciplined, Sakamo said, gesturing toward Guy. His taijutsu alone is already on par with the average chunin. Chen's sharp eyes studied Might Guy's sweat-drenched form. For a moment, a flicker of brilliance lit up his gaze, but it quickly dimmed. Taijutsu and all that. Ugh. With the addition of Chen, a taijutsu master, the energy at the Ninja Academy grew stronger day by day. Even Kazuyama couldn't help but marvel at how Sakamo had truly brought about significant change within the academy. While Kazuyama was giving his students a lesson on concealment, a sudden fluctuation in space rippled through the area. As someone who had mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he recognized immediately who it was. Everyone, study on your own. I have something to take care of, he instructed, swiftly preparing to respond. In the next moment, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was activated once more, and sure enough, two figures appeared instantly on the roof of the Ninja Academy. One had blonde hair and an energetic presence. It was Minato, just returning from his mission. Kazuyama, I thought I activated the technique without alerting you, Minato said, sounding amused. Haha, are you kidding? How could I not sense the spatial fluctuations caused by the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Kazuyama replied with a smile. He thought to himself, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Chomai, his inner voice, chimed in, yes, yes, yes. I've been waiting too. Minato laughed. Didn't I come back as soon as I completed my mission? I heard Lord Sakamo became the principal of the Ninja Academy and implemented some major reforms? Kazuyama nodded, which made Minato's expression light up even more. That's great. I'm glad Lord Sakamo had the courage to make those changes. While the Ninja Academy has always trained talent, it did have too many restrictions. By the way, Minato continued, I should be promoted to Jonin after this mission, and I'll be assigned my own team to lead. I wonder what kind of students I'll be mentoring. I'm looking forward to it. At that, Kazuyama's thoughts wandered briefly, and three faces flashed through his mind, the cold Kakashi, the sardonic Obito, and the sweet smiling Rin. So, Team Minato is finally coming together? Not bad. But shaking himself back to the moment, Kazuyama focused on the matter at hand. Minato, let's go. You have no idea how much Kushina missed you while you were gone. Oh, by the way, have you seen Fugaku since you got back? At the mention of Fugaku's name, Minato's expression darkened, and he shot a sharp glare at Kazuyama. No. How could I dare face him now? I bet he's sharpening his sword, ready to kill me, or you. Kazuyama smirked. Wow, you two insist there's nothing going on, but that reaction really hit the mark. Let's head home quickly. Kushina's been staying at my place lately, Kazuyama said. At your place? Minato asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, she's been getting along really well with Kakura, and she has a surprise for you. Before Minato could respond, Kazuyama grabbed him and activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. After a few rapid jumps, they landed directly in front of Kazuyama's house. Damn it, Kazuyama. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is convenient and all, but this is overkill, Minato grumbled. It wouldn't have taken that long to just walk back. Minato had no idea what was going through Kazuyama's head. The non-stop chakra drain from the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was being handled by Chomai, who was already buzzing with excitement for what was to come. Go on. Kushina's been waiting for you for ages. I'll leave you two to it, Kazuyama said with a sly grin. I still have to get back to class. With that, he disappeared using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What Minato didn't realize was that Kazuyama had only jumped to the other side of the house. Activating the transparent escape jutsu, he slipped back into the residence unnoticed, climbing onto the roof to watch everything unfold. Kushina, are you here? Minato called as he stepped into the house, his voice loud enough to carry through the halls. Ah! Minato, you're back! Kushina exclaimed, running toward him. Her face lit up with joy as soon as she saw him. Well, I just got back today, Minato said, smiling warmly. Kazuyama's mentioned you were here, so I came to find you. He was supposed to come back with me, but he had a class to teach and left. It seems you had a good time while I was gone. Sister Pakura, thank you for taking care of her. Pakura nodded slightly, observing Minato with interest. Though they had met briefly before, their paths had rarely crossed due to their unique roles. She hadn't expected to become so close to Kushina, but their friendship had grown naturally over time. Kushina quickly took Pakura's hand, introducing her to Minato with a flush of excitement. Kushina, didn't you have a present for him? Pakura teased, her tone playful. I think now is a good time. At Pakura's reminder, Kushina's face turned bright red. She glanced deeply at Minato before sprinting toward the house. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Kusayama trembled with anticipation. Curiosity getting the better of him, he snuck inside as well. On a table, he spotted 2 bags of military ration pills. 2 bags? He crept closer, careful not to alert Kushina. Under his watchful eye, Kushina quickly grabbed a pink bag from the table and ran back out. Kusayama studied the remaining black bag. A sweet fragrance wafted out as he slowly opened it. These are military ration pills too, but why do they smell so good? They didn't seem to be Kushina's handiwork. Could it be? Kusayama's gaze shifted toward Pakura, who was waiting in the courtyard. His suspicions solidified. These must be hers. But who are they for? Huh? What's that delicious smell, Kusayama? It looks amazing. Chomai's voice chimed in, breaking Kusayama's concentration. The gluttonous beast, originally excited to watch the unfolding drama, had been completely distracted by the enticing aroma. Chapter 61, Kusayama breaks down in tears. Military ration pills, but there's something extra to enhance the flavor, and there's this aroma. A floral aroma? Kusayama sniffed the air, his love for food drawing out his sharp senses. He detected a blend of subtle elements hidden in the fragrance. And these military ration pills are perfectly made. In my personal opinion, they should taste really good. Can I eat it? I guess it's fine. After all, it's made of food. And, no kidding, it does smell pretty good. Smelling the fragrance, Kusayama almost wanted to take a bite. However, he hesitated, wary of something potentially being off with the bag of pills. Forcing himself to resist, he stayed cautious. Meanwhile, Kushina had already run up to Minato, hugging the bag of military ration pills she crafted. Here, I made these military ration pills especially for you. I added 3 medicinal herbs to enhance their effectiveness. She hesitated, her cheeks flushing. I hope you like it. Minato's mouth curved into a soft smile as he accepted the pink bag. The fact that Kushina had gone out of her way to make something for him filled him with quiet joy. Of course I like it. It's from you, after all. A special military ration pill? Let me see. For Minato, receiving a gift from someone he loved was one of life's happiest moments. With excitement, he opened the bag, revealing a row of exquisite black pills. Huh? Nicely done, Kushina. He looked at her curiously. I don't remember you ever making military ration pills before. Kushina nodded, a shy smile on her face. She then turned to Pakura with a look of gratitude. Sister Pakura taught me everything. It took me a few days to get it right. It's probably not very tasty since it's my first time, but it'll definitely work. She leaned closer and whispered, oh, and I'll let you in on a secret. Sister Pakura made a bag too, but hers is for Kusayama. Pakura, who had been quietly observing, flushed at being dragged into the conversation. Kushina, don't talk nonsense. Who said it was for that idiot? Hee, Sister Pakura, don't pretend. You were so serious when you made the pills, and I even saw you add extra sweetener, his favorite. You think I didn't notice? Pakura's cheeks turned even redder as she tried to hide her embarrassment. Kusayama, standing nearby, was stunned. Sweetener? She remembered what he liked. Kusayama wasn't the type to rely on others for meals, often cooking for himself since typical dishes didn't really appeal to him. However, he did have a weakness for sweets, and the fact that Pakura had picked up on it left him speechless. Huh? Does Pakura have a thing for Kusayama? Isn't this one of those love born from conflict situations? No, wait, time heals all wounds. No, I got it. From enemies to lovers. Hearing the gossip, Minato's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Kusayama, I knew that bastard wasn't as honest as he seemed. Of course he'd be like this, he probably learned from Jiraiya. How could he possibly be normal? The gossip was too juicy to ignore. Minato grabbed a military ration pill, popped it into his mouth, and leaned closer, listening intently while chewing. He couldn't help but think, too bad there's no stool. Sitting down while eating and listening would make this perfect? The taste of the pill hit him immediately, strong, much stronger than he'd expected. But he shrugged it off. What does it matter? This was made by Kushina herself. Bitter? No, it's not bitter. It's sweet, just sweet. Don't be ridiculous. I don't. Pakura snapped, her face flushed with embarrassment. I only made it to teach Kushina. It's just sweet because it's my favorite flavor, and I got it for myself to eat. Pakura, utterly flustered, was at a loss for words. Kusayama, who had been watching closely, heard every word and nearly burst out laughing at Pakura's reaction. Picking up the black bag she had prepared, he silently took out one of the military ration pills and popped it into his mouth. It tastes good. I want some too. Kusayama, give me one. Someone called out. No way. This was made for me. Kazuyama shot back, shielding the bag protectively. How can you even think of taking it from me? I'll get you more insects to eat later, but you can't have these. Kazuyama's mood soared. He was positively glowing with happiness. The military ration pills were delicious, not even a hint of bitterness. Instead, they had a sweet, refreshing flavor that suited his palate perfectly. His initial worries about there being something suspicious about the pills vanished entirely. After all, the sight of Pakura blushing, her back trembling with embarrassment, was enough to dissolve any doubt. Sigh. So beautiful. Ha. Let's have another one. He popped another pill into his mouth. It was just as sweet, just as perfect. Not bitter at all, unlike the ones Minato's always chewing on. Those taste like pure medicinal herbs. Bitter enough to kill you. But in the next second, something shifted. Kazuyama froze, his good mood shattering. And then, he went completely, utterly crazy. Come on, Sister Pakura, if you were going to eat it yourself, would you really need to put a pound of medicinal herbs in it? Do you take me for a fool? Bang. A heavy thud echoed from inside the room, catching everyone's attention. The three of them immediately turned toward the noise. They spotted a black bag on the ground, its contents, fragrant military ration pills, scattered everywhere. Huh? Aren't those the military ration pills you made, Sister Pakura? Why did they fall to the ground? I didn't touch them just now. Kushina said, puzzled. The confusion wasn't limited to her. Both Minato and Pakura were equally bewildered. But in the next moment, the reason became clear. Kazuyama, who had been using the transparent escape jutsu, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, she darted in front of Pakura, her trembling hands gripping Pakura's arms tightly as her voice shook. Pakura. Tell me. The military ration pills. You made. You didn't. You didn't put any medicinal ingredients in them. Right? The others, still reeling from the shock of Kazuyama sneaking around and using the transparent escape jutsu, stood frozen, utterly confused. Pakura, now face to face with Kazuyama, caught the familiar scent on her breath, the unmistakable aroma of the pills she had prepared. Pakura. Answer me already. Kazuyama begged, her voice frantic. Tell me you didn't put any medicinal herbs in them. You said you were going to eat them yourself, so you wouldn't have added anything weird. Right? Kazuyama was drenched in sweat, the panic in her tone growing more obvious by the second. Kazuyama, you idiot. What are you even doing here? Pakura snapped, her embarrassment quickly turning into frustration. And did you seriously eat the ration pills I made? I told you not to touch them. Yeah, so what if I did? Kazuyama fired back, desperation thick in her voice. But you said they were for you. That means you wouldn't have added any medicinal herbs. Well, I did. Pakura shot back, her irritation boiling over. I added a whole pound of them. The pharmacist said 1 pound was the recommended amount. Pakura was a little thrown off by Kazuyama's behavior. Already feeling embarrassed, she couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out, unleashing a tirade at him. I'll tell you. What's with you? Hey. Kazuyama. Why are you crying? Hey, seriously, you're a grown man. Why are you crying? I made it for you. To mask the bitterness of the herbs, I added a ton of sweets, your favorites. That should have worked, right? But instead of responding, Kazuyama broke down, pouring out his emotions in tears. Pakura froze, flinching slightly, while Kushina and Minato stood by, completely stunned. Chapter 62, The Terrifying Power of a Laxative Amplified Tenfold. The case was solved. But why wasn't there any smell of medicine in the military rations pill? Kazuyama's shoulders heaved as he gasped for air, his face drenched in tears from crying his heart out. How could this happen? Someone as cautious as him, just an observer, somehow got tangled up in all this chaos. Suddenly, a notification rang in his head. Ding. Host's actions detected, using laxatives to poison Fugaku Uchiha, leaving him suffering from agonizing diarrhea at the hospital. Perfect menace to society reward granted, Tailed Beast Transformation Proficiency plus 30. Note, reach 100 to unlock Tailed Beast Bombs, damn. What a generous bonus. But the situation is terrifying. That bastard Fugaku actually went straight to the hospital? Did the combination of those 3 medicines have such a potent effect? It's over. It's completely over. Hearing the prompt, Kazuyama cried even louder, his sobs echoing in the room. Kazuyama, stop crying. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the military rations pill I made? Pakura had never seen a grown man bawl like this, and she started to panic. Meanwhile, Kushina and Minato exchanged knowing glances, snacking on melons as if watching a drama unfold. Minato, particularly unfazed, casually enjoyed the military rations pill he had picked up earlier. Kazuyama opened his mouth several times to respond, but no words came out. The bitterness in his heart was too much to put into words. Just then, a frantic voice sounded from outside the house. "Kushina, are you there? Sister Pakura, are you there? Something's happened. Don't eat that medicinal herb. It's not a tonic, it's a laxative. Brother Fugaku has been hospitalized." Mikoto's anxious voice carried through the door. Minato, who was just about to toss another military rations pill into his mouth, froze mid-motion, his hand trembling. He turned toward the door, his expression shifting rapidly. Pakura and Kushina also stared in the direction of the sound, their curiosity piqued. Moments later, Mikoto burst in, her face drenched in sweat as she yelled into the room. "Laxative! Laxative?" Minato slowly swallowed the pill in his mouth, his face going pale as the bitter taste hit him. His eyes dropped to the pink bag he held in his hand. Then, he turned his gaze to Kazuyama, who was now crying even harder than before. Realization dawned. "Kazuyama. You bastard. Was it you who set this trap?" Why did Kazuyama react so strongly after the military rations pill? Why had Fugaku been hospitalized after taking one? All signs pointed to Kazuyama. Pakura and Kushina also turned their attention to him, their faces filled with suspicion. Under the intense scrutiny of the three, Kazuyama finally stopped crying. But what was the point of tears now? The pill had already been eaten. It was too late for anything. "Kazuyama, are you responsible for this? I knew something was wrong that day." Pakura suddenly recalled the suspicious behavior of the shop owner when she bought the medicine. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. Her eyes flared with anger as she glared at the young man before her, his face still streaked with tears. "You asshole. Kazuyama. You made me buy laxatives instead of military rations pills." Meanwhile, Kushina, her hair practically flying from rage, turned to Minato with a mix of fury and worry. "Minato. Are you okay?" Minato stood frozen, staring at the half-empty bag of military rations pills in his hand. His face paled. He looked like a man staring directly into the gates of hell. "Kushina, Sister Pakura." Mikoto's voice trembled as she surveyed the tense scene in the courtyard. They didn't already eat them, did they?" Kushina and Pakura's glares bore into Kazuyama with renewed intensity. Kazuyama trembled from head to toe, but not because of their furious stares. The laxative's effects were kicking in, twisting his stomach in knots. Minato wasn't faring any better. He doubled over, sweat beading on his forehead. His voice cracked as he shouted, "You bastard, Kazuyama. Where's your toilet?" With his face ghostly pale, Minato trembled as he bolted toward the house. Ding. Host's actions detected, using laxatives to poison Minato no Mikaze, leaving him in agonizing diarrhea and embarrassing himself in front of his loved one. Perfect menace to society reward granted, Tailed Beast Transformation Proficiency plus 30. Note, reach 100 to unlock Tailed Beast Bombs. The system's cheerful tone rang mockingly in Kazuyama's head. His face twisted into a smile more hideous than crying as cramps racked his body. Unable to hold back any longer, he sprinted toward the toilet. The rest of the group stood in stunned silence. They exchanged looks, Mikoto to Kushina, Kushina to Pakura, and finally all of them turned their collective gaze back to Kazuyama's retreating figure. "Kazuyama, you bastard." Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. The hospital, originally established alongside Hidden Leaf Village, initially lacked the medical expertise and staff to function effectively. Over time, thanks to Tsunoda's groundbreaking medical ninjutsu and innovative medical systems, it underwent a transformation. A series of medical reforms were implemented, resources were allocated to establish medical teams and specialized training programs, and even a drug research and development department was created. After a decade of growth, Hidden Leaf Village Hospital had become one of the village's most vital institutions. Today, however, it welcomed 3 patients suffering from the exact same ailment. The attending doctor couldn't help but sigh. These days, even taking laxatives seems to happen in groups. In the ward, 3 hospital beds were lined up from left to right, with Fugaku lying in the first bed, Kazuyama in the second, and Minato in the third. The window was to the left, and the door stood to the right. Standing by their bedsides were Mikoto, Pakura, and Kushina, along with a doctor and a nurse. The doctor spoke, holding a clipboard in one hand. Hemp seed, apricot kernel, and arborvitae seed, all laxatives, were mixed together and consumed as military ration pills. "What were you thinking?" He pinched the bridge of his nose. Who on earth prescribed such a dangerous combination? The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at Kazuyama, whose face flushed with embarrassment. He looked like he wished he could disappear into thin air. "That's enough," the doctor said finally, gesturing to the 4 bags hooked up to the patients. "There are 15 bags in total to flush the residual effects of the medicine from your systems. This so-called doctor is terrifying. If you had taken just a little less of any one of these 3 medicines, you would have needed 10 fewer 4 bags. He sighed heavily and added, medicine isn't simple arithmetic. The combination of these 3 ingredients amplified the laxative effect by at least tenfold. With a final look of exasperation at the group, the doctor left the room, muttering to himself. As the door clicked shut, a chorus of angry roars erupted from the room. Bastard! When I get out of this hospital, I'll sharpen my sword and kill you. Fugaku growled, his Sharingan blazing with fury. Kazuyama! How could you do this to me? You even drugged me. Minato shouted, his face pale and voice trembling with betrayal. Kazuyama! When you're better, I'll make sure you can't leave the hospital without eating even more peppers. Kushina snapped, glancing worriedly at Minato as she spoke. Humphrey. Fugaku, when you get out, I'll help you sharpen your sword. Mikoto added, her voice cold as she glared at Kazuyama. Bakura shook her head in disbelief. Seeing you like this, I've realized something. You're not a person anymore. No, you can't even be called a person. Kazuyama groaned internally, his stomach still twisting in knots. One wrong move in chess leads to losing the entire game. From deep inside him, Chomai's laughter echoed. That was amazing. Ha ha ha. Kazuyama, we've got to do this again sometime. Ding. The host's outrageous poisoning antics have successfully enraged 5 individuals, bringing immense satisfaction to the system. As recognition for the host's unwavering commitment to chaos, a special reward is granted, Tailed Beast Transformation Proficiency plus 30. Note, reach 100 to unlock the Tailed Beast Bomb. Chapter 63, a bear drooling while staring at him. Kazuyama lay on his hospital bed, sensing the faint killing intent radiating from both sides, so oppressive that he didn't dare move a muscle. He silently opened his personal panel, Kazuyama Gecko, age, 15, Hidden Leaf Village, Gecko Clan Jonin, Jinchūriki, 7 Tails, KK Genkai, Transparent Escape, Perfect Mastery, Ninjutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, 8 Inner Gates, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Fire Style Ninjutsu, Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Earth Style Ninjutsu, Earth Style Wall, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu, Wind Style Ninjutsu, Protective Wind, Great Breakthrough, Wind Gutter, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Tailed Beast, Chomai, Affinity, 100%, Tailed Beast Transformation Progress, 90%. Note, once the Tailed Beast Transformation Progress reaches 100%, the Tailed Beast Ball can be used directly. Strength, 55 Speed, 70 Chakra, 70 Stamina, 77 Ninjutsu, 80 Taijutsu, 50 Ganjutsu, 55 Hand Seals, 58 Ding. Reminder, Panel Reference Book of Combatants for Settings, the ratio is roughly 1:10. The only silver lining was that his progress towards the Tailed Beast transformation had reached an impressive 90%. At this stage, he could transform into the 7 Tails and maintain full control of his consciousness, a true perfect Jinchūriki. The reward was substantial, but the cost? Far too steep. His gaze shifted uneasily. On his left, Fugaku stood poised, ready to draw his blade, while on the right, Minato glared at him, pale and tense. Oh, the misery. Chomai, how long will it take for my body to heal? Kazuyama pleaded internally. I don't need a full recovery, just enough to move. I can't endure this any longer. Desperation laced his thoughts as he begged his tailed beast for assistance. Well, there is a way, Chomai replied, his voice tinged with mischief. I am the 7 Tails, after all. But this method may not suit you, and it could have side effects. Chomai clearly enjoyed watching the chaos unfold, but seeing his host in such a bind, he decided to lend a hand. Future entertainment required a capable Kazuyama, after all. Side effects don't matter. Kazuyama thought fiercely. I'll take whatever comes. I just need to get out of here now. If he could move, he would have already used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to escape. Lying in the forest sounded far better than being trapped between these two men. Do you know about scale powder? Chomai began. You can paralyze your body with it, minimizing the effects of the medicine, and use the brief window to teleport with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Or, have you considered Tailed Beast transformation? The mention of this possibility sent a shiver through Kazuyama. Of course. How had he forgotten? If he transformed, his surging chakra would instantly burn through the lingering effects of the medicine. Good. Chomai, this is a great idea. Kazuyama exclaimed mentally. Hurry. My chakra is completely immobilized. Lend me yours and use scale powder to help me. Chomai paused, his tone shifting as he considered the situation. Kazuyama, you should know that while you're my Jinchūriki now, Tailed Beast transformation is a process, he cautioned. If you lose control during the first transformation, both of us could end up locked away in Hidden Leaf Village. I just escaped from that nightmare, I don't want to go back. Kazuyama, however, was unbothered. What was there to worry about? He was already 90% synchronized with Chomai. A simple transformation wouldn't be an issue. Worst case, he could limit it to a half-tailed beast state. His only goal now was to force the medicine out of his body. Victory felt so close. Don't worry, Chomai, Kazuyama reassured him. Use the scale powder without hesitation. Leave the tailed beast transformation to me. With our affinity and coordination, I've got this covered. Just douse me in powder, I'll handle the rest. Chomai sighed, sensing Kazuyama's unwavering confidence. He wasn't sure where the boy got such boldness, but with a 100% affinity bonus, he chose to trust him. Alright, Kazuyama, Chomai relented. Pay close attention to your body. The moment you feel numbness setting in, activate the Flying Thunder God Jutsu immediately. I'll let the scale powder seep in gradually, too fast, and you'll just pass out. This scale powder wasn't like the kind Kazuyama could create himself. It was derived from Chomai's body, making it far more potent. As soon as it entered Kazuyama's system, he felt an overwhelming numbness, starting with his tongue. Ah. You two idiots, I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Fugaku and Minato stared at Kazuyama, who was now wide-eyed, opening and closing his mouth like a madman while yelling nonsensically. Black lines practically formed on their foreheads in exasperation. Asshole. Are you mute? What the hell is ah? Fugaku snapped. Exactly. Can't you speak? What the hell is ah? Minato chimed in, equally irritated. Both men glared at each other, fury brewing, but their 4 bags prevented them from acting on their frustration. But before either could say another word, they froze. Kazuyama had vanished, 4 bag and all. Disappeared? No, did he use a technique to leave? Flying Thunder God Jutsu? No way. I can't even mobilize my chakra, so how did he do it? Fugaku was stunned, and Minato looked equally dumbfounded. Ever since they'd been hooked up to the IVs, their chakra had been locked, rendering them incapable of even the simplest ninjutsu. Yet somehow, Kazuyama had managed to activate a high-level technique and escape. What the hell is going on here? Meanwhile, Kazuyama, having activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, teleported to the farthest marked coordinate he could recall. In a flash, he found himself in the Death Forest. Damn, these woods are so gloomy. Where is this? Is there really such a place in Hidden Leaf Village? The transition from the brightly lit hospital room to the dark, shadowy forest was jarring, even for Chomai, who seemed momentarily startled. Ah! Kazuyama tried to speak but quickly realized the paralysis had rendered his mouth and tongue almost useless. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth as he struggled in vain. Frustrated, he shouted to Chomai within the depths of his mind, "Forget where this is. Hurry up and get ready to transform into a tailed beast. This forest isn't safe, I don't want to get blindsided by a bear or something later." And then, as if summoned by his worst fear, "Holy shit. Chomai, hurry up, there's a bear." A massive creature loomed before him, its brownish-gray fur matted and dirty, standing a towering 3 meters tall. This is a freaking bear. But the real problem wasn't its size. No, the real issue was the way it was drooling as it stared at him, clearly seeing Kazuyama as its next meal. Tailed beast transformation. Tailed beast transformation. Kazuyama panicked, screaming at Chomai. Without wasting another moment, he reached out for the seal with a trembling hand and flung the door open. In an instant, Chomai's immense chakra surged through his body, rippling outward like a tidal wave. The bear hesitated, sensing the overwhelming power building before it. Chapter 64, Guarding Against Thieves? No. Just guarding against Kazuyama Gecko. What happens if you run into a hungry bear in the depths of the forest? You get eaten. That's exactly the predicament Kazuyama was facing as the drooling brown bear lunged toward him. Chomai. Don't rush me. I'm almost done. Chomai was just as anxious. He could see the bear's wide-open mouth and knew he had only moments before his best friend might be lost. The thought of never being able to watch a good show again drove Chomai mad. Chakra surged into Kazuyama's body. Roar. Time to eat. The brown bear was practically laughing as it opened its jaws to bite down. But in the next instant, an arm pulsing with crimson energy slammed into its chest. Just in time. Kazuyama. Half-tailed beast transformation. You must hold on. Don't let my chakra make you lose control. Chomai's voice was firm, filled with urgency. He was terrified of what could happen if Kazuyama succumbed to the overwhelming power. If that happened, it was game over. This is amazing. Is this really your chakra, Chomai? I feel like I could take on 1,000 Kakashis right now. Kazuyama's body radiated the tailed beast's chakra, which enveloped him in a glowing, crimson coat. Keep going. Half-tailed beast transformation or not, I've got this. Hearing Kazuyama's confident tone, Chomai exhaled slightly, then continued to pour chakra into him. The bear, pinned down, suddenly sensed that its prey was no longer prey. What stood before it now was something terrifying, a creature radiating pure menace. The massive bear trembled in fear. Chomai, watch this, just a half-tailed beast transformation. I could do this with my hands tied behind my back. At that moment, Kusayama truly understood the raw, overwhelming power of the tailed beasts. The chakra coursing through him was already enough to make him feel like he was losing his grip on reality. His skin began to crackle, and where it peeled away, it was replaced by energy-laden, red chakra skin. Under the bear's horrified gaze, its prey shifted from human to a crimson monster. Roar. The transformation escalated. 1 tail. 2 tails. 3 tails. 4 tails. Kusayama, stop. That's enough. 4 tails is more than enough for your first half-tailed beast transformation. Chomai watched nervously as Kusayama barked excitedly, afraid he was losing himself to the power. He quickly cut off the chakra flow. 4 tails worth of chakra was already overwhelming. PFF. A faint wisp of black smoke rose from the bear's head, the searing heat of Kusayama's transformed body had scorched its fur. Ow! The bear yelped in pain. A moment later, it found itself airborne, hurtling through the forest at breakneck speed. You want to eat me? Try again in your next life. Roar. Another triumphant roar burst from Kusayama, his excitement impossible to contain. With the system backing him up, he had no fear of losing himself, in his tailed beast form. Being a perfect Jinchūriki was no joke. Once the transformation progress bar hit 100%, he was already considering attempting a tailed beast ball in half-transformation mode. Kusayama. That's enough. The medicine in your body has been cleared. Hurry up and undo the half-tailed beast transformation. You're still in the village. Someone's bound to notice soon. Chomai was visibly nervous, dreading the possibility of being discovered and locked up again. He hadn't even had his fill of entertainment yet. I know. I'll undo it right now. Kusayama understood perfectly well that he was still in the village. He didn't dare to fool around too much at this point. Silently, he disconnected the chakra link with Chomai. The crimson chakra coat dissipated, and Kusayama reappeared at the center of the death forest. The once dense surroundings had been reduced to an open clearing, evidence of the destruction he'd caused. Damn, that got a little out of hand. Let's hurry up and get out of here. If we get caught, we're finished. Kusayama was still buzzing with excitement from the overwhelming surge of chakra. He had caused significant damage to the area, yet his body felt great. With the activation of the tailed beast's chakra, all traces of the medicine had been flushed out of his system. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The scene around him shifted instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the Hokage Rock, overlooking the village below. Chomai, I don't think we can stay in the village for a while. Those guys will definitely hunt me down the moment they're free. Where do you think we should go to lay low? Kusayama sat cross-legged, deep in thought. He knew that once Fugaku and Minato were out of the hospital, they'd come after him. Not to mention Kushina and Mikoto, they wouldn't let him off easily either. Hey, I remember Old Man Third saying something about Hidden Stones Village as Jinchūriki heading to the Land of Grass. The Five Tails Kakuo, right? Kakuo. Chomai, should we head there and check it out? A sly grin crept across Kusayama's face. Whenever he smiled like that, it meant trouble was brewing in his mind. Kakuo? Sure, why not? Anyway, if you can't beat them, you can always run. But that smile. You're up to something, aren't you? Chomai knew Kusayama too well. If he wasn't smiling, it was unusual. But when he was, it meant chaos was just around the corner. I can't say. Let's go borrow something from my sensei first. If it works, maybe we can get Kakuo and Son Goku to fight each other. Hee. Hearing that, Chomai perked up, intrigued. He was always a fan of a good show, and the idea of Kakuo and Son Goku battling each other sounded irresistible. Kusayama wasted no time. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported straight to Orochimaru's residence. Sensei, are you here? Sensei? Damn it. Why'd he have to go out now, of all times? Staring at the closed door, Kusayama felt a wave of frustration. Why had he chosen Orochimaru as his teacher in the first place? Oh right, because he wanted access to all of Orochimaru's treasures. But now, his so-called sensei was nowhere to be found. Placing his hands on the door, Kusayama closed his eyes and channeled chakra to probe the area. The moment he did, his frustration hit a new peak. Damn it. So many restrictions. Are these to keep thieves out, or to keep me out? You promised we'd do research together. TSK. It was all lies. Seething, Kusayama turned and stormed off. There was nothing he could do. His scan had revealed no fewer than 50 defensive barriers in place. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had prepared for this exact situation. He knew his precious disciple a little too well. If Orochimaru had been present, he would have laughed and said, 50? You think that's all? That's just the outer barrier. Inside, there are at least 200 more. Chapter 65, Kusayama takes the initiative and earns the Hokage's deep admiration. Kusayama, your teacher isn't here. Does that mean the plan's off? Yes. No. I want to see a good show. What am I supposed to do? I remember he made some kind of hallucinogenic drug. If I can get the Five Tails Jinchūriki to take it, then use the Flying Thunder God to drop him in Hidden Stone's village, it'll be hilarious, an absolutely great show. Then where's the medicine? Go find it. Find it? How? You've seen all the insane precautions Orochimaru set up to keep me out, haven't you? I'm not about to get crippled before I even get through the door. And knowing him, if I try to force my way in, his entire lab will probably go into self-destruct mode. Kusayama fumed with frustration. The irony stung, he was the one who had pointed out Orochimaru's self-destruct mechanism in the first place. Back then, he'd joked, "Sensei, this is top secret. If someone finds out, we might both end up on the execution block. You should prepare for a leak. If something happens, it'll be easier to make a quick getaway." Orochimaru had nodded enthusiastically, calling him a good disciple who truly cared for his teacher. Now, it seemed like Orochimaru really owed him one. Forget it. If there's no medicine, there's no medicine. Let's go hide in the land of grass and see if we can mess with the Hidden Stones village ninja. Staying in the village feels like we're just waiting to get chopped to pieces. Now that the goal had been decided, Kusayama didn't hesitate for a moment and flew straight to the Hokage building. "Lord Hokage, Kusayama Gecko has something to ask." "Enter." Knocking on the Hokage's office door, Kusayama walked in, a smile on his face. "Why are you here, little brat? Or are you finally ready to start fulfilling your duties as a Nanbu?" Hiruzen put down the scroll he was reading and smiled. "Now that you mention it, of course, I'll be carrying out missions as a Nanbu. That's right. I've realized my responsibilities, and I plan to head to the Land of Grass to investigate Hidden Stone's village's movements on behalf of Hidden Leaf Village." Seeing Kusayama's serious expression as he requested the mission, Hiruzen couldn't hide his surprise. In his mind, Kusayama was the perfect person for the job. He had been racking his brain trying to figure out how to convince the lazy brat, but he never expected him to volunteer. It seemed assigning Orochimaru as Kusayama's sensei had been an excellent decision. How long had it been since this brat's attitude shifted so dramatically? For a moment, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction. "Lord Hokage, please say something. If you give the order, I'll head straight for Hidden Stone's village right now. Isn't it just a Jinchūriki? It's not like I haven't seen one before. I'll even figure out the size of his shoes for you." Seeing Kusayama's full resolve, Hiruzen was even more satisfied. He patted the table in approval. "Good. Kusayama, it's great that you've come to this realization. It seems you've completely inherited the will of fire. Then I'll leave this mission to you. Let me know if you need any supplies, I fully support you personally." In Hiruzen's eyes, Kusayama was no longer the little brat who had reported him for peeping. This was his disciple's disciple. He was maturing and becoming more reliable. Not bad, definitely worth the effort to train. "Great. I don't need much, just some money. I don't think I can complete this mission anytime soon. I'll need to eat in the Land of Grass, and as you know, I have a younger brother and a family to support." Kusayama's finances were complicated. All his money was with Abaisami, who handled things for him and took care of Hayate. However, due to an incident with a laxative, he couldn't risk returning home to ask for more. He was sure Bakura had already reported the situation to Abaisami, and based on how Abaisami treated Bakura and Kushina, he'd likely be beaten up the moment he walked in the door. "Sure. How much do you need? Would 50,000 ryo be enough? This money's on me, take it." In high spirits, Hiruzen pulled a stack of cash from his desk drawer. Quick as lightning, Kusayama grabbed the money and stuffed it into his pocket. "Then I'll go now, Lord Hokage. Wait for me to return with good news." The next second, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared from the office. As Kusayama disappeared, Hiruzen chuckled heartily, his spirits soaring. Setting aside his endless paperwork, he reached for his crystal ball and activated the telescope jutsu. Ha ha ha. When I'm in a good mood, even my vision seems sharper. SSSHHHH. So clear. So perfect? Ha. It was just like the saying goes, old age doesn't kill the mischief. What kind of mischief? A peeping Tom's mischief. The Land of Grass lies nestled between the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and a land of fire, with a geographical environment as harsh as that of Hidden Rain Village. Hidden Rain Village survives its precarious position between three great nations only due to the strength of its powerful ninjas, such as Hanzo of the Salamander in the past and Pain after him. The Land of Grass, however, lacks such formidable warriors. Its survival hinges on selling information, an act seen as shameful by many. By trading intelligence with the three nations of fire, earth, and wind, the Land of Grass secures a fragile existence. This dependency allowed Hidden Stone's village to infiltrate and establish itself within a Land of Grass with little resistance. After all, how could the Land of Grass afford to let such a significant opportunity slip by? Kusayama had already crossed the borders of the Land of Fire into the Land of Grass. He carefully stashed away his Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector. With Hidden Stone's village's spies scattered throughout the Land of Grass, vigilance was key. Chomai, can you sense the presence of the five tails? No. Kakuo is the calmest among us tailed beasts, with barely any discernible presence. Her strength lies in her immense physical power, Chomai responded. If it's a contest of raw strength, Kakuo outmatches even the stinky fox. Add her boil style to the mix, capable of evaporating chakra to amplify her strength, and you've got a terrifying opponent. Believe me, you don't want to take a hit from her. With your small frame, you'd fall apart in an instant. Kusayama's expression turned sour. Small frame? He couldn't help but think, two-tailed beasts, aren't all humans small? Then he recalled exceptions like the third and fourth Raikage. They could stand toe-to-toe with the eight tails and endure its attacks. Monsters like them aren't human. Guess we'll have to take our time searching. The Land of Grass isn't that big, so let's treat it like a vacation, Kusayama said, brushing off the urgency of the mission. This journey wasn't just about gathering intelligence, it was also a convenient escape from trouble brewing in the village. Kusayama had no intention of pushing himself too hard. He treated the mission as a leisurely trip, thinking, I'll deal with the information when it comes. No need to stress. Unbeknownst to him, while he entered the Land of Grass with a laid-back mindset, his sensei was embarking on a far more perilous endeavor. His target wasn't a minor foe but the mighty eight tails of Hidden Cloud's village. Chapter 66, Like Teacher, Like Student. Plotting against the Jinchūriki at this time, the Valley of Clouds and Lightning was in chaos, with the eight tails, its crimson eyes gleaming, running amok. In the distance, a Kunoichi smiled as she observed the destruction unfolding before her. Tailed beast. Jinchūriki. Haha. She murmured. Just as Kusayama said, the Jinchūriki who cannot control the tailed beast are nothing to fear. A little manipulation is all it takes to turn them into puppets. Her tone shifted slightly, laced with quiet disdain. However, Kusayama, you are wrong to claim the tailed beasts are uncontrollable. By harnessing the cells of a tailed beast to create something new, the resulting replica will be entirely controllable. The figure was none other than Orochimaru, who had infiltrated Hidden Cloud's village in disguise. The rampaging eight tails before him was his masterpiece. Nearby, the third Raikage led his ninjas in an intense battle to suppress the beast. The ferocity of their efforts made Orochimaru marvel silently. Only by wielding controllable power can true success be achieved, he muttered to himself. A dark gleam lit up his eyes as he added, Kusayama, just wait. Perhaps we, too, can seize the power of the tailed beasts. Far away in the Land of Grass, Kusayama had no idea what was happening in Hidden Cloud's village. He was currently in a gambling house, surrounded by the excited buzz of gamblers. The energy in the room was electric. Place your bets and hands off the table. The dealer called out, and the crowd hurriedly placed their wagers. Kusayama, what are we doing here? All this yelling is boring, Chomai's voice echoed in his mind, dripping with disinterest. Kusayama ignored him, crouched beside the dealer, and pulled out the fake money he had prepared with a transformation jutsu. Swiftly and skillfully, he executed a flawless swap. Done, he muttered with a faint smirk. The beauty of the transparent escape jutsu was its sheer undetectability. Back in the village, pulling a stunt like this wasn't worth it, everyone there was practically family. But here, in the Land of Grass, teetering on the edge of becoming a battlefield? Why bother saving money? Might as well let them chip in. After the switch, Kusayama dashed to a tree in the distance and began counting his haul. This is so boring. Why are you so obsessed with these pieces of paper? Chomai asked, still unimpressed as he watched Kusayama tally the money. You don't get it, Chomai. These aren't just pieces of paper, they're money, Kusayama replied, eyes gleaming. You can't live without it. He counted quickly, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 400,000 ryo. Enough to live on for a while. Of course, it wasn't just about the money, it was all about the attributes. As soon as the gamblers realized their money had been swapped for leaves, the attributes would be credited to his account. It wasn't much, but every little bit counted. It had been a week since his arrival in the Land of Grass. He'd seen plenty of Hidden Stones village ninjas moving around but no Jinchūriki. He also hadn't found a temporary base in Hidden Stones village yet. But he wasn't in a hurry. While he searched, he could keep himself entertained. He'd already burned through the 50,000 ryo given to him by Hiruz and Sarutobi. To fund his plans, and help himself along the way, he'd decided to target gambling houses across the Land of Grass. And now, on his first attempt, he scored 400,000 ryo. His excitement was palpable. Huh? What's that? Kusayama suddenly felt a tremor in the distance, followed by a wisp of white smoke curling into the sky. Kusayama. That's it. That's Kakuo's boil style. Chomai's voice was tinged with excitement. Hurry. Kakuo's Jinchūriki must be over there. Eh? No, why aren't you moving? Move, Kusayama. Chomai's agitation grew, urging him to act. Cut it out, Chomai. Can't you be more convincing? Kusayama replied, unimpressed. You're only urging me because you want to watch the show, don't you? Chomai, his intentions laid bare, didn't even try to deny it. He was bored, and any excitement was better than none. Fine, let's go, Kusayama sighed. After all, our mission is to scout out this Jinchūriki. Let's see what they're made of. In the forest ahead, a battle had just concluded. The Five-Tails Jinchūriki, Han, stood amidst the wreckage. He held a Hidden Clouds village ninja by the neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Humphrey, what are Hidden Clouds village's ninjas doing in the Land of Grass? Han sneered. Weren't you just causing trouble in the Land of Hot Water? What now? You want a piece of the Land of Grass too? The ninja, struggling to breathe, tried to respond. But before a single word could escape his lips, snap. With brutal force, Han crushed the ninja's neck. In your next life, speak faster. I'm a hot-tempered person, he muttered coldly, tossing the lifeless body aside. Taking a deep breath, Han steadied himself, trying to quell the pounding in his chest. Despite his claims, it was clear he didn't have full control over the Five-Tails. Everyone, step up patrols in the Land of Grass. He barked. Kill any Hidden Clouds village ninja you find. The Hidden Stones village ninjas around him obeyed immediately, dispersing into the forest. This scene was witnessed by Kusayama, who had just arrived. My, what strength! He thought, his eyes narrowing. It's like watching Lady Tsunade. Tsunade was renowned for her unmatched strength, but Kusayama couldn't help but feel that the raw power Han displayed might rival hers. For all her invincibility, perhaps there were others in the world who could compete with her. Really? Someone can actually compare in strength to Kakuo? Boy, you must be joking, Chomai said incredulously. Why would I lie to you? Do you think the Senju clan is just a myth? Kusayama replied with a smirk. The moment Chomai heard the word Senju clan, he fell silent. Memories of that time resurfaced, when the 9 of them were utterly defeated by a single human. That human was Hashirama Senju. Even now, Chomai vividly recalled it, that man creating a wooden dummy, grabbing its tail, and flinging him through the air like a helpless kite. No, he couldn't bear to remember. Just thinking about it made him feel like crying. Meanwhile, Kusayama remained focused on the Jinchūriki in front of him. Han, an elite ninja of Hidden Stones village, was undeniably powerful, an opponent not to be underestimated. But Han's unstable state hinted at a possible opening to exploit. Kusayama's gaze shifted to the armor Han was wearing, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Chomai, take a good look at that armor, he said, his tone playful. Huh? What's so interesting about it? It's ugly with all those circles, Chomai replied, unimpressed. Look closely. Don't you notice anything? Look closely? Chomai muttered, squinting at the armor. Wait, there are holes. Kusayama chuckled, his grin widening. Chomai, initially confused, finally caught on. Spending so much time with Kusayama had rubbed off on him, and his insect brain finally pieced it together. Ha 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 ha, Kusayama, you're so bad. Chomai laughed. What about scale powder? I guarantee it can block all those air vents. Chomai cackled, delighted by the plan. Kusayama nodded firmly. But just blocking the holes isn't enough. Chomai, does your scale powder have any hallucinogenic effects? I don't know anything about Genjutsu, Chomai admitted. You'll have to handle that part yourself. Genjutsu was the simplest way to disrupt a Jinchūriki's control. If the person was a perfect Jinchūriki, they could use their tailed beast's chakra to dispel it. But if they weren't, falling into a Genjutsu could push the tailed beast to run wild. Kusayama's thoughts mirrored those of Orochimaru almost perfectly. One couldn't help but wonder, were they so alike that they might as well have been master and apprentice? Chapter 67, Plotting Against Kakuo, The Five-Tails, Chomai is full of enthusiasm hallucinogenic? Probably not, Chomai replied. My scale powder has many effects, but it doesn't cause mental harm. Kusayama nodded. Nothing could be perfect, and he didn't expect scale powder to be either. Its limitations were understandable, and he wasn't concerned. Then we'll try another method, forcefully stimulate him and make him transform into a tailed beast, Kusayama said thoughtfully. Originally, he had planned to use hallucinogenic drugs, but now it seemed another approach would be needed. Look at his state, he's already agitated after using boil style. If we block his armor and push him to the point of exploding, maybe his anger will force him to lose control and go berserk. Kusayama's sharp observation and analytical thinking shone through as he pinpointed the armor Han was wearing as the key to his plan. But Kusayama, are you sure you can get close enough to him without being noticed? Chomai asked skeptically. Kusayama shook his head. No one can be entirely confident in a situation like this. After all, Han was not only an elite Jonin but also a Jinchūriki. The danger was undeniable. But for Kusayama, the more dangerous the situation, the more thrilling it became. At this point, he was itching to act. No rush. Let's follow him first and find their camp, Kusayama decided. They still had a mission to complete, and revealing themselves prematurely wasn't an option. Han had just come out of a battle and was likely on high alert, so patience was crucial. The best way to catch a big fish was with a long line. At the same time, in Hidden Leaf Village, damn it. He actually got away. Kushina was fuming outside the Hokage building. Lord Third must have been bewitched by him. How could he let Kusayama go on a mission to the Land of Grass? Damn it. Damn it. Beside her, Bakura rubbed her forehead helplessly. Due to Kusayama's sudden departure from the village, his caretaker duties had been reassigned from him to Sakamo. Now, it seemed Kushina would have to report to the Ninja Academy instead of dealing with him directly. Kushina, don't worry, I've already applied to the Hokage. Fugaku and I will go to the Land of Grass, bring Kusayama back, and complete the mission at the same time. Right, Fugaku? Fugaku's face was grim, his expression radiating a murderous intent so intense it felt almost tangible. Even Minato, standing nearby, didn't dare approach him. Only Mikoto could break through Fugaku's cold demeanor. Fugaku, go get that bastard Kusayama. Mikoto encouraged. And make sure you give him a good beating. Hearing her words, Fugaku nodded firmly and strode toward the village gate, his resolve clear. Sister Pakura, please take care of Kushina for a few days while I'm gone. Fugaku, let's go. We'll leave together. But as Minato approached Fugaku to speak, he was met with the piercing glare of the Sharingan, eyes burning with unrestrained killing intent. Stay away from me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from cutting you. Until I've dealt with Kusayama, you're still a suspect. Minato's jaw clenched. Damn it. It's all that bastard Kusayama's fault. Kusayama, who had been quietly following Han, suddenly felt his nose tingle. He quickly suppressed the urge to sneeze. Which bastard is cursing me now? When he finally spotted Hidden Stones Village's temporary camp, his eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder I couldn't figure out where this group of Hidden Stones Village had been hiding. What lay before Kusayama was a soup house. A hot spring hotel? He froze in place. Damn it, how did I not notice this? As Han walked into the building, the person in charge immediately greeted him. Lord Han, you're back. Yes, Han replied gruffly. Prepare a room for me. I need to rest. Han's deep, rough voice carried an air of unshakable willpower. Little did he know, every move he made was being closely observed by Kusayama. Chomai, how much scale powder do you think it'll take to block those holes? Kusayama asked. It's hard to say, Chomai replied, his voice brimming with energy. But I think it'll take at least a few pounds. Never mind, I'll just help you refine it when the time comes. We can have as much as we need. Kusayama frowned. That's not the point. We still need an opportunity. Without an enemy, he won't act. You're right, Chomai agreed. But how do we find him an opponent strong enough to force his hand? Both fell into deep thought. Without a credible threat, Han would simply rely on his boil style, rendering all of Kusayama's efforts futile. It's fine, Kusayama finally said. Since there are Hidden Clouds Village ninjas in the Land of Grass, they won't be alone. At worst, we'll wait a couple more days. Chomai hummed. It's a good chance to gather intelligence anyway. Let's see how many more bases like this they've set up. 2 days passed. Kusayama didn't just sit idly in the trees like an idiot. He had prepared well in advance, placing Flying Thunder God Jutsu coordinates throughout the Land of Grass. There were over 10 markers in total, hidden near restaurants, inns, and other inconspicuous spots, enough for him to move freely and rest when needed. Meanwhile, Han remained inside the hot spring house. Kusayama observed him carefully, noting with frustration that the Jinchūriki hadn't even removed his armor. Instead, Han spent his time draining in his room. Does this guy not even need to go to the bathroom? Kusayama thought, exasperated, as he continued his vigil. Kusayama, is there a possibility that... is there a possibility that... he fell asleep? Chomai suddenly chimed in, breaking Kusayama's train of thought. Kusayama froze, stunned. Fell asleep? Slept for 2 days? Wait, he fell asleep? As you can see, Chomai explained, the seal and connection between him and Kakuo are very unstable. Using sleep to repair the connection makes sense, right? It did make sense. When Kusayama first bonded with Chomai, he had fallen asleep too. The overwhelming chakra of a tailed beast couldn't be suppressed indefinitely once it became active. Shit, have I been waiting here for nothing? Chomai. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Well, you didn't ask me either. In their inner world, the man and the tailed beast simply stared at each other in exasperation. Damn it. Fine. Let's go and test it out. Kusayama activated the transparent escape jutsu and stealthily made his way inside. As he gently cracked open the door, his heart sank. Han truly wasn't responding. Damn it, he really is asleep. 2 days wasted. Kusayama cursed under his breath. Chomai, prepare the scale powder. Strike first. It doesn't matter when the fight starts, just get him dosed. Kusayama's resolve solidified as he stared at the sleeping Han. We're doing this. Okay, I'm on it. Chomai replied, practically buzzing with excitement. By the way, Kusayama, what kind of scale powder should I use on him? Damn it. The strongest you've got. Once the paralysis takes effect, there's no way he'll be able to suppress Kakuo. Kusayama and Chomai both laughed in unison, their shared determination unwavering. Kakuo, prepare to receive a shock from the heavens. Kusayama grinned inwardly. After all, the 7 tails can fly. Chapter 68, New audience in place. The stage in the land of grass is set as always. As he approached Han, Kusayama realized the truth was exactly as Chomai had described. Han's body emitted an unsettling chakra fluctuation, and his breath carried a feral intensity, not a human's chakra, but unmistakably the chakra of the 5 tails, Kakuo. Yet, the man before him was suppressing Kakuo's chakra through sheer willpower. I've got to admit, that's impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to pull it off. Chomai, make the scale powder lighter so it doesn't wake him up. Chomai nodded, condensing the scale powder further, this time using an even greater amount of chakra to amplify its potency. Once the powder touched a person, it guaranteed a full state of anesthesia within minutes. Kusayama then pulled a handful of cotton from his pocket. Holy crap, why do you have cotton in your bag? Shouldn't there be ninja tools in there? Kusayama gave a faint smile, keeping his reasoning to himself. He certainly wouldn't admit that he had prepared it specifically for this scenario. After all, why else would he have set up coordinates for so many flying thunder god jutsus? Restocking supplies was just one of the conveniences. Use cotton soaked in scale powder to block his orifices. He has to release boil style and blow himself up. That's the only way we can push Kakuo into going berserk. Kusayama had calculated every detail to ensure this plan succeeded. Activating the transparent escape jutsu, he moved silently and began stuffing Han's armor with cotton balls coated in scale powder. In no time, most of Han's armor was packed with the cotton. However, the back remained untouched, not for lack of effort, but because Han was leaning against the wall, sound asleep. Damn it. How am I supposed to reach there? As Kusayama pondered his next move, a sudden noise came from the door. Lord Han. Lord Han. Something's happened. Startled, Kusayama instinctively retreated. Han stirred slightly and leaned forward. For a tense moment, Kusayama thought the hulking figure was about to wake up. Instead, Han let out a loud snore. Who? Kusayama felt an imaginary flock of crows flying over his head. Don't act so shocked. When you were a Jinchūriki, you slept even sounder than this, Chomai quipped, his hearty laughter echoing in Kusayama's mind. Alright, enough laughing. Let's finish this. We can't waste this chance. Kusayama studied his breathing, his hands moving with precision. He quickly stuffed the remaining holes in Han's armor. With the task complete, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and vanished from the room. It's done, Kusayama muttered to himself. But just now, the person outside the door mentioned something happening. I'm a little curious. Could it be they spotted another village's ninja entering the land of grass? Kusayama's curiosity was piqued. After all, anyone important enough to send a message to a Jinchūriki was likely strong, possibly even part of a follow-up force from Hidden Cloud's village. However, this time, his assumption was wrong. The intruders weren't from Hidden Cloud's village, they were from Hidden Leaf village, and they were headed straight for him. On the outskirts of the land of grass, Fugaku and Minato moved cautiously, both in disguise. Fugaku, why is the land of grass so quiet? I thought Hidden Stone's village was sending a Jinchūriki, Minato said, scanning the area with curiosity. Even in a foreign land, vigilance was a necessity. Humphrey, who cares what Hidden Stone's village is up to? Fugaku replied curtly. We have two missions here, first, to capture that bastard Kusayama, and second, to gather intelligence on Hidden Stone's village. He turned toward Minato. By the way, you're as skilled in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu as he is. Have you sensed any of his markings nearby? Minato shook his head. While it's true we both use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, our methods differ. Unless he activates it close to me, creating spatial fluctuations I can sense, I won't be able to pinpoint his location. Without that, I can't track him. Fugaku grunted in acknowledgement. If Minato couldn't locate Kusayama with his technique, they would have to comb through the land of grass methodically. Damn you, Kusayama. When I find you, you'll pay. Unbeknownst to the two, Hidden Stone's village's ninja had already spotted them entering the land of grass. Meanwhile, Kusayama stepped outside the bathhouse, curious about the new arrivals. What should we do? Lord Han still hasn't woken up, one voice muttered nearby. What can we do? I've already sent someone to inform Lord Roshi. He should arrive in the land of grass within 2 days. Well, that's something. After all, they're Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, even if they're disguised. Our patrol saw them coming from the land of fire. Hidden Leaf Village ninjas? At a time like this? Kusayama's thoughts raced. Faces flashed through his mind, but he couldn't be certain who it might be. He was puzzled. He had personally volunteered to hire Aizen for this mission in the land of grass. Who else could he have sent? Am I not trusted? No. That's impossible. The third practically laughed when assigning me this mission. I was clearly the first choice. If that was the case, then who could it be? With this lingering question, Kusayama returned to his hiding spot. The situation in the land of grass was growing increasingly complicated. Another day passed, and Han finally woke up. The first thing he did was eat, a lot. The man was massive, and his appetite matched his size. Watching Han devour his meal made Kusayama's own stomach growl. Unable to bear it, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to slip away to a nearby restaurant, quickly filling his belly before returning to his post to continue observing. Lord Han, while you were sleeping, the messenger began, 2 ninjas from the land of fire, we believe they're from Hidden Leaf Village, have been here the entire time. Han's chopsticks clattered to the ground as he glared at the messenger, his tone sharp with displeasure. Why didn't you wake me up? Huh? The messenger, clearly used to Han's temper, spoke quickly, the words tumbling out in a single breath. We did. We tried waking you one by one, but you were out cold and didn't hear us. Han paused, momentarily caught off guard. With a sigh, his tone softened slightly. Is that so? My fault, then. So, what did you do about it? The messenger, relieved to have dodged further ire, quickly continued. We contacted Lord Roshi, as you instructed us to do if anything uncertain happened. I believe he's already on his way. Han nodded approvingly. Not bad. You handled that well. The messenger discreetly wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, silently grateful for his quick thinking. That could have gone worse. I'd rather not be dragged back to the village in pieces. Thankfully, I got the words out fast enough before testing his patience any further. Hidden Leaf Village, huh? Han sneered, his voice full of disdain. Sooner or later, we Hidden Stone's village will break through them. From his hiding spot, Kusayama's lips curled into a faint smile. 4 Tails Roshi is coming? How convenient. If you want to stop the rampaging 5 Tails, the 4 Tails will have to intervene. This is getting more and more entertaining. Chapter 69, The Relentless Duo, Shadow and Light. In the direction connecting the land of grass to the land of earth, a figure sped toward the land of grass with incredible swiftness. This person had a stern face, crimson hair and beard, and wore a forehead protector shaped like a mountain peak, bearing the symbol of Hidden Stone's village. It was Roshi, the 4 Tails Jinchūriki, renowned as Roshi of the Lava style, sent from his village to intercept the Hidden Leaf Village ninja. However, upon entering the land of grass, Roshi's mood soured. Why drag the land of grass into this just to start a war with Hidden Leaf Village? He muttered. Onoki is really getting desperate. Roshi, a warrior of integrity known for earning his reputation on the battlefield, despised underhanded tactics. He believed in defeating opponents through raw strength, head-on. Yet now, under the Sushi Kage's orders, Hidden Stone's village was forcefully invading the neutral land of grass, using it as a staging ground for their war against the land of fire. This is completely unnecessary, he thought, his irritation mounting. And then there was Hidden Cloud's village, recruiting former ninjas from Hidden Hot Water Village in the land of hot water. The thought disgusted him. How despicable. Humphrey. With a disgruntled expression, Rashi increased his speed. Meanwhile, Han, another Jinchūriki, began to move as well. He was heading out to capture the Hidden Leaf Village infiltrators directly. From now on, all foreign ninjas entering the Land of Grass were to be killed. Nothing could be allowed to jeopardize the Sushi Kage's plans. As soon as Han moved, Kusayama followed, using his transparent escape jutsu to trail the Hidden Stones village forces. He crept silently, observing them. Even he had to begrudgingly admire how efficiently Hidden Stones village's ninjas were mobilized. Within a short time, the group of 2 had swelled to 15. Chomai, Kusayama whispered, look at how many of them there are. If he blows up in front of a crowd like this, wouldn't it be something to see? Chomai chuckled in response. You bet. But this isn't enough. Get more people. 50 would be ideal. When Kakuo goes berserk, the aesthetics of violence will really shine. The 2 of them, scheming as always, watched as the number of Hidden Stones village ninja continued to grow. After moving a bit further, Kusayama froze, his pupils narrowing as he spotted something in the distance. Shit. Why are those 2 idiots here? Have they recovered from their injuries? His frustration grew as he realized what this meant. What's the point of scouting out the enemy if these 2 jerks are here to arrest me? Through the eyes of an insect he had placed earlier, Kusayama could clearly see the scene unfold. Fugaku, with a dark, brooding expression, and Minato, as carefree as ever. One dark, one light, walking through the Land of Grass like grim reapers. It was obvious, they were here to take his life. Ha 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 ha, Kusayama, they've chased you all the way to the Land of Grass. Think you can still get away? Chomai taunted, laughing uproariously. If that's really the case, he continued mockingly, just go back and take 2 beatings. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't die. Chomai had completely switched to spectator mode, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding chaos. This chase scene was pure entertainment. Chomai, you've been getting pretty bold lately. Are you trying to get me beaten up? Okay, fine. You're amazing. If I get beaten up, you'll be starving for a month, and I'll make sure to block your vision too. You want to watch a show? Keep dreaming. Melon seeds scattered all over the floor as Chomai instantly clamped his mouth shut. No. 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 I'm a good, honest person. As your brother, how could I ever let you get beaten up? Don't worry, I'll give you wings so you can fly wherever you want. I promise to help you run away. His current pleasures, eating and watching dramas, were his entire life. If these were taken away, his world would go dark. No, this couldn't happen. Humphrey. Kusayama let out a cold snort and shifted his gaze to the 2 figures pursuing the murderer in the distance. Relief washed over him as he observed them. He had been concerned that the visitors wouldn't be strong enough to force Han to unleash his full power. But now, his concerns felt unnecessary. Although Fugaku and Minato hadn't yet reached their peak, the Uchiha's Sharingan and Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu were more than enough to overwhelm the Hidden Stones village ninja. These 2 represented the pinnacle of Hidden Leaf Village's youth. Chomai, get ready. If it's them, Kakuo's rampage might already be counting down. Chomai nodded excitedly. Those 2, Fugaku Uchiha and Minato Namikaze, were remarkable. He didn't know much about Fugaku, but Minato was a genius who mastered spatial ninjutsu like Kusayama. Their strength was undeniable. I see them. Everyone, surround them. Kill them as soon as you get the information. Han's eyes locked onto Minato and Fugaku, and he immediately gave the order to attack. Reinforcements had joined his team along the way, bringing their numbers to 33. But to Kusayama, they all looked like cannon fodder. At Han's command, over 30 ninjas surged forward, activating their body flicker jutsus as they charged toward Minato and Fugaku. We've been spotted, Fugaku. Good. Let's fight, I've been itching for a real challenge. Both reacted instantly. Minato reached into his hip pouch with both hands and pulled out 8 kunai engraved with his signature seal technique, the Sword of Love. Meanwhile, Fugaku's Crimson 3 Tomoe Sharingan flared to life as he opened his eyes. Fire style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenixes. Fugaku's hands moved at an incredible speed, forming seals so rapidly that it left onlookers breathless. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of fireballs in all directions, scattering them in a perfect 360-degree pattern. Damn it, Fugaku, pay attention. I'm still here. Minato yelled angrily as a fireball whizzed past, narrowly missing his head. Fugaku ignored him, maintaining focus on his ninjutsu. His Crimson Sharingan spun hypnotically as he scanned the battlefield. Not good. It's an Uchiha. Don't make eye contact with him. The Hidden Stones village ninja, experienced and skilled, immediately recognized the danger they were in. They froze, clearly unnerved by the formidable opponent before them. Over 30 of them halted their advance simultaneously, several quickly forming hand seals to defend against the oncoming fireballs. Earth style. Earth style wall. The ground trembled as a massive earthen wall erupted before them, intercepting the fireballs midair. The flames struck the wall, scattering into sparks that fizzled out harmlessly. The Hidden Stones village counterattack began immediately. Earth style. Earth style spear. Earth style. Hiding like a mole jutsu. The ninja moved in perfect coordination. Some sank into the ground, blending seamlessly with the terrain to prepare an ambush, while others launched sharp earthen projectiles at the 2 Hidden Lee village shinobi. The remaining fighters charged head-on with kunai and ninja blades in hand, ready to engage in close combat. Chapter 70, Boyle Style equals the show begins. That's quite the welcome ceremony. Pity. Minato smiled faintly as the earthen spike lunged toward him. In the blink of an eye, all the kunai in his hand were thrown, scattering across the ground and embedding themselves in the surrounding trees. The next moment, he vanished from his position. Humphrey. A bunch of ants. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. As Minato moved away, Fugaku lowered his guard slightly. A massive, fiery tornado erupted, enveloping everything around him. No matter how fiercely the enemy attacked with thrusting techniques, their efforts were futile. The towering flames of the tornado smashed their assaults into nothingness. The Uchiha excelled in fire style, it wasn't mere boasting. Fugaku was now the embodiment of a walking fireball. He wasn't one to stand idle, either. Maintaining the swirling inferno, he moved forward. The enormous fire tornado surged ahead. Retreat. Don't get caught in the blast. Earth style, tearing earth turning palm. Unhidden Stones village ninja, visibly strong and skilled, completed a hand seal and struck the ground. In an instant, the hardened earth fractured, creating a massive fissure in the path of the fiery tornado. Whoosh! 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 The attacks from Hidden Stones village didn't relent, but Fugaku's assault was unyielding as well. Shuriken laced with strings shot out from within the flames, weaving through the air in intricate arcs. Feel the flames of the Uchiha. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. The shuriken strings hit the ground, igniting instantly. The fire tornado dissolved, replaced by several roaring fire dragons that surged toward the enemy with terrifying ferocity. Damn it. This man. He's another Uchiha powerhouse. Lord Ha. Unhidden Stones village ninja, retreating instinctively, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. Lord Ha. Ha, what? Oh, sorry, I should have let you finish that sentence. He struggled to turn his head, only to see a young blonde shinobi smiling apologetically. However, the kunai in the boy's hand sank even deeper. 1. Before the surrounding Hidden Stones village forces could react and refocus on him, the boy vanished once again. Damn it. What speed? Stay together. Don't get separated. The Hidden Stones village forces moved quickly to regroup, but Minato took advantage of the chaos. Using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu again, he reappeared behind a smoking, flame-scorched Hidden Stones village shinobi wielding a ninja blade. The enemy barely had time to react before Minato's blade descended. 2. Minato flicked the blood off his kunai, his demeanor still relaxed and almost casual. Bastard. Stop stealing my kills. Fugaku growled in frustration. Despite unleashing 3 powerful jutsu in quick succession, he hadn't managed to claim a single enemy. In mere moments of battle, the Hidden Stones village forces had already suffered multiple casualties. Meanwhile, Minato and Fugaku had only expended a fraction of their chakra. TSK, Chomai, what did I say? These two don't need us to worry about them at all. Looks that way. That Uchiha kid used 3 powerful jutsu in a row, and he doesn't even look tired? The Uchihas really are something else. I don't think Han's going to last much longer. When he finally makes his move, we can just sit back and enjoy the show. Hey. You're right. Watching from the sidelines, Kazuyama couldn't help but regret not bringing a bag of melon seeds to fully enjoy the spectacle. The battle raged on, and the ninja who had previously hidden underground launched an attack. However, it had little effect on the 2 from Minato's side. After all, both possessed superhuman reflexes, and with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in play, combined with Sharingan, one of the most powerful dojutsu, ordinary sneak attacks were futile. When 3 more lives were lost, Han finally couldn't sit still. Retreat. You bunch of idiots. The towering, 2-meter-tall man charged into the battlefield, instantly dividing it with his sheer presence. The Hidden Stones village shinobi scattered, their expressions a mix of panic and fear. Lord Han. Shut up. Can't even 30 of you deal with 2 people? Even if the opponent is Uchiha, you shouldn't be this pathetic. Han's fury was palpable, his towering form radiating an oppressive aura that silenced his subordinates. Oh? Are you the one leading this team? A Jonin of Hidden Stones Village? Minato's usual calm demeanor gave way to a somber intensity as Han entered the fray. His heightened sensory abilities picked up on Han's rock-solid chakra and overwhelming aura, signaling an opponent unlike any other. Fugaku's Sharingan confirmed it more vividly. Through his dujutsu, he could see Han's chakra flowing with immense power. Both realized the gravity of the situation and thought simultaneously, a formidable enemy. They exchanged a glance, their unspoken decision clear: strike first. Without hesitation, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, teleporting instantly behind Han. Lord Han. Damn. The Hidden Stones Village ninja barely managed to shout a warning as Minato's kunai, already slick with the blood of several Hidden Stones Village comrades, struck Han's armor. A sharp clang echoed as metal met reinforced steel. Humphrey, so it really is some kind of spatial ninjutsu, Han muttered, his tone calm but dismissive. Too bad for you, it's not strong enough. My armor was custom made for this. The kunai's tip was halted by the sturdy armor, sparks flying upon impact. TCH. Minato clicked his tongue in frustration, immediately teleporting back to Fugaku's side using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What a hard armor. Not your average craftsmanship, Minato observed grimly. You don't need to tell me, I can see that, Fugaku replied, his tone equally serious. The failed test attack only deepened the unease on both their faces. Despite wearing such heavy armor, Han showed no signs of fatigue, standing tall and composed. To Minato and Fugaku, it was clear, their opponent possessed extraordinary physical strength and unparalleled skill in taijutsu. The next generation of Hidden Leaf Village? Han sneered. Too bad for you, your story ends here. Come at me. Han assumed a battle-ready stance, his imposing momentum surging. Humphrey. How arrogant. Fugaku's Sharingan gleamed. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Without hesitation, Fugaku unleashed his strongest fire-style ninjutsu. A massive fire dragon roared into existence, spiraling upward before diving toward Han with fierce intensity. Minato didn't hesitate either. He tossed several specialized kunai into strategic positions, preparing to strike the moment an opening appeared. Even the strongest armor must have weaknesses, and Minato was determined to find them. Han smirked as the fire dragon approached. Not bad. Fire style, huh? But it's not enough. Boil style, unparalleled strength. At the mention of boil style, the Hidden Stones Village shinobi erupted into cheers. This was Han's ultimate technique, a terrifying display of strength they revered. Watching from a distance, Kazuyama and Chomai grinned with excitement. Their reason for enthusiasm, however, was far from loyal admiration. Both man and insect shouted in unison, "Here it comes." The show is starting. The long-awaited spectacle was finally about to unfold. Kazuyama grabbed an imaginary bag of melon seeds, already savoring the drama. He and Chomai were ready, melons and benches metaphorically set, welcoming the grand actor to take the stage. Five Tails Kakuo. Chapter 71, Boom. He exploded. Damn. That escalated quickly. Kazuyama was watching Han closely as the Jinchūriki began to activate boil style. His thoughts drifted momentarily to memories of a pressure cooker from his past life. He recalled how crucial it was to ensure the air vent remained unblocked. If it were clogged, the internal pressure could spike uncontrollably, leading to an explosion. To Kazuyama, Han had become that very pressure cooker, dangerously on the verge of detonation. Kakuo's boil style was a terrifying technique. It rapidly elevated the user's chakra to a boiling point, drastically enhancing their physical power in an instant. Chakra, as Kazuyama understood it, was energy, and boiling it required an immense chakra flow. As this energy transformed into steam within the body, it had to be released, before colliding with the volatile boiling chakra inside. Otherwise, the result would be catastrophic, an atomic-level explosion. By now, Han's boil style had already started. His chakra surged wildly, filling the air with an overwhelming and oppressive aura. To the Hidden Stones Village ninja observing the scene, their mighty Jinchūriki, Lord Han, was on the brink of unleashing his signature steam. They fully expected him to annihilate the two Hidden Leaf Village ninjas standing in his way. For Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, however, it was a different story. Fugaku's Sharingan tracked every movement, and the rapid, violent expansion of Han's chakra alarmed him. Minato. Be careful. His chakra flow is terrifying, it's beyond human. Fugaku called out, his voice sharp with urgency. He might not be just any ninja. Fugaku's Sharingan glinted as he reached a grim conclusion about Han's identity. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield as steam began to billow from Han's body. His expression shifted, his aura swelling with confidence. He now looked like a god of war, drunk on his own power. Die. Han growled, preparing to attack. But then, a sharp crack cut through the tension. Huh? What? Han's arrogant expression faltered. He glanced down in shock. His armor, crafted specifically to withstand even Minato's specialized kunai, had begun to fracture. Something's wrong, murmured one of the Hidden Stones village ninja. Why isn't Lord Han releasing steam? By now, Han's unease was palpable. His eyes burned red with intensity, his broken armor a clear sign that something had gone awry. Without the steam venting properly, his body began to bulge unnaturally, and his armor expanded under the strain. Damn it! Minato, retreat! Fugaku shouted. His Sharingan flared, the Tomoe spinning violently. Through his heightened vision, he saw the horrifying truth. Han's chakra, compressed to its absolute limit beneath the fractured armor, was on the verge of detonating. If his guess was correct, the battlefield was seconds away from witnessing a devastating explosion. No. Feeling the steam building uncontrollably within his body, Han finally understood the problem. The exhaust vents on his armor, designed to release steam, had somehow become blocked. The inability to release the steam was bad enough, but it wasn't the most critical issue. Suddenly, a wave of numbness coursed through his body. As the sensation grew more intense, his control over chakra slipped completely. Finally, with a roar of desperation, Han exploded. Boom. How powerful could an explosion of chakra, suppressed to its absolute limit, possibly be? Kusayama, positioned a staggering 2 kilometers away, found out the hard way. The sheer force of the explosion blasted him off his perch. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud rose into the air, while the shockwave rippled through the entire land of grass, waking anyone who had been asleep. Chomai. Help me. Kusayama screamed in panic. I miscalculated. Caught in the blast's shockwave, Kusayama was hurled hundreds of meters into the air, his body racked with pain. If not for the distance he had maintained, he might have been torn apart. But why was he airborne in the first place? It turned out to be his unfortunate position, standing on a tree tens of meters above the ground. When Han, rooted firmly to the earth, detonated, the sheer force of the blast launched Kusayama skyward. The explosion's swirling airflow kept him hurtling higher and higher. Ha 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 ha. It exploded. It really exploded. You're killing me. Kakuo's Jinchūriki is such a goofball. Chomai erupted into laughter the moment Han detonated. He couldn't help it, anyone who saw their own unique technique backfire so spectacularly would find it hysterical. Here it comes. Kusayama. Control your form. In an instant, Chomai's chakra surged into Kusayama's body. Wings sprouted around his waist, steadying his form midair. He leaned back into the wings, activating hive mind to focus on the explosion's epicenter. At the core of the devastation stood Han, bare, his skin shredded and his eyes vacant white. Blood? It had long since been vaporized in the heat of the blast. As for the Hidden Stones village ninja, almost all had been reduced to ashes. Wait. Survivors? Kusayama squinted, spotting movement near the 10-meter diameter crater at ground zero. 4 trembling figures emerged, Earth-style users who had wisely buried themselves underground just before the explosion. Right, where are Minato and Fugaku? Don't you fucking explode. Kusayama suddenly remembered the black and white duo, Yin and Yang, who had been pursuing him. Panic gripped him as he frantically scanned the area. Those two couldn't be in trouble. If anything happened to them, he would never be able to return to the village. After a frantic search, he finally found them amidst the ruins, about a kilometer from the explosion's epicenter. Neither of them was in good shape. Fugaku. Are you okay? Cough, cough. 2 ribs are broken, and my left leg seems to be out too. What about you? My right arm's broken. I hit my head and feel a bit dizzy. Other than that, I'm fine. Luckily, I threw my kunai earlier. Otherwise, we might not have made it. Minato cradled his injured arm and shook his head. Shadows danced in front of his eyes. A concussion. Definitely a concussion. Damn, what the hell happened? Why did he suddenly explode? Regret struck him like a blow. Even though he'd used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to escape the heart of the explosion, the sheer force of the blast was staggering. The shock wave alone had left them battered and bruised. Chakra compression, Fugaku said, wincing. But I don't know why the compressed chakra caused fluctuations. That's all I saw too. I don't know the specifics. Hiss. Damn, we need to retreat, Fugaku gritted out, every movement sending sharp pain through his body. His forehead glistened with cold sweat. Okay. Roar. Before they could make their move, a violent roar shattered the tense silence. Both of their faces darkened instantly. Through the thick smoke, a massive creature emerged, its hideous features coming into view. Chapter 72, Cut him? Don't be ridiculous. He's my brother. The tailed beasts each had unique colors for their tails, one tail, yellow 2 tails, blue 3 tails, gray 4 tails, red 5 tails, pure white 6 tails, milky white 7 tails, green 8 tails, dark red 9 tails. Orange in the duo's line of sight stood an enormous, pure white creature, a fusion of a dolphin and a horse. Its 5 tails whipped furiously through the air, never ceasing their violent motion. This was Kakuo, the 5 tails, a living embodiment of raw, unstoppable power. Damn it. I knew something was off. He really is a Jinchūriki. 5 tails. The 5 tails. Fugaku gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain as his gaze locked onto the massive beast in the distance. Why didn't you say something sooner? We could have retreated while we had the chance. Minato shot him a frustrated, helpless look. It's too late now, Fugaku growled. With all 5 tails unleashed, there's no doubt, it's a Jinchūriki and a tailed beast. Roar. Kakuo's red eyes glowed ominously as it erupted into a rampage. The Hidden Stones village ninja nearby froze in sheer terror. 5 tails. This can't be real. Where is Lord Han? The remaining 4 Hidden Stones village shinobi were badly injured, but their pain was nothing compared to the overwhelming fear flooding their hearts. The 5 tails hadn't appeared for years, having been suppressed by Han. But now, it had gone berserk. Run. Run. Go find Lord Roshi. Only he can tame it. Just as they turned to flee, their bodies locked up. A horrifying numbness spread through them, rendering them completely paralyzed. They collapsed, unable to even move their tongues. No. No. This can't be happening. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Kazuyama observed the chaos below and finally heard the familiar system prompt. Ding. The host's actions have caused Jinchūriki Han to sustain serious injuries, breaking the seal on Kakuo. Result, 5 tails has gone berserk. Special reward, plus 10 strength, huh? Just plus 10 strength? That's it? Kazuyama frowned, frustrated. Kakuo's literal embodiment is absolute power, but all I get is 10 points? Before he could dwell on his disappointment, more notifications flooded in. Ding. The host's actions caused Fugaku Uchiha to sustain injuries, broken ribs, broken left leg. Special reward, plus 1 Ganjutsu. Ding. The host's actions caused Minato Namikaze to sustain injuries, broken right arm, moderate concussion. Special reward, plus 1 Ninjutsu. Ding. The host's actions caused 29 Hidden Stones village ninja to die, obliterated, no remains. Special reward, plus 3 strength. Ding. Residual scale powder in the air caused 4 Hidden Stones village ninja to become paralyzed, unable to dodge in time, resulting in their deaths as they were trampled by Kakuo. Special reward, plus 2 stamina. Kazuyama was left speechless. This escalated quickly. All 33 Hidden Stones village ninjas are gone, and even Fugaku and Minato are injured. Still, he couldn't help but smirk. Well, this mission turned out to be more successful than I expected. Ha ha ha. Kakuo's completely losing it. Kazuyama, our plan worked like a charm. Look at those red eyes, Kakuo's pissed. Chomai glanced at Kakuo, who was rampaging wildly, venting his uncontrollable fury, and let out a laugh that sounded like a thief caught red-handed. Alright, time to get out of here. And we better drag those 2 idiots, Minato and Fugaku, with us. If Kakuo kills them, I'm done for. Kazuyama maintained his transparent escape jutsu as he flew a kilometer away. His priority was to deal with the 2 intruders who had came to capture him. After all, a rampaging tailed beast was terrifying enough, but with both of them severely injured, the situation was even more precarious. Roar. Kakuo, in full rampage mode, began charging forward, his massive body kicking up clouds of dust as he barreled across the terrain. Unfortunately, his path led directly toward Minato and Fugaku. Seeing this, Kazuyama suddenly felt like karma was coming back to bite him. Out of all the possible directions Kakuo could have gone, of course, it had to be straight toward his 2 battered victims. Chomai. We're running for it. Lend me your strength. Alright, take it. Don't worry about Kakuo, he's massive, but he's not fast. With my help, you'll outrun him easily. Kazuyama felt a powerful surge of chakra flood through his body. In the next moment, he beat his chakra-infused wings with all his might, launching himself toward Minato and Fugaku at a speed Kakuo couldn't hope to match. Damn it, Minato, can you still use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Fugaku asked, panic creeping into his voice. Minato shook his head, his expression grim. The explosion earlier had destroyed all the kunai he had placed in the area, leaving only the one that had helped them escape the blast's epicenter. As the 5-tailed beast drew closer, the 2 young geniuses exchanged a glance, their shared despair reflected in each other's eyes. Damn it. I can't believe I survived so many battles, only to die like this, trampled by a tailed beast. Fugaku roared in frustration. Minato stood silently beside him, his shoulders heavy with the same regret. How could he not feel the same bitterness? As the five tails thundered closer, a voice suddenly rang out beside them. Humphrey, who told you to chase me all the way to the land of grass? Now look at you, completely helpless. You're not going to die, so go back to the village and wait for me to return in triumph. The slightly irritated yet unmistakably familiar voice hit them like a bolt of lightning. Though no one was visible, they instantly knew the speaker. It was Kazuyama. At that moment, Fugaku felt his anger dissolve. If Kazuyama could save them, then maybe he didn't want to kill him after all. At the same time, Minato's thoughts softened. Perhaps everything Kazuyama had done to him in the past wasn't on purpose, if only he could rescue them now. Go. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Kazuyama made a point to shout the name of the jutsu, ensuring there would be no doubt who their savior was, the very man they came to kill. In an instant, the two of them vanished. When their surroundings shifted, Fugaku and Minato found themselves far from danger, standing atop a distant mountain. Below, they could see the five tails still rampaging in the distance. It really was him. That bastard. Damn it. Fugaku, overwhelmed with emotion, let out a curse, while Minato stood beside him, nodding in disbelief and relief. In that moment, their grudges and schemes evaporated. Kazuyama wasn't an enemy anymore, he was family. Kazuyama, you son of a bitch, you're my brother now. Fugaku shouted, his voice full of an odd mix of joy and frustration. Kazuyama? Kazuyama? Where are you? Fugaku called out, again and again, but there was no response. Shit. Suddenly, as realization struck, both of them turned toward the distant five tails with wide eyes. Kazuyama hadn't escaped with them. Chapter 73, If I fight, you fight too. I won't go easy on you. Yes, Kazuyama did not activate the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport himself away. After all, there wasn't just one Jinchūriki in the land of grass at the moment. Roshi, the Four Tails Jinchūriki, was also present. His grand spectacle wasn't over yet. How could he enjoy the show if the five tails and four tails weren't fighting? The transparent escape jutsu was lifted as Kazuyama simply watched Kakuo, the five tails, charge toward him. Hey, this isn't nearly exciting enough to watch. The land of grass has teamed up with Hidden Stone's village, which puts them against Hidden Leaf village. In that case, there's no need to hold back. Chomai, lend me your strength, I want to bring Kakuo along to meet Son Goku. These words struck a chord with Chomai, who was now eager to see the monkey and the horse clash. In the past, he would never have dared provoke either of them, but with Kazuyama by his side, it was payback time for all the humiliation they had dealt him. Alright. Take as much chakra as you want. I may not be as strong as the dead octopus or the stinking fox, but I have more chakra than the rest of them combined. Chomai was fully committed, supplying a steady stream of chakra to Kazuyama while carefully controlling the flow to avoid triggering the tailed beast's cloak. Kazuyama had emphasized time and again that exposing themselves would mean a lifetime of running, a risk neither of them could afford. Empowered by Chomai's chakra, Kazuyama quickly moved toward the land of earth. Meanwhile, Kakuo, already in a foul mood, grew enraged when her prey suddenly vanished, only for an irritating insect to appear instead. Her frustration boiled over, and the only thought in her mind was to stomp on Kazuyama and vent her fury. As Kazuyama changed direction, so did Kakuo, charging straight toward the land of earth. This chaotic scene was witnessed by two survivors perched on a distant mountaintop. Their eyes instantly burned red with rage. That bastard. Is he taking the five tails to the land of earth? Damn it. Is he trying to get himself killed? Fugaku's crimson eyes flared with such intensity that the black pupils and Magatrama were completely engulfed by the furious red of his Sharingan. Kazuyama. You bastard. Minato's reaction, however, was completely different. Unlike Fugaku's frustration, he remained still, disbelief written all over his face. He couldn't wrap his head around what he was seeing. The very person who had just saved their lives was now walking away. If Kazuyama were here, he'd probably smirk and say, holy crap, you two are the definition of extremes, the Senju's endless kindness and the Uchiha's fiery love-hate vibe. It's so damn true. Fugaku, can you move? We need to get back to the village and call for reinforcements. Fugaku gritted his teeth and attempted to rise, but the injury to his left leg made standing nearly impossible. Minato, on the other hand, staggered as his blurred vision and concussion caused the world around him to spin. Hold on to me, Minato said, his voice steady despite his condition. I'll lead the way. Let's get back to the village, hurry. And so, the two prodigies became something straight out of a tragic tale, the blind man and the cripple, propping each other up as they stumbled forward. But the mountain peak wasn't about to make it easy, and after just 2 steps, they both collapsed in exhaustion. Let's focus on restoring our chakra first, Minato suggested, trying to stay calm. Fugaku, do you have any military ration pills? The moment those words left his mouth, Fugaku's face darkened like the bottom of a soot-covered pot. His voice was low, trembling with barely contained frustration. Don't ever bring up military ration pills to me again, or I swear I'll stab you. Minato froze, a shiver running down his spine as a vivid, painful memory came rushing back. It was so intense he instinctively slapped himself, twice. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Kakuo was still rampaging through the land of grass. The alarm had already been sounded. Damn it. Why is the Hidden Stones village tailed beast rampaging here? What the hell are they doing over there? The land of grass didn't have any notable Kage-level power, it was, after all, just a small nation. All the ninjas within its borders operated under the orders of the Land of Grass Council. At this moment, the three elders of the council had gathered to discuss the chaos caused by the Five Tails within their territory. There are two Jinchūriki from Hidden Stones village. The one who came this time is the Five Tails Jinchūriki, Han, one elder said gravely. I've met him before. He's a strong ninja with a formidable will. It doesn't make sense for him to lose control, another elder added, puzzled. From his perspective, Hidden Stones village's willingness to let their Jinchūriki operate outside the village meant they had confidence in their strength and reliability. Even if they hadn't reached the level of a perfect Jinchūriki, there was no reason for such chaos. Yet the current situation was undeniable, leaving the three elders momentarily at a loss. As their furrowed brows deepened with concern, the door to the meeting room burst open, and a Hidden Grass Village Jonin rushed in. Bad news, elders. He announced breathlessly. The Hidden Stones village Jinchūriki, Rashi, has entered the Land of Grass and is rapidly heading toward the Five Tails. The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. Tell everyone to go into hiding. Keep away from the border with the Land of Earth. And send a letter to that bastard Onoki. From now on, Hidden Stones village shinobi are only allowed to pass through. They absolutely cannot stay in the Land of Grass. One-tailed beast was bad enough, and now another? What did Hidden Stones village think the Land of Grass was? A coliseum? As Kazuyama sped toward the Land of Earth, Rashi, who had already entered the Land of Grass, felt the surge of tailed beast chakra and immediately rushed toward the source of the explosion. Damn it. That idiot Han, how could he lose control like that? He went berserk in another country. Is he trying to get himself killed? Onoki's a damn fool. He never should have allowed anyone to enter the Land of Grass. Now that the Five Tails is on a rampage, there's no doubt the Land of Grass will pin this disaster on Hidden Stones village. Forget it. Complaining won't fix anything now. Rashi's expression darkened as he muttered, Son Goku, I might need your strength for this. Rashi's last words weren't directed at anyone else, they were meant for the Four Tails, Son Goku, sealed within him. Humphrey, you wish. Son Goku snapped. Why should I help you? Let the Five Tails rampage. What does that have to do with me? Clearly uninterested in the situation, Son Goku brushed him off, unwilling to continue the conversation. Hey, fine, Rashi said with a smirk. I'll just go up there and handle it myself. Let's see if you still don't care then. Son Goku grumbled, damn you. Then why ask me in the first place? Rashi, I still respect you. After trading a few heated words and insults, the two fell into a stubborn silence, neither willing to give the other the satisfaction of continuing the argument. But Rashi had already made up his mind. No matter how much Son Goku resisted, he couldn't stand by and let this happen. Han was his comrade, someone from his village, and their bond ran deeper than any petty squabble. Letting him wreak havoc wasn't an option, not for Rashi, and not for Hidden Stones village. When Rashi finally moved to act, Son Goku had no choice but to go along. After all, if Rashi went down, so would he. Rashi understood Son Goku's nature all too well, prideful, stubborn, but ultimately pragmatic. And as a skilled Jinchūriki, Rashi knew just how far to push to force the beast's cooperation when it really mattered. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. Chapter 74, Aim Anywhere But the Face. Rashi, oh? Chomai. Straight ahead, isn't that the Four Tails Jinchūriki? Kazuyama looked at the figure in the distance and, wanting to confirm its identity, quickly asked his partner within. It should be. I'm sensing an unusual chakra fluctuation from him, and his emotions seem a little anxious. Kazuyama, get ready to run. Don't get involved unless you absolutely have to. Kazuyama nodded, turned sharply, and hurled a kunai with an explosive tag attached at the head of Kakuo chasing him. Without waiting for the impact, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Boom. The explosive tag detonated, hitting Kakuo square on the head. A thunderous roar of fury erupted. She was livid. How dare that little insect throw an explosive tag at my head? Her mind seethed with fury. She prided herself on her face above all else, and now it had been attacked. This was unforgivable. He had to be crushed. Completely crushed. Kusayama had an almost uncanny knack for attracting hatred. He didn't just fight, he aimed to provoke. And he knew something others might not. Kakuo, the Five Tails, was female. This made his precise attack on her face all the more outrageous. Kakuo seethed with rage, ready to unleash her wrath, but when she tried to lash out, Kusayama was gone. Just gone. He had disappeared right in front of her. How could this happen? How dare you disrespect a tailed beast like that? Left without a target, Kakuo descended into pure fury, unleashing destruction everywhere. Trees? Crushed. Rocks? Pulverized. Hills? Flattened. People? Trampled. Wait. People? Yes, another figure suddenly entered Kakuo's line of sight. Lava style, scorching stream rock jutsu. Dozens of blazing lava fireballs shot into the air. Under Kakuo's enraged gaze, they descended and detonated directly on her head. Five Tails, stop your rampage, or else. Standing atop a tree, Roshi glared at Kakuo with fierce determination, his body radiating raw fighting spirit. Roshi's lava style wasn't just the result of being the Four Tails Jinchūriki. It came from his own Kekkei Genkai, which fused fire and earth to create lava style. In this sense, Roshi was the ideal host for the Four Tails. Yet, despite their compatibility in power, his relationship with the beast inside him was still strained at best. Roar. Don't hit people in the face, don't you know that? Kakuo's thoughts burned with fury. Bastard. How dare you hit my face? Her rage deepened, and the rampaging Five Tails became even more frenzied. With Roshi locked in her sights, she charged straight at him. Humphrey. As expected, there's no way to awaken Han with words. Roshi muttered to himself. There's no other choice but to suppress the Five Tails. Tailed Beast Cloak, lava-style chakra mode. In an instant, flames erupted around Roshi, forming a blazing aura of molten energy. A single tail materialized behind him, the manifestation of his bond with the Four Tails. The intense heat scorched the ground beneath him, igniting the tree he had been standing on. For most, a rampaging tailed beast is an unstoppable force of terror. But for Roshi, another Jinchūriki, Kakuo was just an irrational creature, a massive target that required careful precision to overcome. Lava style, scorching stream rock jutsu. Once again, Roshi unleashed dozens of magma bombs, hurling them directly at Kakuo's head. As the explosions landed, he closed the distance between them, preparing to leap onto her back for a decisive strike. Roar. This time, Kakuo wasn't about to let Roshi attack unchallenged. Lowering her head, she thrust her long, sharp horns forward before charging with destructive momentum. Humphrey. Roshi was prepared. He had suppressed the rampaging Five Tails before, alongside the ninja of his village, and knew her moves well. As Kakuo charged, he leapt into the air, bounding across the battlefield before landing squarely on her back. Lava style, scorching armored fist. Roshi, riding atop the Five Tails, unleashed his immense power once more. Lava enveloped his body as he landed punch after punch on the tailed beast. The clash between the Jinchūriki and the tailed beast unfolded in spectacular chaos. My, this Jinchūriki really knows how to throw down. Son Goku's fusion with him is actually that seamless. He can just whip out lava style like it's nothing. Kusayama used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the heart of the battle, reappearing several kilometers away. Perched in a tree, he observed Roshi fighting against Kakuo. Chomai, standing nearby, looked on in surprise. You're just saying that because you can only borrow my hive mind, right? But that guy already has lava style as his Kekkei Genkai, so using Son Goku's power isn't that hard for him, is it? Huh? He has lava style? Why do you think he became Son Goku's Jinchūriki in the first place? Oh, that makes sense. With their shared abilities, they can sync up a lot faster. Kusayama glanced toward Roshi, who continued wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and sighed. Roshi could be considered the first perfect Jinchūriki. His relationship with Son Goku was far better than most might expect. Having been a Jinchūriki since childhood, Roshi had long since won over the tailed beast's heart. Sadly, both man and beast were stubborn, and despite their bond, they never truly broke through their differences. This drama is far from its climax, Kusayama muttered. The tailed beast's outer shell or even a half-transformation won't stop the rampaging Kakuo. Son Goku will have to step in himself. Chomai, how long do you think he can hold out? Kusayama's true aim was to push the two tailed beasts into direct combat. The Jinchūriki alone wouldn't suffice. Chomai chuckled. Even though Kakuo lacks offensive techniques, her chakra can turn into steam. No matter how strong the Jinchūriki is, he won't last long. Kusayama nodded in agreement. As a tailed beast that had lived for millennia, Kakuo's abilities went beyond simple physical power. While her rage might cloud her sanity, it never diminished her strength. Let's move farther back. With a hive mind, we can still keep an eye on everything. When Son Goku shows up, nowhere will be safe. Kazuyama vanished again, reappearing near the spot where he'd previously relocated Minato and Fugaku. As he landed, he was met with Fugaku's grumbling and Minato's exasperated reply. Damn it, asshole. Why don't you know medical ninjutsu? I'm a combat ninja. Why the hell would I know medical ninjutsu? Kazuyama raised an eyebrow. Medical ninjutsu? Had Fugaku lost his mind? Ugh, chakra recovery is so damn slow. Minato, how about you? Same here, it's crawling. But Fugaku, look over there, Five Tails is being held back. What's with those streaks of red light? And why is it attacking so recklessly? Even from tens of kilometers away, the sheer size of the tailed beast made it impossible to ignore. Hey, you two, do you actually have time to just stand around and watch the show? Startled by the voice, both men turned quickly to see Kazuyama leaning casually against a tree, a teasing smirk tugging at his lips. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. Chapter 75, The Climax Unfolds. Son Goku and Kakuo Kazuyama watched the stunned duo with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. You let yourselves get so caught up chasing me that you followed me all the way to the land of grass. How silly, you've walked right into my trap. I must admit, it's rather convenient you showed up. If it weren't for you two, I would have had to go through the trouble of provoking Han myself. But now look, thanks to you, the Five Tails is on a rampage. All you're doing? He smirked. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? Are you seriously trying to deny it now? You came all this way, to the land of grass, and now you're claiming you weren't looking for me? Hearing Kazuyama's mocking tone, Minato and Fugaku flushed with embarrassment. This guy. Why throw oil on the fire when it's already blazing? Yes, we came looking for you, you bastard. After everything you put me through, you think I'm just going to let it go? Fugaku snapped, his voice dripping with frustration. But. He crossed his arms and huffed. Since you saved my life, I'll let it slide this time. If there's one thing the Uchiha are masters of, it's stubbornness. Even when facing someone who saved them, they act like they're the ones in the right. Kazuyama couldn't help himself and burst out laughing at Fugaku's attitude. You bastard, Kazuyama. What's so funny? Fugaku barked, his temper flaring. Don't think saving me means you're off the hook. I could still stab you, you know. If I hadn't run out of chakra and wasn't injured, I'd have killed you both by now. Kazuyama, still grinning, held up his hands in mock surrender. Alright, I'm not laughing anymore. He glanced at the two men, his tone shifting. Are you okay? Can you still walk? The Five Tails is still rampaging nearby, and just now, I saw an Hidden Stones village ninja using some kind of KK Genkai. Something felt off, so I came back to warn you. Hearing this, Minato and Fugaku's expressions immediately turned serious. Hidden Stones village ninja with KK Genkai. In the land of grass? Minato's brow furrowed. It seems the land of grass has been completely infiltrated by Hidden Stones village. We need to get this information back to the village, fast. He turned to Kazuyama. You're fine for now, so head back to Hidden Leaf village. Don't worry about us. Minato's grim tone reflected the gravity of the situation. The land of grass was in chaos. First, the Jinchūriki had gone berserk, and now Hidden Stones village's elites had joined the fray. If we don't act soon, the land of fire could be at risk. Kazuyama, however, waved them off casually. Relax. My chakra's still in good shape, so I can carry you both if needed. Oh, and... He rummaged through his pouch, pulling out a small container. I've got some military ration pills. Want one? They'll help you recover a bit. The mention of military ration pills made both Minato and Fugaku freeze. Fugaku's hand instinctively moved toward his blade, while Minato shot Kazuyama a piercing glare. Kazuyama, still holding the pills, couldn't help but laugh at their reactions. Their fierce expressions only made his amusement grow, and soon he was laughing uncontrollably. You bastard. You really don't care about people, do you? It's all your fault. I will never take a military rations pill again in my life. Fugaku's voice trembled with genuine emotion. The mere sight of the dark pills made him shiver, his chest tightening as an uncontrollable sense of weakness consumed him. He silently vowed never to relive that feeling again. Just as he was about to curse, a deafening roar echoed from the direction of the Five Tails. Roar. Kazuyama's face lit up with joy. The sound signaled what he had been eagerly anticipating. It's here. The moment we've been waiting for. A massive crimson monkey with four tails suddenly emerged on the Five Tails' massive form in the distance. Holy shit. Is that four tails? Kazuyama, the ninja you saw earlier, he couldn't be the Jinchūriki of the Four Tails, could he? Minato felt his thoughts grinding to a halt, struggling to process the scene before him. Fugaku stood frozen, equally stunned. Neither of them had ever seen a tailed beast before, and the sheer terror of its presence was overwhelming. Minato's mind, however, wandered to Kushina. As he stared at the two colossal beasts in the distance, a chilling realization struck him: is this the kind of monster inside Kushina? Damn. Kazuyama's expression, on the other hand, was a stark contrast to theirs. His face was flushed, his lips curled into a grin that radiated pure excitement. It was the smile of someone reveling in the success of their scheme. Within Kazuyama, Chomai shared his exhilaration. Kazuyama. It's you again. They're really going at it. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I've seen Kakuo and Son Goku fight. This is fantastic. Fight. Crush that monkey. Hit Kakuo harder. Ha 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 ha. Chomai, the Seven Tails, who had been thoroughly influenced by Kazuyama's antics, was now fully assimilated into his mindset. He no longer cared about the bigger picture, he just wanted to enjoy the chaos. What made Kazuyama happiest was hearing the familiar system prompt again. Ding. The host has successfully triggered a strategy to make Hidden Stones villages two-tailed beasts fight each other. Special reward, +3 strength awarded, done. Isn't everything just for this prompt? Kazuyama laughed to himself. All that was left now was to watch the chaos unfold. Once the show was over, he could simply use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to leave. The scene shifted to Roshi. Roshi had leapt onto Kakuo's back, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. However, the Five Tails' thick hide proved impenetrable, even against the devastating force of lava style. For a moment, Roshi faltered, frustration seeping into his voice. Damn it, his defense is still this strong even when he's rampaging. He clenched his fists tightly. Lava style, scorching armored fist. Once more, he gathered molten magma and threw a powerful punch aimed at the Five Tails' back. This time, however, Kakuo didn't simply endure the assault. Roar. A feral roar erupted from the beast, and chakra within the Five Tails began to boil violently. Boil style activated in an instant. In the next moment, scalding steam spewed from Kakuo's body. Caught off guard, Roshi was blasted backward by the sudden surge. Damn it. Boil style? Even through the protective chakra coat around his body, Roshi could feel the searing heat of the steam burning into him. That wasn't even the worst of it, he was now airborne, and the Five Tails had already locked onto him. Its sharp horns glinted menacingly as it charged. With no other choice, Roshi called out desperately, I'm counting on you. Go beat her up for me. From within, Son Goku's voice dripped with disdain. What's this? Feeling weak now? Can't handle it. And now you come crawling to the great me, huh? Roshi gritted his teeth, wanting to hurl 1,000 curses, but the Five Tails' horns were rapidly closing in. With no time to argue, he reluctantly gave in. Damn it, help me already. If I get skewered by those horns, you'll still have to fix my body. Son Goku spat angrily. You've been messing with me this whole time, and now you want my help? You're a real piece of work. Just shut up and take control. Fine. Roar. Son Goku erupted, and Roshi relinquished control of his body. In an instant, the transformation was complete. The Crimson Four Tails emerged in full, a massive form radiating primal power. Without hesitation, Son Goku swung a punch through the air, landing a devastating blow to Kakuo's face, snapping its head to the side. You want to fight? Son Goku growled. I'll be your partner. What had started as a battle between Jinchūriki had escalated into a full-blown clash of tailed beasts, Four Tails Son Goku versus Five Tails Kakuo. But the punch seemed to drive Kakuo into a frenzy. He hit me in the face again. He fucking hit me in the face again. Fueled by rage, Kakuo's chakra surged even more violently. One after the other. They're all going to die. Boil style. Unparalleled strength. Chapter 76, Disaster Strikes the Land of Grass. Onoki coughs up blood. The battle between the tailed beasts was straightforward. They either wrestled with each other or pulled back to prepare their tailed beast balls. Why else would they do it? It was simply their nature. But when Son Goku, the Four Tails, appeared, he showed exactly what it meant for a monkey to know martial arts. No one could stop him, especially not a tailed beast like Kakuo, whose lack of agility made it an easy target. Son Goku used his fists and feet to pummel Kakuo, leaving the latter stunned by the relentless assault. But Kakuo wasn't so easily defeated. Her toughness and anger flared as she began running circles around Son Goku, using her four legs to gain a distinct advantage. Son Goku, bound to two legs, couldn't keep up. In the end, Kakuo's horn pierced through Son Goku's shoulder. The fight raged on for half a day, with Kazuyama watching in growing excitement. What kind of battle has any meaning if there are no injuries? he thought, his joy increasing as both beasts suffered damage. Kakuo's mouth was twisted from the blows she'd taken, while Sengoku bore deep wounds. This was exactly the outcome Kazuyama wanted. Even as Kakuo rampaged, Sengoku's eyes began to burn red. Despite Roshi's desperate screams inside him, it was useless. Sengoku's anger and anxiety boiled over, he was on the verge of going berserk. Roshi panicked. "Four-legged bastard. You're the one who insisted on fighting." Roar. Sengoku delivered a powerful kick with his thick legs, forcing Kakuo to take a step back. As the massive monkey opened his mouth, a terrifying amount of chakra began to gather rapidly. Kakuo smirked, opening her mouth as she began to gather her own chakra. "Kazuyama, pay close attention," Chomai's voice echoed. "This is the ultimate attack of us tailed beasts, the tailed beast ball. You've already mastered the half-tailed beast state, so in theory, you can begin trying this skill as well. Watch closely, it's good for you." Chomai continued, taking on the tone of a teacher. "The chakra of us tailed beasts consists of yang blue chakra and yin purple black chakra. You shape your chakra to the extreme, mix and compress it in your mouth in a ratio of 2:8 yin and yang, forming a super dense ball, and release it all at once. Look closely, the tailed beast ball they're forming is a fusion of two colors of chakra, isn't it?" To Chomai, the distant battle between Sengoku and Kakuo was like a lesson on a blackboard, with Kazuyama as the attentive student. This comparison left Chomai quite pleased. Kazuyama, meanwhile, was observing the tailed beast ball for the first time. Though he was familiar with the concept from his previous life, he never imagined he'd one day witness, or even wield, such a powerful ability. He was mesmerized. So this is a tailed beast. What is that? The way the chakra fuses together. It's terrifying. If that thing exploded, it could destroy a mountain. Fugaku, having recovered enough chakra, activated his Sharingan to get a better look. But as the scene became clearer, his face grew pale, his body trembling slightly. The raw terror of the tailed beasts left an indelible mark on his mind. Minato, too, was captivated by the sight. But unlike Kazuyama's awe, his fascination lay in the mechanics of the tailed beast ball itself. As he watched the chakra mass take shape, he felt no fear, only a growing excitement, as if the tailed beast ball held the key to his own path forward. "Guys, we need to move, now. If those two things explode, we'll get caught in it too. The land of grass is done for. With two tailed beasts on a rampage, it'll take years for this place to recover." The tailed beast ball was complete, but Kazuyama didn't look at it. He turned sharply and walked toward Minato and Fugaku, placing his hands on both of them. They were preparing to evacuate. In the blink of an eye, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu activated. Since entering the land of grass, Kazuyama had carefully placed markers along the way. Using those markers and ignoring the strain on his chakra, he transported the two of them in a single leap straight to the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. And the moment they landed, boom! The explosion erupted as the five tails and four tails collided, unleashing a massive shockwave. On this day, the land of grass was reminded of the terror of the tailed beasts. On this day, the land of grass permanently banned Hidden Stone's village. When the Sushi Kage, Onoki, heard the report from his subordinates, he chuckled and shook his head. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've done so much for the land of grass. We're stationed there, and they didn't even put up the fight. They've practically seen me as a blessing from the heavens. How could they ever reject Hidden Stone's village?" His subordinate, sweating nervously, handed him a set of photos and a letter. Onoki froze instantly. The photos clearly showed the five tails and four tails battling. The letter was even more concise, containing just two sentences. First sentence, "Onoki, you've gone too far by unleashing the tailed beasts to wreak havoc in the land of grass. Friendship between us is off the table, consider us not being enemies the absolute limit." Second sentence, "You will personally lead a team to retrieve the two rampaging tailed beasts immediately. And while you're at it, compensate the land of grass for the massive damage you've caused." Onoki spat out a mouthful of blood. "You two brats. I'll kill you." That day, Sushi Kage Onoki led a team of elite ninjas straight to the land of grass. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all was strolling leisurely along the main road in the land of fire. Ding! The host successfully provoked a battle between the five tails and four tails, resulting in massive destruction to the land of grass. The land of grass has redirected all its anger towards Sushi Kage Onoki, perfectly aligning with the system's purpose. Special reward, 10% progress toward KK Genkai fusion. Note, at 100%, a second type of KK Genkai can be unlocked. Ding! Due to the host's actions, Sushi Kage Onoki, enraged, spat out blood. This also perfectly aligns with the system's purpose. Special reward, 5% progress toward KK Genkai fusion. Kazuyama's movement faltered for a moment as he supported Fugaku, causing Fugaku to nearly lose his balance. Damn it! Can't you hold me properly? Stopping so suddenly, do you think my left leg's fine after all this? At Fugaku's angry outburst, Kazuyama smirked and immediately let go. Pop. Arg. Kazuyama, you bastard. I'll kill you. Fugaku sprawled on the ground, shouting in frustration, while Kazuyama looked down at him, a faint grin curling at the corner of his lips. But his amusement wasn't because Fugaku had fallen, it was because of the incredible reward he'd just received. A second type of KK Genkai. What a game-changing prize. Who says you can only have one KK Genkai? Look at me, True Mummy, Master of Earth, Water, Fire, and 2 KK Genkai. And me? I have a system. What's stopping me? Chapter 77, Even the best students get led astray. Chakra nature transformations are divided into 7 types: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin, and yang. When 2 chakra natures are combined, they create a new form of ninjutsu classified as a KK Genkai. While many ninjas can use multiple nature transformations, only a few can master a KK Genkai. This suggests that the ability to produce KK Genkai is linked to one's bloodline and even their DNA. This was one of the topics Kazuyama and Orochimaru had studied in the past. Kazuyama inherently possessed 4 major chakra attributes: fire, earth, water, and wind, giving him the potential to master multiple KK Genkai. However, despite his potential, he only knew one technique, the transparent escape jutsu. This ability, rooted in the Gecko clan's bloodline, was encoded into his genetic chain. Now, this limitation could finally change. Although Kazuyama wasn't certain how the system would grant him a second KK Genkai, he trusted that, being a product of the system, it would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. As he mulled things over, a small smile crept across Kazuyama's face, one that instantly set off a certain red-eyed man. Damn it! You saw me fall, and you have the audacity to smile so smugly. I swear, I'll kill you. Fugaku Uchiha, completely ignoring Minato's attempts to calm him down, yelled with absolute determination to take Kazuyama's life. Huh? Fugaku, why did you fall? I wasn't paying attention just now. My bad, Kazuyama said, feigning innocence. Bullshit. You did it on purpose. Fugaku snapped. Kazuyama, clearly in a good mood, dismissed Fugaku's anger entirely. Alongside Minato, he helped Fugaku up, and the group continued on their way. Because they had an injured companion, their journey back to the village took half a day. To make matters worse, Kazuyama frequently used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu for short hops, slowing their progress even further. Minato, you and Fugaku head to the hospital for treatment. I'll go to the Hokage building to report the situation, Kazuyama said, his tone solemn. After all, this was my mission outside the village. With such a major incident in the Land of Grass, Lord Hokage must be informed immediately. Kazuyama's expression was serious, embodying the image of a dedicated shinobi fulfilling his duties. Okay, go ahead. Fugaku and I really need to get to the hospital, Minato replied. Both men were severely injured, and prompt medical attention was critical, especially for Fugaku, who had nearly half his body gravely damaged. After parting ways, Kazuyama headed straight for the Hokage building. What he didn't know was that the commotion in the Land of Grass had already reached Hiruzen. At that moment, the Hokage was preoccupied, dealing with a familiar source of agitation, Danzō. Hiruzen. The 2-tailed beasts in the Land of Grass have erupted into battle. This is no trivial matter. Danzō declared, his voice pressing and stern. You know the terror of the tailed beasts. We must use the power of the 9 tails now. If Hidden Stone's village's tailed beast attacks us, the damage to the village will be catastrophic. The tailed beasts were a village's ultimate trump card, unleashed only in dire circumstances. Hidden Leaf Village's 9 tails was the most fearsome of them all, yet it had never been utilized in combat. Leave the Jinchūriki to me, Danzō urged. The Root Division will use every resource to teach her how to control the 9 tails quickly. This isn't for offense, but for defense. His words rang with righteousness, but Hiruzen knew Danzō all too well. If the Jinchūriki, Kushina, fell under Danzō's influence, she would undoubtedly be transformed into a weapon of destruction. His manipulative tactics and shadowy methods would break her, turning her into nothing more than a living war machine. Report, Lord Hokage. A shout suddenly interrupted. Kazuyama Gecko has returned. He has urgent information. Hiruzen's face lit up with relief, while Danzō's expression darkened. That meddlesome boy again, Danzō thought bitterly. He was the reason Danzō had failed to acquire the Scorch-style user. What a waste of such a valuable KK Genkai. Let him in. Hiruzen's voice carried authority as he anticipated Kazuyama bringing information about the tailed beast incident in the Land of Grass. Danzō, seated nearby on a sofa, adjusted his posture. It was clear he too was interested in whatever Kusayama had uncovered this time. As Kusayama entered, his gaze briefly landed on Danzō, but he said nothing. Of course, Danzō being in the Hokage building wasn't surprising. He was Hiruzen Sarutobi's senior and one of the second Hokage's 6 disciples, Hidden Leaf Village's infamous darkness. His presence here was only natural. Lord Hokage, I've completed my investigation of the Land of Grass, Kusayama began. Hidden Stone's village has dispatched a large number of shinobi to the Land of Grass. The leader is Han, the Five-Tails Jinchūriki. He was also the one who started the rampage. Oh, and as you may already know, there was a battle between tailed beasts in the Land of Grass. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. The sudden appearance of the tailed beasts had been impossible to ignore, their overwhelming chakra had even struck fear into the border guards. For that, you should thank Minato and Fugaku, Kusayama said with a small smile, casually dropping the names of the 2 who had been chasing him. His comment immediately caught the attention of both Hiruzen and Danzō. What do you mean by that? Danzō asked sharply, his tone cutting. Did Minato and the Uchiha somehow cause the tailed beasts to go berserk? Hiruzen's expression darkened. Danzō, I am the Hokage. You are here to observe, not to interrogate. Keep that in mind and listen. Danzō's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, silently cursing him. Damn you, Hiruzen. Hiruzen's unspoken thoughts weren't far behind. This is my subordinate reporting to me. What business is it of yours? Kusayama continued, unfazed by the tension in the room. I was secretly tracking Hidden Stone's village shinobi in the Land of Grass. Minato and Fugaku also entered the area, but... He paused slightly. Although they're incredibly strong, their stealth skills leave much to be desired. They openly crossed into the Land of Grass from the Land of Fire border. I'm not sure what they were thinking, but from what I observed, they were discovered almost immediately. If Minato and Fugaku were here, their reactions would be, Minato, this is totally Fugaku's fault. He's the one who insisted we dive right in. Fugaku, Kusayama, you moron. Why are you making us look bad? Hiruzen's face twitched slightly as he processed the report. He understood why Minato and Fugaku were in the Land of Grass, but he hadn't expected such a glaring mistake from 2 of Hidden Leaf Village's brightest talents. These 2 are supposed to be the strongest of the younger generation, the future pillars of the village. How could they have been so reckless? Disappointment surged through his mind. This is arrogance. This is stupidity. Especially you, Minato, you're Jiraiya's disciple. That fool must have been a terrible influence. When I see him again, I'll need to set Minato straight. Such a brilliant student, and yet he is picking up Jiraiya's recklessness. Hiruzen sighed to himself. Look at Orochimaru's disciple, so precise, so disciplined. That's what a proper shinobi should be. If they were present, Jiraiya, why am I getting blamed for this again? Orochimaru, hey, Kusayama, you sure know how to cause a scene. Chapter 78, the pursuing duo gets scolded by the medic and they directly alerted the Jinchūriki. But these 2 are really strong. They easily dealt with Hidden Stone's village's siege and even killed a few people in return. Hiruzen, who had been a little dissatisfied, finally showed some improvement in his expression upon hearing this. He thought to himself, I was too hasty in my judgment. As the saying goes, each has their own area of expertise. It's true their concealment isn't great, but they still have considerable strength. Kid, can you talk any faster? You pause after every other sentence. What are you doing, fishing for attention? Danzō had finally lost his patience. Not only was the brat slow, but he was practically wheezing with every word. After all this time, Kusayama still hadn't gotten to the point, and it was driving everyone insane. Lord Danzō, I had to explain it bit by bit. Kusayama said, putting on a helpless expression. I've been in hiding for so long, it's impossible to sum everything up in just a few sentences. The excuse only made the veins on Hiruzen's temple twitch in irritation. Then skip the fluff and get to the important points. Danzō snapped. Tell us about the 2-tailed beasts and the distribution of Hidden Stone's village's forces. Stop wasting time with nonsense, Pa. Before Danzō could finish, Hiruzen slapped the table, the sharp crack cutting him off mid-sentence. Danzō. I said, I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen barked. He reports to me, not you. Either listen quietly or get out. Danzō immediately clammed up, his face dark with frustration. He sat back down, seething but unwilling to risk missing the critical information. Hiruzen snorted softly, but his expression quickly softened as he gestured for Kusayama to continue. Against Hidden Stone's village's assault, the 2 of them already had their hands full, Kusayama began. But things took a turn when Han joined the fight. For some reason, that Jinchūriki's state suddenly changed. His armor crumbled in an instant, and then, Boom, there was an explosion. Both Hiruzen and Danzō frowned at the mention of an explosion. An explosion? It didn't make sense. If Onoki had deployed a Jinchūriki, why would it self-destruct? What Jinchūriki was it? Hiruzen asked. The Five Tails, Kusayama replied. The Five Tails Jinchūriki. After the explosion, he completely lost it and went berserk. Fortunately, I stayed far enough back, or I would have been caught in the blast. But Minato and the other guy weren't so lucky. If Minato hadn't reacted fast, they would have been blown to bits. Kusayama paused, recalling the 30 Hidden Stones village shinobi who had been obliterated before even reaching the battlefield. Poor guys. They were wiped out by their own Jinchūriki, not even a bone left. If it was the Five Tails, that adds up, Hiruzen said thoughtfully. We do have intel on the Five Tails, Danzō interjected. Its boil style produces massive amounts of steam. An overload like that could definitely trigger an explosion. Hiruzen's face darkened. Onoki deploying the Five Tails wasn't a reckless decision, it was calculated. If two Jinchūriki had appeared on the front lines, the strain on Hidden Leaf Village's forces would have been crushing. You did well. It's now clear that Hidden Stones Village has deployed both of their Jinchūriki to the battlefield. It seems the Four Tails, which appeared later, was sent in to stop the Five Tails from going out of control, he continued. After all, using tailed beasts to counter other tailed beasts has always been Onoki's strategy. This doesn't look good. Kusayama shrugged casually. Gathering intel was his job, not fighting. That part was up to others more suited for it. Kusayama, you don't need to head out for now, Hiruzen said. The Ninja Academy graduation exams and the Chunin exams are coming up, and you'll be one of the examiners. Chunin exams? Kusayama vaguely remembered overhearing Sakamo mention it during dinner at his place. I didn't realize it was so soon. Alright, no problem, I'm good at this kind of thing, Kusayama replied with a smirk. If that's all, I'll head out. I still need to check on those two idiots at the hospital. Hiruzen nodded, and Kusayama turned to leave. Once he was gone, Danzō stepped forward, his tone heavy. Hiruzen, you heard him. Both the Five Tails and Four Tails have been deployed. You know what this means. The Nine Tails Jinchūriki's training cannot be delayed any longer. Hiruzen, unfazed by Danzō's pressure, held his ground. The Nine Tails cannot be used in battle. Don't even think about it. Danzō, Root will not be allowed to interfere with the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. This matter is not up for debate. Danzō's frustration was clear, but he could do nothing to challenge Hiruzen's authority as Hokage. With a cold snort, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. The doctor on duty glanced at the two familiar teenagers in front of him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Didn't you just get discharged a few days ago? Why don't you take better care of yourselves? Look at this, one has a concussion, and the other has multiple fractures. Young people these days, this is ridiculous. Fugaku and Minato, lying in their respective hospital beds, wore matching dark expressions but could only endure the doctor's scolding in silence. Minato. Honestly, you're unbelievable. You just got out of the hospital, can't you stay out of trouble for once? Kushina, sitting by the window peeling an apple, chimed in, casting a sharp glare at Minato as she sliced the fruit with unnecessary force. On the other side of the room, Mikoto stayed quiet, but the resentment in her eyes said it all. Clearly, she agreed with both the doctor and Kushina. Oh, you two are back in bed again? Kusayama suddenly appeared by the window, a fruit basket in hand. He glanced at Fugaku, who was lying in the bed closest to him, and chuckled. The reactions to Kusayama's arrival were mixed. Fugaku turned his head away, his expression sour, refusing to even look at him. Minato, on the other hand, gave a slight nod, his face showing a hint of gratitude. Kushina snorted in irritation, while Mikoto thanked Kusayama warmly. Come on, Fugaku, don't sulk. If it weren't for Kusayama, you'd be in serious trouble this time, Mikoto said as she handed him a slice of the apple she'd just cut. Her gratitude toward Kusayama was written all over her face. It was a tailed beast, after all. Kusayama, even though you caused brother Fugaku to end up in the hospital last time, I'll forgive you this time since you saved his life. Geez, the Uchiha really are always so proud, Kusayama thought to himself. Haha, no big deal, he said with a wave of his hand. Fugaku and I are still on good terms. Last time was just an accident. Humphrey, accident? You did it on purpose. Kushina shot back, her tone sharp and her displeasure evident. If it weren't for you, would Minato and Fugaku have even needed to go to the land of grass? Though harsh, her words weren't wrong. If not for chasing after Kusayama, Minato and Fugaku wouldn't have ended up on that dangerous mission. Kushina, don't say that, Minato interjected gently. Fugaku and I chose to go to the land of grass of our own free will. We just didn't expect to run into Hidden Stone's village's Jinchūriki. At the mention of the Jinchūriki, Minato's gaze softened as he turned to Kushina, his expression filled with warmth and compassion. Caught off guard by the tenderness in his eyes, Kushina's face flushed a deep red, her confidence faltering as embarrassment took over. Chapter 79, You old bastard. You wanna be my father-in-law? Okay, you two just take it easy. I still have to report to the Ninja Academy. This is the first graduation assessment since the Academy's reform, and Lord Third is paying close attention to it. Kazuyama grabbed a banana from the fruit basket, peeled it, and handed it toward Fugaku. But before Fugaku, who looked slightly surprised, could take it, Kazuyama ate it in one bite. Damn it. You obviously wanted to eat it yourself, so why did you bring it to me? Fugaku felt like Kazuyama was his ultimate nemesis, infuriating to the core. Kazuyama, still chewing on the banana, raised an eyebrow and casually explained, I just had a cramp in my arm and stretched it out. How could you think I was going to give it to you? He glanced at Mikoto and smirked. Fugaku, don't even think about it. Mikoto's here, she's the one who should be feeding you. Mikoto's face turned red. Flustered, she pulled a banana from the basket and hesitantly brought it to Fugaku's mouth. Fugaku shot Kazuyama a glare before his expression softened as he looked at Mikoto with tenderness. Kazuyama smirked. TSK, you lovebirds. It's hard to watch. I'm out of here. As he walked toward the window, he muttered, the stench of love, it's unbearable. Before anyone could respond, he leapt out the window, leaving the group behind. After a moment of silence, Minato and Fugaku exchanged glances and broke into laughter. That bastard, Fugaku muttered, shaking his head. He said he bought that fruit basket for us, but he's eaten half of it already. Minato chuckled. Alright, just focus on recovering. This is the first assessment since the Academy reforms, I'm dying to see how it turns out. On the roof of the Ninja Academy, Kazuyama squatted against the wall, gazing out at the playground below. Two classes were training, one of them focusing on taijutsu under Chen-sensei's guidance. Tsukumo's amazing. He actually managed to summon someone that important. The Leaf Dragon God. Just imagine if Guy learns it and combines it with the Eight Gates kick, no one would stand a chance against him. In Kazuyama's line of sight, a group of students led by Guy was sparring with Chen, who gracefully evaded their attacks. The stick in his hand snapped through the air, correcting the students' uncoordinated movements with remarkable precision. On the other side of the field, ninjutsu practice was underway. To Kazuyama's surprise, the instructors were Tsukumo and Pakura. The surprising part? Pakura was actively teaching ninjutsu, while Tsukumo stood to the side, smiling as he observed. What's going on? Why is Pakura teaching here? How did Tsukumo approve this, knowing who she is? Aren't you curious about why she is teaching here? The familiar voice startled Kazuyama, his pupils contracting momentarily. Without turning, he smirked and replied, still relying on clones to teach, Principal Tsukumo? That's overkill. The person behind him, none other than Tsukumo, chuckled. Ha ha ha, so what if it's a clone? Isn't ninjutsu meant to be used? Otherwise, why learn it? Tsukumo stepped closer. Pakura is naturally talented with ninjutsu, making her well-suited for teaching. While you were away, I temporarily took charge of the academy. With my other responsibilities, I brought her in for the position. She was thrilled to accept. He gestured toward the training grounds. Look at her, she's genuinely enjoying it. Kazuyama fell silent. From this distance, he could clearly see Pakura's slightly upturned lips and her earnest, focused teaching demeanor. Neither seemed fake. But her identity? Kazuyama finally asked. What about it? Tsukumo replied calmly. She's no longer a hidden sand village ninja. The moment you captured her, that bond was severed. Can it really be that simple? Of course, Tsukumo admitted, a faint smile crossing his face. Don't forget, she's still bound by your 5 elements seal, isn't she? With that seal, she's just an ordinary ninja. At best, a jonin. Without her scorch style, her most devastating technique, Pakura's abilities were limited. Kazuyama nodded slowly. Tsukumo was right, Hidden Leaf Village had plenty of jonin-level ninja. But, Lord Tsukumo, Kazuyama began again, hesitating, she's still a ninja from Hidden Sand Village. That fact doesn't change. She hasn't fought in a war yet, Tsukumo pointed out, and you captured her before she ever had the chance to shed Hidden Leaf Village blood. Kazuyama blinked in surprise. It was true, at this point in time, Pakura was still young and inexperienced. She hadn't been involved in any battles yet. Her infamous title, Pakura of the Scorch Style, wouldn't emerge until the Third Shinobi World War. For now, she was just an unknown rookie. I dug a little deeper, Tsukumo continued, And it turns out Pakura was always treated as a hidden ace. Even on missions, she was kept out of sight, unknown to other villages. Think about it, the first time you encountered Pakura, even I didn't know anything about her. So how could anyone else? Tasman kept her hidden, saving her as a secret weapon for the war. But thanks to you, you threw a wrench in his plans. Sakamo's tone shifted suddenly, catching Kazuyama off guard. Kazuyama, do you know how Hidden Leaf Village was built? The abrupt question made Kazuyama frown. Though confused, he answered honestly, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan joined forces to establish Hidden Leaf Village, later allying with many other ninja clans. Sakamo nodded. The Hatake clan and the Gecko clan both played a part. It was the alliance of various clans that created the village we know today. Kazuyama still didn't understand where Sakamo was going with this. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he watched as Sakamo glanced up at the sky. Actually, Sakamo said after a pause, it's not like Hidden Leaf Village has never accepted ninja from other villages before. Do you know Kushina Uzumaki? She was originally a genin from Hidden Eddy Village, but she joined Hidden Leaf Village, didn't she? Kazuyama nodded. He knew that much. After all, he and Kushina had been classmates. She transferred to Hidden Leaf Village back then. Kazuyama, there's only one way to make her completely join Hidden Leaf Village and sever her ties to Hidden Sand Village forever, Sakamo continued. She must join a Hidden Leaf Village clan and fully abandon her past. Kazuyama's eyes widened as he stared at Sakamo in shock. I've already gotten her consent, Sakamo said calmly. After a period of observation, if everything goes smoothly, I'll apply to the Hokage to have Pakura join the Hatake clan as my adopted daughter, making her a full member of Hidden Leaf Village. Kazuyama froze. Wait. Join the Hatake clan? Why not the Gecko clan? Sakamo gave him a faint smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Kid, take a guess. Kazuyama's expression darkened. Damn it, old man. You're trying to set me up. You just want to be my father-in-law. Chapter 80, The Rebellious Youth. Asuma Kazuyama glared menacingly at Sakamo, who laughed heartily. Are you really Lord Sakamo? Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang? How did I never notice how ruthless you are? And you're supposed to be my senior, you backstabber. I brought Pakura back, so it only makes sense she joins my Gecko clan. Damn you, Hidden Leaf Village White Fang. He must have been scheming this for ages. How dare he swoop in and try to compete with me for people? As Kazuyama's rant reached new heights, Sakamo casually shrugged, unfazed. Join your Gecko clan? Do you think the Hatake clan, with me in it, is more convincing, or are you, you little brat, the more persuasive one? Sure, you've made some achievements lately, but compared to me, you're still miles behind. With my protection, she'll be able to join Hidden Leaf Village successfully. If you had another 10 years, maybe you could pull it off. But as of now, you're just not there yet. Kazuyama knew Sakamo was right, but that didn't stop the bitterness from rising in his chest. What if, just what if, he, Kazuyama, decided to pursue Pakura, but she ended up viewing Sakamo as a father figure? Wouldn't that mean he'd have to call Sakamo father in the future? Holy crap. Just imagining this middle-aged man, who once used 1,000 years of death on him, becoming his father-in-law sent a shiver down his spine. A dark cloud loomed over his head. Humphrey. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Kazuyama snapped. I'm telling you now. Even if that day comes, we'll go our separate ways. Don't even think about me calling you father. Sakamo blinked in surprise, a string of question marks practically floating above his head, as he watched Kazuyama leap off the roof in frustration. But who was Sakamo? After just a moment of thought, the pieces clicked into place. Unable to hold back, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You little brat. I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it. Not bad, not bad. That's a pretty entertaining idea. Ha ha ha. Now I have to make you call me father. Kazuyama, who had leapt from the roof, immediately activated the transparent escape jutsu and stealthily made his way to the back of Pakura's class. Even if Sakamo's clone was here, he didn't care. That old bastard was so irritating. If he had already mastered the 1,000 years of death technique, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate the clone standing in front of him. However, his thoughts shifted when his gaze fell on Pakura, who was teaching the students hand seals. Despite having been in Hidden Leaf Village for so long, Pakura's style of dressing hadn't changed. Her back. Hiss. Ha. It still looked just as good. The hand seals need to be precise, focus on stability over speed, Pakura instructed. If you mess up the seals, the ninjutsu will lose its control, and that's the last thing you want in a fight. So, 12 seals, repeat them 3 times. Pakura was handling the basic ninjutsu course, and as for why she chose to teach outside instead of a classroom, it was because she didn't like confined spaces. Being inside always reminded her of the past. Back then, as a student, her scorched style had made her the center of attention. She was assigned a dedicated Jonin instructor, and the large classroom would always feel oppressively empty. Day after day, year after year, she had been the only one there. The memory of that suffocating environment was still vivid, and it was one of the reasons she disliked classrooms so much. Sakura shook her head to dismiss those unpleasant thoughts, focusing instead on the students practicing before her. Asuma, practice harder. Your seal formation isn't right. Kazuyama glanced over at the mention of the name and confirmed it. It was Asuma, Hiruzen Saratobi's son and future Jonin of Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, however, Asuma looked very young. Ugh, I can already do all 12 seals. Asuma whined. Can you just teach me ninjutsu? I want to learn ninjutsu already. There was no denying it, young Asuma was a handful. No way. If you can't master the basics, there's no point in learning ninjutsu. Do the 12 seals 5 more times, Asuma. Despite being only 18, Sakura was a strict sensei. Whatever, I'm not doing it, so you can, ouch. Asuma, ever rebellious, didn't even obey his own father, let alone the female teacher in front of him, who didn't seem particularly intimidating. He refused outright and even tried to mock her. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt someone trip him, sending him crashing to the ground. The previously peaceful lesson was disrupted by his startled cry. Sakura frowned slightly, puzzled by Asuma's sudden fall. But before she could figure out what had happened, a familiar voice cut through the moment. Asuma, men should respect women. Didn't I tell you that before? Wise people respect their teachers, and you're seriously lacking in that. The voice, accompanied by the gradual appearance of a figure, startled the students. Some scattered in surprise, but when they realized who it was, they quickly returned to their spots, excitement spreading across their faces. Kazuyama-sensei, you're back. They shouted happily. Sakura glanced at the familiar figure, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly into a smile. She thought to herself, this bastard, using the transparent escape jutsu again to do whatever he wants. But seeing Asuma embarrassed like this, why does it feel kind of satisfying? Ouch. Kazuyama-sensei, why did you kick me? Can't I just admit I was wrong? Asuma grumbled, scrambling to his feet. Kazuyama shot Asuma a cold smile and said sharply, if you disrupt class and don't listen to your teacher, I'll go straight to your father. He paused for a moment before adding, and if he doesn't care, I'll take his pipe and make him discipline you. What do you think, would he pick you over his pipe? Asuma's face fell instantly. He knew his father's temper all too well. If Hiruzen found out about his behavior, there was no doubt he'd be in serious trouble. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, had been the second Hokage's pupil and deeply respected teachers. If there was one thing he couldn't tolerate, it was someone disrespecting theirs. Asuma's actions were practically inviting disaster. That's enough, Kazuyama said firmly. Let's get back to the lesson. I'll head over there to check things out. He gave Sakura a quick wink, then turned to shoot a menacing glare at Tsukumo's clone before striding away toward the taijutsu class. Sakura watched Kazuyama's retreating figure, a small smile curving on her lips. The moment her students noticed, the class erupted into excitement. Whoa. Sakura-sensei smiled. A real smile. This is huge, like, major gossip. Hearing this, Sakura quickly wiped the smile off her face and barked in her usual stern voice, have you all finished practicing? Her students froze. Do it 5 more times. Now. Immediately. Chapter 81, Shouting Out Move Names? Fine. I'll shout them for you. Compared to Sakura's teaching, Chin's instruction is incredibly engaging. He weaves effortlessly among the students, demonstrating his powerful taijutsu while using the stick in his hand to point out their shortcomings time and time again. Taijutsu, one of the 3 fundamental ninja skills, is often overlooked. However, with Chin's involvement, this art has seen a resurgence. Might Guy, in particular, would occasionally let out a spirited exclamation, which Chen interpreted as youthful enthusiasm. In response, Guy would launch surprise attacks on Chen, always futile, only to be met with a well-aimed strike from Chen's stick. So, boy, what do you think after watching for so long? Chen, having defeated all the students, turned his attention to Kazuyama. Impressive, Chen-sensei. You haven't lost your touch. Humphrey, brat. You must be Kazuyama Gecko. I heard from Tsukumo Hatake that you've learned his 1,000 years of death. 1,000 years of death. The mention of the technique made Kazuyama's face pale as unpleasant memories resurfaced. Are you interested in sparring with an old man like me? Chen asked, his voice laced with a challenge. Let me see what makes you the young man he praised as worthy to take over his position. Chen tossed aside the stick and relaxed his stance, his hands hanging naturally and his feet spread apart. To an untrained eye, He looked defenseless, but those who knew him understood this was his signal to strike. Among taijutsu practitioners, the simpler the stance, the more explosive the attack. Kazuyama frowned, mulling over Chen's words. Take over his position? What did Sakamo mean by that? Was he suggesting Kazuyama would become the next Anbu commander? That idea was ridiculous. Anbu focused on assassination, which was entirely out of sync with his style. Kid, stop overthinking it. If you want answers, ask him yourself, Chen said. For now, spar with me. Chen let out a breath before strengthening his stance. Suddenly, he lunged at Kazuyama like a cheetah. Damn it, old man. Sneaking up on a junior like me? Aren't you supposed to follow some kind of martial arts code? Kazuyama shouted, leaping backward to avoid Chen's sweeping kicks. And seriously, this is the Hidden Leaf Village Leaf Whirlwind. Why didn't you even call out the move's name? How old do you think I am? Do I look like a 20-year-old shouting out attack names? Chen replied dismissively. Fine, I'll tell you now, I'm using the Leaf Dragon God. Chen laughed as he launched a dual punch, reminiscent of a sea dragon technique. Damn it. What are you even talking about? Kazuyama groaned, raising his arms to block the attack. The force behind Chen's punches was overwhelming, forcing him to stagger back several steps. He couldn't help but reflect, his current abilities far exceeded what he had possessed in the Land of Grass, yet this old man's power was still beyond his expectations. Kazuyama, age, 15, Hidden Leaf Village, Gecko Clan Jonin, Jinchūriki, Seven Tails, KK Genkai, Transparent Escape, perfectly mastered, second KK Genkai, not activated, activation progress, 15%, ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu 8 inner gates flying thunder god jutsu fire style ninjutsu, fireball, phoenix fire earth style ninjutsu, earth style wall, double suicide decapitation jutsu wind style ninjutsu, body protection, great breakthrough, wind/hidden shadow snake hands 1000 years of death-tailed beast, Chomai affinity, 100% tailed beast transformation progress, 90%, note, at 100%, tailed beast ball can be used directly, attributes, strength, 65 speed, 70 chakra, 70 stamina, 82 ninjutsu, 81 taijutsu, 50 ganjutsu, 56 hand seals, 58, reminder. The panel reference from the Book of Combatants suggests a 1:10 ratio for settings. The boost in strength and physical fitness allowed Kazuyama to truly feel the power coursing through his body. But even so, facing Chen-sensei's fists left him stunned, his arms went numb from the sheer force of the impact. Oh? You managed to block that? Your physical condition is better than I expected, Chen remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. You look weak, but you're... Interesting. Who was Chen? Widely regarded as Hidden Leaf Village's foremost expert in taijutsu, his strength wasn't just about flashy techniques like the Leaf Dragon God. Over half of Hidden Leaf Village's taijutsu moves had been created by him, signature techniques like the Leaf Whirlwind and Leaf Gust were all his inventions. Again. Suddenly intrigued by the boy standing before him, Chen shifted into a stance that resembled a stalking cheetah and launched himself at Kazuyama. Having already felt the force of Chen's attacks, Kazuyama no longer dared to face him head-on. He immediately switched to dodging instead. The sound of their sparring quickly drew the attention of two nearby classes, including Kakura and Sakamo. Hey, this kid, Sakamo said with a knowing grin. Chen isn't someone you trifle with, yet he's holding his ground. His gaze sharpened as he added, I didn't expect his physique to be this strong. He took a direct hit from Chen and came out unscathed. Sakamo, who had fought alongside Chen on the battlefield, knew exactly how devastating Chen's strength could be. Watching Kazuyama hold his own made him reassess the boy's potential. Kakura, meanwhile, looked on with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Kazuyama's speed and reflexes were far sharper than she had anticipated. She had assumed his strength relied solely on his KK Genkai and secret techniques, but now she realized her judgment had been off. There was something deeper about this boy, something enigmatic that drew people in. No matter how closely one tried to gauge his potential, he remained an enigma, like an unfathomable abyss. Kid, dodging isn't going to save you. Chen's voice was sharp, dripping with dissatisfaction. On the battlefield, if you don't take your enemy down, they'll take you down instead. Chen's irritation was obvious, Kazuyama's constant evasiveness grated on him. With speed, strength, and a solid build like his, why was he holding back? Just like Sakamo had said, he was acting like a timid brat. Kazuyama's response came swift and fiery. Old man, you're the one who said it. If I fight back and end up embarrassing you, don't blame me. He didn't enjoy fighting, but that didn't mean he was defenseless. Chen smirked, undeterred. Humphrey. If I ask to spar with you, I'm ready for whatever you've got. If you can land a hit on me, It just means you've got skill. Now stop stalling and show me. Kazuyama's lips curled into a bright, confident smile. That smile sent a flicker of unease through Bakura. Her instincts flared, and her stomach twisted. Principal Hatake, Bakura said, her voice edged with concern, I think we should stop this match. I have a bad feeling about this. Tsukumo brushed her worries aside with a casual wave of his hand. There's no need for concern. Chen's strength is unmatched. Even if Kazuyama counters, Chen won't lose. But Tsukumo had underestimated Kazuyama's unconventional approach. To Kazuyama, defeating someone wasn't always about brute force, it was about outsmarting them. Chapter 82, a heavy blow to Tsukumo Hatake's kidney. Kazuyama assumed his battle stance, shifting his clenched fists into open palms, one forward, one back, while spreading his feet into a solid, balanced base. His movements were precise and controlled, exuding confidence. Wow, what an impressive fighting stance. Sensei Chen's eyes lit up as he watched. As a taijutsu master, he immediately recognized the brilliance in Kazuyama's positioning. With his palms ready to strike or defend, his feet perfectly spaced, and his slightly crouched posture supported by bent knees and outward-turned feet, every movement was clearly powered by the strength of his core. This kid's a natural at taijutsu. Alright, old Chen, bring it on. This time, I'm not dodging. His stance was solid, his battle cry rang out, and his energy surged like a rising tide. Not bad, kid. With that attitude, you've earned my respect. You're a man in my eyes. Hidden Leaf Village style, great whirlwind. Chen shot forward with explosive speed, far beyond anything a cheetah could match. In that moment, he was a rocket. His powerful legs lashed out with overwhelming force, ready to strike. Kazuyama's smile grew sharper as his hive mind activated. No matter how fast Chen moved, he could see every detail. Just as Chen's leg whip was about to strike, Kazuyama moved. His right hand came down in a precise counter to Chen's kick. Chen was brimming with fighting spirit, but his focus faltered when he caught the look on Kazuyama's face. Kazuyama smiled, a sly, almost mischievous grin, and his lips formed a word. If Chen hadn't read it wrong, it was, take care? Take care? Chen's mind swirled with confusion. A flood of questions clouded his thoughts. But in the next instant, everything changed. The playground vanished. The scenery shifted abruptly, replaced by a roof. Kazuyama was gone, and in his place stood a white-haired man with his back to him. Chen froze. That white hair. That presence. Holy shit. Isn't this Tsukumo? Shit. Move. At that moment, Tsukumo was still casually watching the commotion, but Chen suddenly disappeared from his view. As confusion set in, Tsukumo felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. His instincts screamed danger. Meanwhile, Kazuyama, still standing on the playground, locked eyes with him, his mocking smile sharper than ever. Damn brat. He actually used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to set this up. Damn it. Dodge. Tsukumo's reflexes kicked in immediately, but it was too late. Kazuyama had activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and Chen was transported to the roof, just 1 meter behind Tsukumo. For a master, 1 meter was an uncomfortably close range. There was no chance to dodge. Chen's Hidden Leaf Village leaf whirlwind struck Tsukumo square inches the lower back. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the roof of the Ninja Academy. Heads turned to the scene, only to witness something that shattered their expectations. Chen's powerful kick, sharp and swift, landed squarely on Tsukumo's kidneys, sending the white-haired swordsman flying off the roof. As Tsukumo soared through the air, clutching his lower back and screaming in pain, the entire academy froze in stunned silence. Later, someone would ask, what's the true power of Hidden Leaf Village's strongest taijutsu master? Tsukumo, gingerly rubbing his sore back, would reply, that day, I felt like I'd reunited with my long-lost great-grandma. Bakura sighed, rubbing her forehead in frustration. She knew Kazuyama couldn't be trusted to play fair. Once again, her instincts had been spot on. Ding. Host has successfully used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to ambush Tsukumo, enabling Chen to land a critical kidney strike. Special reward, +2 strength. Hearing the familiar system notification, Kazuyama burst into laughter. So, you white-haired bastard Tsukumo, you wanted to be my father-in-law, huh? Satisfied now? So, Tsukumo, you wanted to be my father-in-law, huh? How's that working out for you? That evening, at the Gecko residence, during dinner. Kazuyama, you've gone too far today. That's Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. Bakura was eating the meal Kazuyama had prepared and had to admit, the guy really knew how to cook. Oh? Kazuyama, have you been up to no good again? What did you do to Lord Tsukumo? Abai-sami, curious about his antics, asked while helping him ladle some rice. Mom, Brother Kazuyama got Chen-sensei to kick Principal Tsukumo today, and now he's in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Ebisu eagerly put down his rice bowl and began narrating the afternoon's events with great enthusiasm. Ebisami was dumbfounded. That was the mighty Lord Tsukumo, and this little brat actually ambushed him? Humphrey, he wanted me to call him father. How could I tolerate that? That was just a little punishment. Just you wait. The memory of Tsukumo's smug face that afternoon filled Kazuyama with irritation. I'm the one who brought her back. I'm the one taking care of her. And yet, Tsukumo tried to swoop in and take her away so easily? Unbelievable. Noticing Kazuyama's sour expression, Bakura couldn't help but feel a surprising sense of satisfaction. Aunt Satsum, one more bowl. I'm in a particularly good mood today. Okay, eat more, so when you two get married, you can have a big, fat baby soon. Ebisami smiled as she took Bakura's bowl. Before she could finish speaking, PFFT. PFFT. Both Bakura and Kazuyama spat out their food at the same time. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they avoided each other's gaze. Aunt Ebisami, don't say things like that. Who would want to marry him? He's such a little brat, Bakura huffed. Ha. Maybe you want to marry me, but I definitely don't want to marry you, Kazuyama shot back. My dreams are way bigger, like the stars and the sea. Ebisami watched them bicker with a small smile, choosing not to intervene. After dinner, Kazuyama sat on the roof, gazing at the moonlight. Bakura suddenly jumped onto the roof and stood beside him. Tsukumo said that if you want to join Hidden Leaf Village, you'll need to join a clan. Kazuyama glanced at her. Have you thought about it, Bakura? Bakura lowered her head, her thoughts swirling. Tsukumo had mentioned the same thing to her earlier, but she hadn't given an answer. Now, confronted with Kazuyama's question, she felt even more uncertain. She hesitated. Could I really leave Hidden Sand Village behind? As a Hidden Sand Village ninja, who had come to Hidden Leaf Village as a prisoner, the thought weighed heavily on her. You don't need to worry about Hidden Sand Village, Kazuyama said. I just want to know your true thoughts. I don't know. After all, Hidden Sand Village was the place that raised me. Kazuyama slowly sat up, an inexplicable twinge of displeasure tightening his chest. Raising you wasn't necessarily for your own good, he said, his tone sharp. Don't you know what your life there was like? Being used as a weapon isn't where you belong. You deserve a better destiny. He paused, his mind drifting to Pakura's original fate. Betrayed by her village, killed in cold blood, her life ending in bitterness and grievance. After collecting his thoughts, he continued. Join the Hotake clan. Become a member of Hidden Leaf Village. Even if you don't stay a ninja, this is where you belong. And I hope you'll stay. Chapter 83, if you'd said so earlier, I would have agreed. The next day, at the Hokage building, Kazuyama marched Tsukumo straight in to see the Hokage. He completely ignored Tsukumo's murderous glare and the fact that the older man was supporting his aching back with one hand. Lord Hokage, I need to see you. Without waiting for permission, Kazuyama banged on the door and shoved it open, nearly knocking it off its hinges. Hiruzen glanced up from his desk, his brows furrowing as Kazuyama barged in with Tsukumo trailing behind. Kazuyama, what's going on? And Tsukumo, what happened to your back? Kazuyama dumped Tsukumo onto the sofa and stood before Hiruzen with an intensity that made the Hokage sit up straighter. It wasn't often that Hiruzen saw Kazuyama look this serious. This wasn't one of his usual antics. Lord Hokage, Bakura has joined the Hotake clan and pledged allegiance to the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Village. I am here to request your approval. Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. He exchanged a brief glance with Tsukumo, who looked equally taken aback. Are you certain about this? She's willing to leave Hidden Sand Village to join Hidden Leaf Village? As Hokage, Hiruzen couldn't afford to take the situation lightly. Bakura's KK Genkai was a rare and powerful ability, and her joining Hidden Leaf Village could be an enormous advantage, but it wasn't a decision to be made hastily. Yes, Kazuyama said firmly. I've already spoken to her, and she's agreed. She wants to join Hidden Leaf Village of her own will. Hiruzen studied Kazuyama for a moment, his sharp eyes searching for any hint of doubt. But Kazuyama's conviction was unwavering. His mind briefly wandered to the conversation he had with Bakura under the moonlight the night before. He remembered her smile, genuine and unburdened, filled with relief and hope for the future. I am willing to join Hidden Leaf Village, she had said softly. But I don't want to be a ninja anymore. I want to be a teacher who nurtures and helps others. She had paused then, looking at him with gratitude. Kazuyama, thank you for saving me from hell. Her words had carried something unspoken but unmistakable in her gaze. If you had asked me to stay, I would have said yes. Kazuyama had seen it clearly. A person yearning to escape the darkness and seek a brighter future was worth saving. That's why he was standing here now, and why he had brought Sakamo with him. Breaking the silence, Hiruzen finally turned to Sakamo. "What do you think?" Sakamo, who had been silently rubbing his sore back, straightened up and stepped forward. His tone was steady and resolute. "The Hatake clan is willing to welcome Pakura," he said. "And I, personally, will take her as my apprentice and vouch for her with my own military achievements." Kazuyama turned his head and glanced at Sakamo. Despite his reluctance, Sakamo was right about one thing. His achievements in Hidden Leaf Village would not allow him to keep Pakura. No one other than Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang could do it, not even the Sannin. In the future, when he adopted Pakura, she'd just be a foster daughter, not his biological child, so they could part ways whenever they wanted. He could call Sakamo whatever he liked, who cares? Have you ever seen a foster daughter's husband call someone father? Yeah, no chance. Forget it. And the old fraud claimed to be a disciple.